healthy energy drink option. We've got new bundles dropping all the time, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. On top of that, we've got the giveaway happening for Raider tokens, which apparently you are going to definitely want.
S.W.Frost
this video,
is now live
just had an
streaming
announcement
Path of
coming in
Exile
from
digital
Studios
scammers
over on the
counter so far.
Twitter
What is your
page. And it's
fastest
straight
Arbiter of Ash?
tracing signal. Phantom targets have been spotted on Shani's radar. Something is off. Tackle the first part of the new Raider project tomorrow. I'm really excited for this because it's actually given me a bit of a reason to do it. I'm not really enjoying the trials too much at the moment, but we will get into what those are in just a second. But having a new Raider project essentially means new skins, it means new items, and it means new things that could potentially be coming from the game, as well as new trinkets, which are definitely something that we bloody need, man. We need more trinkets. We will always need more trinkets. So yes, you guys are going to be able to dive into that one tomorrow morning. As soon as it does go live, you'll be sure to see it straight here on the channel, as we're going to break down what we need to for you guys and tell you the best way to get through at least page number 1. With that being said, we've also got a rotation happening at some stage tomorrow with regards to the new trials for August 3rd and August 9th, and these ones are, but they're interesting ones. We can see right here that the first one is for a Ribbon Tides lockup, and it states open containers in the Port Authority building. Now this one is actually really simple. Now the reason why it's so simple is because you literally have to head over to Riventide and just go into the Port Authority building, of which is going to be a high loot value. Now do be careful because we do have some shredder mother truckers in there, so you want to make sure that you are a bit careful of that, but you're essentially just going to go in and loot those containers, whether they're open or not opened yet. Make sure you search them and it will add in for your scores on your trials. Moving on from that one though, we've got an awesome one, as we have got to now damage vaporizers. So if you guys don't know where to go for that one, I would say Buried City is likely to be your best opportunity for that. There's just a lot more places to hide, and those bloody annoying vaporizers, there'll be loads of them, especially if you're going into close scrutiny. You end up with a lot more than you bargained for, but that does mean more for you guys to take out. The next one after that is to deal damage to Ark with a single explosive mine. We've seen this one 100 times over, except the explosive mine isn't really something that you guys will utilize all too often. It's unfortunate, but it is something that you guys will have to do to get your top scoring with regards to these trials. After that, destroying wasps. Now destroying wasps is always an easy one. You essentially farm all week to make sure that you have got an array of snitch scanners, and then go to a specific area which is quiet, lay down your snitch scanners and just take out all of the wasps. This one is essentially an infinite amount in terms of scoring. Just make sure that you get as many of those snitch scanners. I would genuinely recommend farming for those all week long while you're playing, not even worrying about this trial specifically, and then at the end of the week, just before we hit into reset, drop them all down and get those kills off, and make sure that you can get the maximum amount in terms of capacity. Moving on from that one, we've got to deliver carryables. Now I hate this one as a trial. I personally feel like it's a bit of a cop-out, but if you go to Stella, you'll be able to utilize the batteries and putting those into the doorways. That's generally going to be the best way about it, but if you guys want a different way of working it, then head over to Metaforge and it will tell you where all of the deliverables actually are, and you can get those done very quickly. Moving on from that one, we've got our mouse offers, and these ones
Attention all raiders. The electromagnetic storm is interfering with our circuit.
Head home with the water treatment elevator.
You're exploring topside. Steer clear of any open areas as best you can.
Hey! Hey! Howdy!
Hello. Anybody here?
Hello, Raider! Howdy! Hey there! Hello? Howdy!
Hello.
Welcome to my channel. By Lucian.
Oh, hello.
To my channel.
Good morning, madam.
Previous Nexus. Welcome to my channel.
Is this a raid?
Welcome to my channel. Eyes. Welcome to my channel.
My bot decided to wake up. Oh god. Hello. Makeup from coma. Hello everybody, hello. Why the hell do we even use this?
You got it. Welcome to my channel. That's barking. Welcome to my channel.
Good morning everybody. Oh my god. Forgot what the goddamn thing is.
Hey! Howdy!
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Okay. Hello there.
Hello, hello.
Hey, don't shoot.
Funny thing you said that. Wasn't intending to. You got a couple of crates up here. I didn't open them. Nice. Hello. I got him.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have the blueprint number.
I don't know. No need. You can have this if you want. This is really bad. The worst thing I ever saw. It only worth money, I guess. Oh, look, look, look. A lightning. You want a pieces of lightning? You want... Oh, shit! You wanna sell something? I don't need the money.
Thank you, bro. Chill. Chill.
Hello, hello. Hello, mister. Hello. He's fully armed.
A few interesting ones. There's a blueprint that drops all of the time is in here, but irrelevant. We've got the Dirt Fuel face styling for 50k. Epic and legendary art cores, pretty simple enough to get your hands on. The Delabra legendary energy shotgun with the breathtaking snow globe, the ion splitter, and the magnetron.
What is it with raiders
really
and
easy.
arm
If you want to head into Skelemontis, you can get all of those quite flipping quickly, to be completely honest. And then the Anvil blueprint is the
Shawnee
rocket
says she's been
driver,
hearing.
5 of them. 5 of the vaporized regulators and 5 of the proposed units. Not 100% sure that that's worth it, but I mean, if you've not got the Anvil blueprint, well, then it may well be to you. So, yeah, you can go ahead and grab those pretty easy as soon as that resets. Overall, after tomorrow morning at 10 AM happens here in the UK, there is quite a lot more to do inside of the game. As to whether they make it worth it or not, well, that's where we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully there's some new skins to boot. We can get a little bit excited again. Nonetheless, we have got another announcement coming in from Embark Ocean. Now, this one is a couple of days old, as you guys may have noticed. I took a couple of days off on the channel, and we've enjoyed the weekend. But there was an announcement from Embark Ocean that dropped a couple of days ago, and it states, a little while ago, we pushed a small fix to address the issue with the map condition scheduling before the store rotation next week. No download required. See your top side. So yes, fingers crossed, that does mean that we are going to have a bit of a better utilization for those map condition schedulings, meaning that you shouldn't have empty maps, or you shouldn't have a map that has a new map condition coming up in about 12 hours time. It should literally just be in a decent rotation, maybe a couple of the major map conditions in at some time, having a couple of the smaller map conditions I think is important. I think at the moment when there's nothing really coming into the game, having those available all the time and just to be able to switch things up with a bit of hurricane or close scrutiny or just something a bit different like lush blooms, it would just be nice to get things done in certain areas. So I'm glad that they're doing some work on that at least. Fingers crossed we get a patch update tomorrow.
You tried using a radar hatch for the getaway.
On top of that though, we have got this image right here. I wanted to put this up because I thought this was hilarious. There is absolutely no weight behind this at all, but yes, it is just an image of somebody looking on the floor and seeing a ginormous boot, and it states Bigfoot to October leaks. Now obviously this is a meme, it's a bit of humor, but I found it hilarious and I thought that a lot of you guys may well like it. So if you do, make sure you hit up in the comment section and let me know you run into Bigfoot, yeah? And moving on from that, it does seem that the decline in terms of the player base, or at least on PC anyway, has come to a very steady halt. As right now, even though there's nothing to do inside of the game, and realistically you're rinsing and repeating the same stuff, and if you like the PvP area, well then that's where you're going to primarily reside in. There is a steady core player base of around 40,000 people over on Steam, maybe the same on consoles as well, so you're probably looking at just under 100,000 total players in any one 24-hour period. I think that they've actually done really well with that, all things considered. They've made some really poor choices over at Embark Studios, and I think that they're going to continue to make some poor choices. So this number will probably continue to decline very, very soon. But as of right now, at least, we seem like we are sat at a steady medium, which I'm glad for. I just hope that Embark can actually turn this around. And finally, we have got your top comments from the previous video, where we went over the anti-cheat, the new skin crossover, and the ABMM issues that actually happened around 4 days ago. This was a very big one, so I'm kind of glad that you guys put in the comment section on this, as I was freshly surprised to see your opinions. This first one right here coming from Brett states, my life feels like PvP, so I'd appreciate some PvE at home. Yeah, I do understand that massively. In a life where the world is absolutely crazy and chaos is everywhere, when you put on those headphones and pick up that controller, you just kind of want to be able to switch off in a world that you just don't recognize. So it would be nice, 100%. Give me that PvE mode, man. It seems like I'm not the only one thinking it either. But this person right here from the YouTube called Mike Young states, I'm 61 years old and I've been playing games since Pong. I love this game, but I can't find Ark, loot and fight other players at the same time. I can PvP if that's only what I'm going to be doing. If the devs split the game to PvP and PvE, I would play both as separate modes. Now I have heard this quite a lot just recently. Basically what they're saying is if the servers are running the way that they're running, and you've got the PvE area and the PvP area, why wouldn't there be a PvP or a PvE mode? Because realistically, it shouldn't really affect it anyway. If you've got a really, really strong scoring into PvE, well, you'll be in PvE lobbies regardless. I know that the edge needs to be there. You need to feel like you could lose everything at any given moment, but if we had like a loot reduction or at least a times modifier in loot for those PvP lobbies, then I think that it would just be worth it. And this final one right here, coming in from AOM, states, it just shows how much of a PvE mode is needed so the PvP can rat and shoot themselves on their heart's content. Now, I do agree. I think at the moment the game's in a weird spot, and I do think that a PvE mode would fix a lot, or at least bring a lot of people back. I'm not going to lie, I genuinely believe that that's the case. I personally don't care too much, but I know that you guys definitely do.
Grid's still
Nonetheless,
dark.
unfortunately,
Those
we've got time
sensors
for
won't
today.
turn
We'll be back
themselves
tomorrow
on.
because we've got loads of content coming your way.
Have
Thanks
you
again for
checked out
watching.
that
Like,
bolt?
subscribe.
And be
and I'll
careful
see you in class.
whenever
You know, when I was young, we'd bang pipes, set off car alarms.
An ESR analyzer.
People sheltered in those camps back then. Used the outposts to send messages.
Surveyors are full of rare art.
So today, I would like to ruin all of your days as my day has been ruined, because we are going to be talking about the Illuminate cultists. So now, if you have not seen the interview, I'm going to put a clip of it right now in the video and give myself a little pause.
Behind the scenes a little bit. We remade basically the entire Illuminate faction maybe half a year before we released it, which is very close to release. Yeah, we were doing something like we had a great team working on the Illuminates, and we had gotten quite far into production. Well, very far into production with missions and enemies and behavior and all that stuff. And
Yes,
we realized very late that this just doesn't hold. Like it's not strong enough. The fantasy is not strong enough. You know, basically, like in our game, the biggest source of inspiration for us when we make new updates is like movies and TV series from the 80s and 90s. That's basically it. And we like to rely on very strong fantasies, strong tropes from that era, basically. And one of those, as you know, like with Starship Troopers for the bugs. If you've seen this movie, you feel like you're playing that movie basically when you're playing against the bugs. And we try to have that strong fantasy. We try to have that for everything. It should always be obvious what you're doing. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be like we're trying to do too many things at the same time. It needs to be pure. It needs to be very easy to understand. And the Illuminati just wasn't that. So we said, okay, we really need to do something good here, because we weren't used to live service yet. We hadn't proven ourselves, I think, on the world stage as a live service game. And we said, okay, Illuminati, they need to be the thing. They need to be the thing that blows everyone away, and that can be the first real step towards being a very successful game in this live service world. So we said that this isn't it, so we're going to redo it. And what we did was we shifted focus a lot to like invasion movies. We've all seen this like alien invasion movies where like, the aliens are invading, and there's a bunch of these movies, there's a bunch of TV series, there's a bunch of these books as well. So it's quite a strong fantasy with this just whole alien invasion fantasy. And we shifted to that completely, and we also introduced the Voteless. Voteless is like a dark mirror for Super Earth. There's like these brainwashed zombies just blindingly following orders, and they're like just meat in the meat grinder in this big war machine that the Illuminati are doing. And we're like, we would never do that, Super Earth. But of course, it's just basically Helldivers, this is just a dark mirror. And that was a fun thing, because then we could also get this like horde zombie fantasy thing. So we basically did an alien invasion fantasy mashed up with this horde fantasy. And we said, okay, this is strong enough. So we're just going to shift gear and we're just going to do that. So we asked that of the team, basically apologizing at the same time, like, we're so very sorry, but do you think we need to do this? Otherwise it won't work. And they ran with it. They understood it, and they did it. And it was very tight to get that done for release. And then we released it. And we also had the FRV, like the vehicle at that point. And it turned out well, but it was like a Hail Mary. It's like, okay, here goes nothing.
There we go. So if you saw that and just felt rage boiling up within your veins, you feel pretty similarly to how I feel after finding out this information. In short, if you didn't watch the whole clip, pretty much the squids were completed. There was a whole squid faction with the cultists that have been leaked over and over and over and over again, who seemed really close to completion. Like, people could play against them if they spawned the enemies, and they were mostly functional. And at the last minute, somebody at Arrowhead said, you know what, this doesn't fit our 80s, 90s LARP vision. We can't LARP with these enemies. Like, they may look cool, they may be fun, they may be great, but there's no LARP, and that's the only thing we care about. So they scrapped everything, which, by the way, if I was one of the people that spent probably years of my life working on these enemies, and somebody came up and told me, okay, I want to LARP something else, so actually throw all your work in the trash and start over, and also finish it in 5 minutes, because that's when we're shipping the Illuminate. My every single vein in my brain would explode at the same time. They would have to name a new type of stroke after me if somebody pulled that shit when I had been working on the Squid Cultists. And if you haven't seen the Squid Cultists, I recommend you go and look up the leaks, because they're not really leaks anymore since it's scrapped content, so it's no spoilers for anything, since they will most likely never be added to the game. They look so much fucking cooler than what we have today. They look so much more interesting and so much stronger, like much more cohesive identity, instead of the weird like invasion LARP he's talking about, which honestly the only thing that really gives me the invasion vibes are harvesters, which, you know, I think already existed in the original cultist lineup, or honestly could have just been added onto it and been fine, and the teleportation ships, which also were not, you know, mutually exclusive with the cultists in the slightest. The only thing that was really added was the zombie horde faction, because, you know, there's just not enough good zombie co-op shooter games out there right now. Helldivers 2 needed zombies. It's not like you can go play fucking Darktide or play Left 4 Dead and have a great zombie shooter which does zombies way better. No, we have to have the zombie LARP in Helldivers 2 as well. So, unfortunately, we are now stuck with the modern version, or the Great Host version of the Squid, I've seen people call them. And, okay, right, the original vision didn't work out. Sometimes you gotta can things at the end of development. Okay, if you really have a solid idea for what to do after that, that's fine. But it's been a year and a half since the Squids have been released. It's been over a year, I'm pretty sure, at this point. No, it's been almost 2 years since the Squids have been released, and a year and a half since the last new Squid unit was added to the main roster. I'm ignoring the Appropriators, because they're a sub-faction, and also the Appropriators are cool, so I do like them. So that was a plus for the Squids, that was a W. But in terms of the base faction roster, they have pretty much not changed at all. Which is fucking crazy to me, that you would take a full faction, scrap it at the last minute, shit out some random crap based on 80s, 90s LARP, and then just do nothing with it for 2 years. If you pivoted and actually finished this faction, scrapping the cultists would just be like, oh, like, what a shame, like, what could have been, these guys are pretty cool, but hey, at least we have a full faction. But scrapping a full faction and replacing it with a third of a faction that everybody hates, very few people actually like playing the Squids, and then just doing nothing with it for 2 years, it might be the most Arrowhead thing ever fucking done. And at this point, it seems like really, at least there are some people in the studio just straight up trying to sabotage Helldivers 2. I have no other rational explanation for this kind of behavior. It is so illogical and irrational and stupid and self-destructive that I cannot even blame incompetence anymore. I mean, maybe it still is incompetence, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but this is the type of shit I would do if I was intentionally trying to sabotage a studio and get away with it, is scrapping things like that. Even, I mean, if I was trying to get away with it, I wouldn't even do it like that, obviously, but who knows at this point. Maybe it is incompetence. But anyway, we're gonna play a normal Squid mission, quote unquote, just to show off how fun this faction is. And they're in such a great spot right now. I'm so glad the game is spamming flesh maps again. I'm definitely gonna put assault warning in the title of this one, because if you couldn't tell, I'm pretty mad about the recent developments. But regardless, let's go over the build. The build's not the focus of the video, so I'll be quick. Eruptor, this is for shields, this is for flesh mobs, and this is for landed ships. Extra padding, medium armor, this is just to survive a bit more. Warrant, this is to snipe flying overseers and snitches. Arc grenades, just a fun pick. I don't really need demo force, and these guys aren't bad at clearing out groups of chaff. They're a little unreliable, which is making me have second thoughts. But I'm gonna regret running them. But we're gonna be bringing arc grenades. I'm gonna be bringing the gun dog. This guy's fantastic against overseers, pretty good against boatless as well. The laser cannon to deal with boatless harvesters and stingrays, and it's also good against overseers. It's good against everything except flesh mobs, really. I'm going to be bringing the 500 kg just as a panic button, and also to clear out outposts, and the Tesla tower to draw aggro away from me and to just allow me to do objectives while it clears out the boatless and the overseers and all the small enemies. Fortunately, it dies pretty quickly to harvesters, but what can you do? And finally, vitality enhancement to have a little bit more health. Quite useful. But anyway, that's it for the build. So as always, please remember to take a sip of water because it helps you out a lot, and please remember to like and subscribe because it helps me out a lot. Okay, so let us get set up and start clearing out this mission. So the post-appropriator squids, in case you don't know, which a lot of people I think don't actually, they haven't realized it because nobody plays the 80s, 90s invasion LARP faction that the cultists were canned for. They got really heavily buffed, their spawn rates did at least, when the appropriators dropped. Like actually, I think, honestly sometimes it feels like close to quadruple the amount of enemies in terms of overseers and flesh mobs at the very least. And significantly more harvesters as well, with less of boatless, which is kind of interesting that they're moving away from the zombie horde fantasy, as they called it, because people just don't like it. I think that might be the end goal with Mindless Masses, is to just quarantine the current version of the squids into Mindless Masses, which is why no new units are in it, and then hopefully bring back the cultists, or at least something else that isn't the Great Host version of the already losing my voice, goddamn. The Great Host version of the squids. But, you know, that is gigacopium. That might... It's honestly... I would not hold my breath out, or hold my breath for that happening. It'd be pretty sick, because, again, I do think the base squid roster is pretty fucking bad. They're definitely not... I definitely don't hate them as much as most people do, I think. But in terms of design... I think they are the worst designed faction by quite a bit. Because they're not even really a full faction. They're just like a fragment of a faction. The only enemies I really like on the squid front are the appropriators and the harvesters and stingrays. So overseers, flesh mobs, footless, all that stuff I'm not crazy about. And I think a lot of people do share that sentiment. Which is probably why this faction consistently has the worst play rates out of all the other factions by a lot. Like, there's always a fraction of the amount of people playing squids as there are bots or squids, no matter the MO. Even if it's a squid MO, people don't even really show up to play squids all that often. So again, would be ripping my hair out if I was one of the people that worked on the cultists and had my work trashed just for... Ooh, that's bad. Please lace him faster, thank you. So I did not handle this the best, because I'm still too busy yapping. But that's fine. I always, like, snipe every single snitch before letting the squids come in. Which, maybe I shouldn't do, because that does make the missions a little too easy. But at the same time, the squids are very easy right up until the second they're not. It's how I view them. So I don't know, when you're solo, I definitely think sniping all the snitches is very important. When in teams, you can get away with letting a lot more of them pass. But it's not like the squids don't spawn plenty enough enemies from patrols. That is the main way they deliver enemies. Okay, not the best aim on my part. Could probably finish them off with laser cannon, but I had already committed to the Eruptor path at that point. Okay. Yeah, see, I do regret not bringing thermites or gas grenades to deal with all these flesh mobs. Because there's just so many of them. And
Why
even though I
would you
have
need so much?
arguably the best anti-flesh mob primary in the game, the variable actually does give the Eruptor a little bit of competition in that field of being the best anti-flesh mob weapon in the game. At least I think. It's just a little bit awkward to use and build around, and also worse against every other target compared to the Eruptor. But against flesh mobs specifically, it is pretty dang good. It does take them out quite fast. Okay, I think I'm gonna need to start spamming these arc grenades, and hopefully I'm not gonna end up regretting them immediately. Though again, like you see, the flesh mob numbers have just been cranked up insane. So there's just so fucking many of these guys these days, especially if you miss your shots and clear them out way too slowly. Because right now I really cannot afford to be missing any Eruptor shots. My ammo is decently low, and there's a lot of targets around and about causing me problems. Thank you for taking out his shield. That was very nice of you. It saves me a shot. And as long as I take out his eye before the beam sweeps back on me, I'll be fine. But you can see, like, the amount of overseers that the game spawns these days is pretty fucking crazy. Okay, goodbye. At least it won't be getting in my way, but that could have just instantly killed me. I guess I got lucky on that front. But the amount of overseers the game spawns is psychotic these days. It's just packs of like a dozen overseers, and this is just not an enemy that can be spammed at all, I don't think. And the reason it's spammed is because Arrowhead like can't tolerate having a faction be not hardcore.
Because you're playing difficulty 10
for quite a while.
From what I think.
Even if, man, I'm terrible with the Eruptor. I barely ever use it these days. Arrowhead cannot tolerate a faction not being hardcore, and I think the Squids were like the easiest faction by a lot for quite a while. Even nobody knew how to fight them, so I think people thought they were harder than they actually are. But in terms of just like raw difficulty, I think it's no discussion. This was an easy faction. But the problem is that, of course, overseers and flesh mobs are enemies that really do not work well at all when spammed. Like, they were definitely designed to be a once every so often type of enemy, with the bulk of the forces being footless. And that just has not been able to carry the Squids for 2 fucking years. Close to 2 years at this point. So Arrowhead's needed to pivot and just use overseers as like the bulk of the Squid wars, along with flesh mobs. And that just leads to a miserable experience, honestly. I do not like the Squids these days at all. I kind of like them when they were easier because I'm a scrub. No, because they had more room for off-meta weapons to shine. Like, there was a moment in time, a beautiful moment in time, where I think the Eruptor the Suppressor and the Liberator Carbine were just like extremely powerful, viable weapons on this front, even for solo players. And now it's just like, yeah, they're still good, and yeah, you can still use them and have a good time and contribute, but sometimes the game's just gonna send like a dozen shield overseers at you, and you're just gonna have to sit there and prone and shoot one in the leg, and then shoot one in the leg, and then shoot one in the leg, and that just takes so long. It's just not worth it when you could, you know, just smack dump them with plasma or explosive. So the last refuge of off-meta weapons was a sacrifice on the altar of challenge, difficulty, whatever the fuck Arrowhead wants to call it these days. Unfortunate. But I do think that being easy was not like a good place for the faction either. Like, they did need a little bit of challenge, but I think that should have come from newer enemies instead of just spamming more of the same old ones. But that would be too much dev time, and I feel like the Illuminate team all fucking resigned as soon as they were told, yeah, all your work, we're throwing it in the trash. Honestly, I said that as a joke, but that would kind of... I think that would kind of explain some things, wouldn't it? Everybody that worked on the Illuminate just quit. So that's why they have to fucking outsource... Okay. Okay, tinfoil hat theory actually might be tracking right now. Because flesh mobs, pretty much everything that the squids have had recently, or I don't know about the appropriate years actually, but everything for Super, like Leviathans, flesh mobs, stingrays, I think all of those things were outsourced. So really, I wouldn't be that surprised if the team that was working on the squids just straight up, like, straight up quit after having all their work, you know, trash binned. Which, again, I do not blame them at all. I think that was absolutely a very, very justifiable decision. And I would have at least considered doing the same, if not actually done it myself in their shoes. So that would also be another reason, or another way to explain why the squids have just been a fucking wet fart of a faction for so goddamn long. Really, it's still always going to be crazy to me that we've had a bug title update and a bot title update before, like, the third faction in the game is even remotely finished. Like, it would have been my priority to get this faction to a functional state ASAP. Or not functional, but fully fleshed out state ASAP after they released. Like, before Into the Unjust, before Machinery of Oppression. Just, like, focused immediately on more squid units and a full roster, and more missions especially, would be really, really nice. Okay. Maybe we should play the count how many flesh mobs I kill game again, but I always think about that too late. If I were smart, I would say that right at the start of the video. Okay, take out his eye and just keep moving. Please die, thank you. If you're good, it only takes about half of a laser cannon heatsink to take out a harvester, but that does require, like, hitting him in the eye pretty much the entire duration you're shooting, which is easier said than done when you're also getting run down by a bunch of squids. Okay, our resources are doing great right now, just because this is a colony map, and we are able to scavenge. Plus, we have the laser cannon, which has a infinite ammo economy, as long as you don't, you know, overdo it with the heatsink. It's pretty easy to avoid, and honestly, it's one of my beasts with the laser cannon. I kind of wish reloading the heatsink was an active decision you could make, or that was a good idea to make in some scenarios, instead of just being a punishment if you mismanage your heat. I think that would make for a more interesting weapon. Because right now the stationary reload is just, it's so slow, and it's just like, yeah, if you have to do it, that means you did something wrong, which is a shame. I always like giving agency and more options in decision making throughout gameplay. I think that's all things this kind of game should really aspire for. Hey Samuel, are you gonna lock in? Yes, you are. Is that gonna be a problem? Nah, we're fine. Samuel is much, much better against stingrays than he used to be. I mean, he couldn't hit them at all before. It was like a crazy fluke if he managed to hit one. And now he seems decently reliable at doing it. Okay, laser cannon is helping out a lot. So this is a dark fucking planet. I do not mind though. The moon biome is just so nice to play on. No bullshit fog, no annoying effects. It's cold, so laser weapons are even better. Overall, just everything about the moon biome is just so good. The terrain is like still varied and decently interesting, but not too closed in either. Not my favorite biome in the game because I think it's a little dull to look at. I do like the Crimsica one better. But in terms of like raw gameplay experience, yeah, I think this is handily the best one. Okay, combination of laser cannon plus gun dog really shreds Footless quite well. But see, I feel like there's just not even that many Voltless these days on the squids. Even on Mindless Masses, there's just not that many. It's mostly Overseers. Like, I'm sure I've killed more Voltless than I have Flesh Mobs and Overseers, probably. kind of crazy if I didn't. But at the same time, it's like the zombie horde fantasy, I feel like they just don't give a shit about it anymore. Either that or something was like, it's always, you never know with Arrowhead. It's like, did they break something by accident or did they break something on purpose when it comes to the voteless spawn raids? You just never know. Okay, see, patrol, it's all fucking overseers, not a single voteless. God, like, patrols of, like, I think 6, legitimately 6 overseers like that just didn't used to happen before. Oh, man. Crescent overseers, my beloved. At least it seems like no harvesters spawned over there, so the Tesla Tower is just gonna clean everybody up nice and easy. I'll throw a couple arc grenades to help them out. Overall, I'd say the squids are still pretty easy. Maybe still the easiest faction, but they just have a much stricter meta now. You really need to have at least 1 or 2 people on your team that is just like capable of putting down like 5 flesh mobs in a very short time span. Ideally everybody on your team, because if that one person can't put down those flesh mobs fast enough, then you just spent the whole mission running away from flesh mobs. So, you know, run diving, etc, etc. I made my opinions clear on run diving at this point. Easily the worst thing for the game's balance and health is how powerful run diving is. And the fact that Arrowhead seems to want people to actively run dive instead of fight breaches and fight enemies. Everything about the game's design just screams like, don't engage with the main content, just run away, do the objective.
Yeah, sadly,
And,
that's it.
Hopefully, I mean, maybe I should have no copium about them changing their minds about that, because I don't think that's going to go away anytime soon. I'll just keep, really, it's like, it is possible to fight every enemy, but you just have to bring, like, you have to pay a meta tax. And the meta is still pretty fucking narrow, though it's better, I think, than it used to be. I mean, like, balance is still in just an objectively terrible state, and yes, I'm going to use the objective word, which so many people are so scared of. But no, it is an objective fact that so many things in this game have the same purpose and the same role, but some are just way better at doing it than others. Which I think, to me, is, like, what objectively bad balance means. Like, there's a very little reason to use some of the things in the game. Like, you know, even the Epoch, I think, has very little reason to be used over the Quasar or Eats or the Spear over the Recoilless. Though even those are, like, the most egregious examples. I think most egregious example would be something like comparing the sterilizer to the flamethrower or something like that. Okay, please don't zap me or my guard dog. That'd be quite nice. But since we placed that guy in cover, the harvesters cannot reach him, thankfully. And that means he has survived pretty long. This is a really bad position. But he took out the snitch, which is really, really good. And it seems like the harvester has been aggroed onto that guy this whole time. Yeah, the Tesla Tower is so fucking good. It is such a useful and powerful sentry. In my opinion, it is like easily the best sentry. No, I think it might be the best sentry. If you're solo and if your team actually knows how to avoid the beams, or not the beams, the arcs. Like, it's very easy to not get team killed by a Tesla Tower. Like, any sort of situational awareness and you will be fine. It's just most randos have no situational awareness at all. Okay, somehow every other ship was destroyed there. Not sure by what. I'm guessing the meteors. So that made my life pretty easy. But I could have just used the 500 kgs and not had too hard of a time, I think, anyway. But that's fine. There's no reason to sit and fight those harvesters. 2 of them in a pretty open area like that is kind of scary. Laser cannon is really good against 1 harvester. It is not nearly as good against 2 harvesters, unfortunately. Okay. I really wish I had any other grenade. Because a gas grenade right there would have done a lot of work for me. Or an incendiary grenade, honestly. Did I hear a stingray? I think I might have. I am definitely going to be surprised before I head in and do anything with that. And I think... Am I heading back this way? I might be. Oh, but if I place a Tesla tower right there, the harvester's going to aggro onto it and then probably won't shoot me. At least not until I'm done with this particular objective. Nope, he is... I think now he sniffed it out mid-laser and he stopped shooting, so I might have died if I hadn't thrown that Tesla tower. Okay, Gundog, can you deal with this guy? Seems like I could deal with him before you could. I think Samuel's too far away to hit you, which is fine. I can just laze you. Stingrays are pretty easy to deal with when they're the only thing you really have to pay attention. If a bunch of other enemies are shooting at you actively, then that's when Stingrays become scary. Or if they don't telegraph properly on the ground right there. Maybe it didn't, I just didn't see it. I don't want to be unfair. Okay, I'd like to run back and get more stems. Arc grenade, arc grenade. You know, the Melta mines in the 40k war bomb, I actually be pretty good against the squid specifically, depending how efficient they are against... Oh, I am going to go this way after all. It's unfortunate. If I put the Gundog away and I just skirt the corner, I'll be fine. Oh, hello. Don't mind me, really. He got the Tesla tower, which is unfortunate. But what can you do, aside from get revenge for my boy? Here we go. The 500 kg has almost enough damage to take out a harvester by itself when the shield is down. So it pairs pretty nicely with the laser cannon, which does damage to the main HP pool very reliably. I couldn't stop both of them. That is fine though, because I can probably just 500 kg this guy. And go home quickly thereafter. Am I gonna greed for the box? Yeah, there's a legendary Warbomb coming. I don't got a choice. And nothing. Oh, the life of a non-partner. Alright, let's keep running. If I sneak my way through here... That looks like something. That could be a sea artillery. Yeah, I think I see the barrel. That might just be a mountain in the background, but... It's definitely something. It's not nothing. It seems to be nothing. Okay, I have been fooled once again. Well, maybe the objective is, like, in the city. No, I walked past that area. No, it's just an antenna. Okay. Just a decorative antenna. That is fine. So main objective, and then we can leave. I was not paying attention if we had a kill Overseer's objective. So I feel like I'm gonna be missing. Nah, that's it. That's the last Sief artillery site. That's gonna suck ass to do. I'll try it, but honestly, who cares about 100% angle at this point? I'm not really showcasing a build off anyway. This is more so just an excuse to be angry. to share my anger, I suppose, about the cultists. Because this current Illuminate version is just not edgy. It really isn't. The timeline in which the cultists had not been scrapped, I think, is a timeline in which Helldivers 2 probably had, like, 10,000 more players per average daily, at least, if not more. I don't know, maybe the cultists also aren't fun to fight, but at the same time, at least they look way fucking cooler than the Great Host. Like, flesh mobs are like, kinda, I don't know. I mean, body horror is a pretty strong trope, but I feel like flesh mobs kinda don't really have that going on. Like, they're not nearly gross enough, you know? Like, they're a little scary if you look at them, but in gameplay, they just look like big idiots flailing around, which is, not really all that visually interesting, if you ask me. Definitely not as fucking interesting as, like, Space Wizard using whips of lightning and summoning undead. Way fucking cooler than big guy who's shaped like a blob and slaps you. Or little guy who is mildly blob shaped and also slaps you, but there's a lot of them and they run fast. Or tall guy, but he has a stick and he hits you with it. You know, these are not really that inspired, if you ask me. Man, to be a fly on the wall in that encounter when they were like, yeah, actually this really cool faction, we gotta fucking scrap it. Though again, that would be another instance where they would have to invent a new type of... They would have to name a new type of stroke after me. Although I suppose, I'm not sure if flies can't get strokes, so I could survive just by virtue of being the fly on the wall. Oh, that's kind of bad, but we do have extra padding. It does let you survive a mere fraction of a second against a harvester beam, but sometimes that is all you need. Harvesters, like, are a cool enemy, but I still don't love them. They have too much RNG with their attack. Like, sometimes they will just lock in and hit you super accurately, and that will just insta-kill you. And other times they're gonna just draw circles around you, like it's the fucking... that one scene from Pulp Fiction. I feel like a lot of squid enemies do that, actually. The elevated overseers also do that. The same with the crescent overseers. I guess the bots also do that, but it feels more natural on the bots because they have like just a higher volume of fire. So it's like, yeah, it makes sense visually. Like, it registers in my brain that somebody's gonna hit me eventually because there's so many people shooting at me. Compared to the squids, there's just not nearly as many enemies. Okay, that is annoying. I still think... Oh, we're done. Okay, never mind. That is not annoying. Oh, I actually could not give less of a shit. Okay, we can try the Siege Artillery objective. No promises, though. But we can try it. Man. This is the first new mission the squids have gotten in, well, again, excluding the appropriators, because I don't really count sub-factions in that equation. Sub-factions are like their own thing, if you ask me. You can't really count them as part of the... when you're considering the base faction. Okay. Otherwise, the bugs would be even worse trash than I think they are. No, the bugs are actually the faction I enjoy the most these days. For all the wrong reasons, really. God damn, Samuel. Holy, that was a good shot. The reason I enjoy the bugs more than the other factions is because I don't enjoy the bots anymore, because it's just too much ragdoll, and the squids just have too many flush mobs again. So meanwhile the bugs received a bunch of bug fixes to like chargers and alpha commanders and bile titans, which really have alleviated a lot of the pain on that front. I still don't really like the way the bugs are designed, but they have a lot less frustration than the other factions, I think, at this point. They still have quite a few frustrating elements, like impalers, spore chargers, anyway. Rupture strain is still abysmal dog shit. The spore burst strain is still abysmal dog shit. Predator strain, I love you though. Can't do any wrong in my eyes. Aside from that one hunter combo bug where they insta kill you, that thing's pretty annoying. But otherwise, I like the Predator strain quite a bit. And definitely the I think the most interesting sub-faction, aside from maybe the appropriators. But it's hard to tell if the appropriators are actually just that interesting, or the bar for the squids is just in hell. So by comparison, you're like, holy shit, the appropriators are so fun compared to the normal squids, and I really, I think, boosts up their ranking in the eyes of a lot of people subconsciously. Probably does for me. Okay. Tesla Tower, hopefully, is going to be capable of buying me a lot of time. I don't give a shit what goes in here, really. I mean, I got a mini nuke, that's fine. Can't complain about that, even though I don't really have a good use for it anymore. But really, I'm just trying to get this complete ASAP. And it's a pretty mediocre roster overall. This is one of the smaller objectives. Oh, is there a second game? Where's explosive? Nah, smoke. It's even worse. But I'm a man of my word. I said I don't give a shit what goes in here. I truly don't. Okay. Nope. Well, that's fine. I did not mean to load the smoke first. But I pretty much doubt I'm going to reach the smoke at all before we extract that lace. Because it seems like near the edge of the map extract, which is actually the only thing that has let me complete this objective, is that we're close to the edge of the map and no enemies are spawning. Because the enemy spawn system is kind of fucked up. Very unintuitive. I do think, ooh, there's another side objective. Okay. I almost missed two. That was one of my big things in the mission design rework. I really think this game would get so much mileage from a better spawn system for the enemies, especially when it comes to reinforcements and patrols. That would make such a big difference. I think in just like the moment-to-moment enjoyability of the missions. I always hated how the mission like starts off easy and only gets hard like towards the end when you've already done the mission. That always seemed ass backwards to me. Okay. You are definitely one, so that fire application should honestly just kill you, yeah. Sometimes the eruptor can two-shot them if it hits enough heads with a shrapnel, but if it doesn't two-shot them, then they're usually very, very low. And you can just finish them off with whatever you have on hand. Laser cannon is not a bad option, just because just tap them once with the laser, they're on fire, and that's going to do quite a bit of damage. I guess the laser cannon isn't bad against flesh mobs, it's just not good enough, is the way I would define it. Like, if you have one flesh mob, or if you want to finish off a weakened flesh mob, like, it'll be fine. But if you place 5 flesh mobs in front of me, and all I have is a laser cannon, I'm gonna have a bad time. I mean, you can kite them forever with the laser and then just keep applying fire onto them, and that works, but it's just not very fun. For me, at least. Maybe, you know, if you enjoy that, you enjoy that. Okay. You're just trying to intimidate me, but it's not working. Stingray. Okay, it might be working. Oof. No, I'm okay. Get the fuck out of the way, gun dog. What are you doing? He ate up like half my laser. Yeah, look, he's sparking because I hit him a bunch. Okay, unfortunately for you, I now have infinite range on my light. Question the physics of that a little bit, but it's space magic, alien tech, whatever. Otherwise, we seem to be pretty much done, and with a little bit of time to spare. Okay, yeah, I still think the squids are the easiest faction. It's just now they're more annoying than they used to be. I don't know. I would obviously rather like a fun, challenging game over an easy game, but if Arrowhead can't pull off a fun, challenging game, I would rather a fun, easy game than a hard, annoying game anytime, any day of the week. Either that, or they need to copy what Dark Tide did and like make a Havoc mode. which is just like, okay, if you really want the game to be hard and bullshit and unfair, like, here's your mode. We don't really care that much about balancing it. Just go play it and stop, you know, complaining about everything being too easy. I think if I ever develop a co-op horde shooter in this style, which I would like to at some point. I do have game dev aspirations. Completely unrealized, probably for the foreseeable future, unfortunately, but if I ever do get the chance, I would absolutely just create a bullshit difficulty mode just so people wouldn't shut up. It's being too easy. I could just balance the game how I want. Maybe that'd be too vindictive. I don't know. This is already coming from somebody who is, like, pretty much as sweaty of a Helldivers 2 player as you can get. Okay, I definitely would rather the game be hard and fun. So I am out here doing all the stupidest bullshit, like rapid acquisition solos. That took me so long to do, but you know what? It was worth it. I had a good time. Okay, we should be almost done. Oh, the Appropriator solo was also pretty fucking crazy, I'm not gonna lie. That was like legitimately
No, thanks.
comparably difficult to Rapid Acquisition solo. That one Appropriator's defense mission. He was spawned to so many fucking mags. I just had the same initial reaction of being like, oh yeah, I think this might legitimately be impossible. Okay, it made horrible use of the arc grenades, but they're so fucking unreliable. I don't want to use them because I'm always scared they're gonna bounce to somewhere where I won't be able to avoid them. I mean, I guess I could wear arc resist armor, but losing out on a bunch of armor just to be able to use this grenade, which is worse than gas and incendiary grenades anyway, is arrowhead balance, to put it lightly. Nah, you're not doing that today. Not today, not here. Neither are you, if I can say anything about that. I can just spam arc grenades. If you're far enough away from the arc grenades, reasonably safe. Yeah, I was right. I had not bolted the eruptor. Did they ever fix the arc grenade kill counter? That was one of the reasons I didn't use them too much. Because that not working made it hard to tell if they were actually fucking doing anything at all or not. Now it's possible it's broken the other way and it counts too many kills, like a lot of other arc weapons do. But anyway, that's it for the mission. So, yeah, I fucking sure hope we cultists get unscrapped and then the great host Illuminate right now just becomes mindless masses, because who likes overseers? Who likes them? Staff overseers are, I think, a horribly designed enemy, because they have no real identity or no real weakness. They're good at range, they're tanky, they can stun lock you, they got a special shield counter. They just kind of do everything, which they kind of have to because that's how few units there are. Elevated overseers are just fucking a nuisance, because they're annoying mosquitoes that can one-shot you sometimes with enough headshots. Crescent overseers are just the most fucking annoying enemy ever, who's just constantly spamming flashing lights into your eye and it's taxing your stims every 2 seconds. And then flesh mobs also, so like every enemy in the squid roster is just not that good right now, which just continuously reinforces my belief that somebody or multiple people at Arrowhead is just actively sabotaging the game. Because saying the LARP isn't strong enough with this faction, we need to shit something else out last minute, and then just delivering this and then leaving it as it is for 2 years, it's just not serious, man. I don't know. This is the state the squids are in, like, has been unacceptable for a while.
Welcome
I think.
to my channel.
And the cultist revelation has just made that even worse. Or the interview revealing how the cultists were scrapped has made that even worse. It's fucking brutal, man. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. I will see you all in the next one.
In the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sobie ma karantin, moram brzo da te zaboravim. Se u mom životu bar, desiš neka lepa stvar. Osoba je moj karantin, moram brzo da te zaboravim. U mom životu bar, desiš neka lepa stvar. Spirit nails. Sevdiğini tender buymuş. It's crap. Hello. Jesus, no. No! No, it fucking works.
Given the right situation, the right story, anyone can be shaped into Snake.
Here. That's your name as of today. Best change your face, too. For this one, he'll take your place. From here on, he's Snake. He believes it, too. My very own Phantom.
To truly understand Metal Gear Solid V, you have to start with a book about lies, manipulation, control, and what happens to the truth when a totalitarian regime takes hold of it. That book is George Orwell's 1984, a masterpiece and Hideo Kojima's primary inspiration for MGS-V. In a nutshell, 1984 takes place in London sometime in a dystopian future. Great Britain is now part of Oceania, a superstate stretching across the American and Australian continents and parts of Africa. The British population is ruled by Ingsosh, also known as the Party, an authoritarian regime led by its leader and dictator, Big Brother. He is the face of the party, a symbol of absolute power, and is supported by unrelenting propaganda. Through its Ministry of Truth and Thought Police, the party monitors and controls everything, manipulating and rewriting the past, the present, the future, memory, and reality. Freedom of speech no longer exists, behavior is closely monitored, and every citizen must not only worship Big Brother, but also think and act accordingly. It is in this world that Winston Smith, an employee of the Ministry of Truth, whose job is to falsify documents and rewrite history as dictated by the party, attempts to resist the control of Ingsosh. Believing he has found a resistance group that shares his ideas, Winston is arrested by the Thought Police and taken to a room called Room 101, where his treatment begins. Faced with his worst fears, tortured and mentally broken by a party agent named O'Brien, Winston is brainwashed and eventually accepts the lies dictated by the Ministry of Love. He eventually believes in Big Brother and loves him dearly. Winston is then released and can now walk towards the freedom and reality that the party has created for him. As you have seen, in 1984, reality is not something objective. It is an unstable concept that is never fixed and is constantly being rewritten. And in order to force this reality upon its people, the party constantly brainwashes everyone by manipulating the truth through control, censorship, and the rewriting of the information that is disseminated. Ingsosh does not only want to subjugate its population and crush any form of resistance. The regime creates a world where inconsistencies and contradictions are normalized and seeks to make people love lies and accept the reality it has created. This is how the party invented contradictory ideas such as war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength. In other words, the key concept to take away from 1984 is that lies are truth. And that is exactly the setting MGS-V portrays. In this game, Hideo Kojima uses words and language not only as a deadly weapon, but also as a tool to control his audience, to control us, the players. This is what he tells us at the beginning of the Phantom Pain and throughout the game.
So the Major sought a system that used information, words, to control the subconscious.
His altered state of consciousness has helped us implant powerful suggestions through induced hypnagogia.
Words can kill.
Metal Gear Solid V is much more than just a game. It's a brainwashing experience in which the truth, or rather, the lie, is something you're only given once you've been subdued. The game doesn't tell a story, it shows how a story is fabricated, imposed, and accepted by the player. As Ocelot says, to understand MGS-V, you have to use doublethink.
In a world, it's doublethink. In this year, 2 + 2 = 5.
Seamlessly integrated into the game's narrative, Kojima's use of the single take throughout MGS-V is much more than just an aesthetic choice. In an effort to bind the player to their virtual persona Venom Snake, the game designer has literally given life to the game's camera. Thus, Venom isn't just a protagonist, he is both the actor and the viewer of the MGS-V experience through us, the players who get to control him. It's no coincidence that the game is shot in a single take and that the camera seems alive and moves like a human. The camera is Venom's Venom Snake, it is his eyes, and we, the players, experience MGSV through his eyes because we are one with him.
Yeah, took some shrapnel. To the head.
Sniper, where?
For instance, here the camera takes cover to protect itself from Quiet's gunfire. There, it is standing between Venom and Skullface and is trying to hide to avoid being spotted.
Ingen må signet og bannetot. Nå går I bek, Jebban.
And finally, here, after falling into a ravine, the camera takes 3 tries to get out of the water. Then grunts and catches its breath as it gets up and joins Ocelot and Venom. As a matter of fact, Venom can also be heard grunting in pain as he watches the bomb being removed from Paz's belly in Ground Zeroes.
Keeper got in.
As you've heard, that is indeed Venom's voice coming from the camera in those moments. There's no doubt now that the camera is actually Venom Snake, meaning us, the players. And as you'll see, all of us are part of the MGSV simulation.
Field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first?
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
Now that we know every MGSV player experiences the game through Venom Snake's eyes, as depicted by the game's camera, it's essential to understand who is behind all of this. Drawing a parallel with 1984 reveals the answer. Just as in George Orwell's novel, the party manipulates its entire population by controlling information and brainwashing its citizens, it becomes clear that in MGSV, Cypher is a reflection of Ingzosh. As a result, the players represent the population controlled by the Patriots. Each player through Venom Snake is the equivalent of Winston Smith, and the game is our own brainwashing, designed to turn us into clones of Big Boss.
I've prepared a ruse of sorts, one I imagine you'll quite like. You could say I've made another Snake, a mental copy. His phantom, if you like.
In 1984, there is a place constantly bathed in light where darkness does not exist. Ironically, this place is the party's darkest secret, the Ministry of Love. In reality, the Ministry of Love is the name given by Ingzosh to its torture and imprisonment center. It is within this very ministry that Winston is imprisoned, tortured, and brainwashed. Throughout his rehabilitation, he is exposed to an artificial light that never goes out. Seeing nothing but this light for days, Winston eventually goes mad. And Kojima depicted this madness in MGSV through all the intrusive and overwhelming lights that Venom sees as a spectator and that the player sees through the game's camera. The link between Winston Smith and us, players of MGSV, who just like him are being brainwashed, is therefore only possible thanks to Venom Snake, because we are one with him in the game. With all this in mind, two other aspects of the game's lighting effects can be explained if we are indeed in a simulation.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
Throughout MGSV, two lighting effects appear at specific moments. The first, which appears as lines of yellow light, triggers when Venom feels pain and when he sees one or more other characters suffering. The second effect, which looks like a glowing barcode combined with electronic static, shows up every time Venom sees or interacts with a piece of technology.
Yeah, because they don't want to turn into
What is going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Welcome into the channel. Let's talk a little Arc of Raiders, and the PvE situation is something that I believe needs to come into Arc Raiders, but I don't believe it will. Not in the way that people want it, like only PvE. And you got to remember, people fell in love with the game the way it is. So if you do make a PvE mode, you have to remember they're gonna make it where it's a lot harder to get loot. And people are not going to like that. They might just want to go play in their Care Bear lobbies. And there's a lot of people with the matchmaking that it seems like they're not getting into the lobbies that I am. I'm getting into the most friendliest lobbies possible. I just streamed the game a couple hours ago on this channel. And if you can just go on that live and watch, everybody's super friendly. No one shoots at me. But I see a lot of people in my comments saying, yeah, people shoot at me. I get ratted on, all this. And I just don't experience that. And it really sucks because I think that they're preparing us with this PvE and the matchmaking and tweaking it and all this. They're preparing us for not to make a PvE only mode, and we're only going to have the matchmaking. That's just my feeling. That's coming from my gut. I hope I'm wrong. I really think that this game should be a sandbox. It should have a complete PvE only mode. but I don't think they're going to go that way. Now, I could be wrong. Hopefully that China client gets some stuff over here. We'll talk more about that as we go. We've bitched about the China client enough, but definitely want to get more into this PvE side because I think a lot of people, like, let's just keep it a buck. Everybody just wants to chill, man. Some people don't play this game to do expeditions. Like, I play the game and I need progression. I'm on the game for hours and hours and hours if I'm really super into it. Now I'm not, but when I get back into the game, I'm playing hours and hours, and I will blow through the content. But there's a lot of players on this game that don't blow through the content. They don't need to max out everything. They just want to play the game and enjoy what Arc Raiders experience is. That's really what it is at the end of the day. And some people will go, oh, we'll get good at PvP. Well, they don't want a PvP. They don't want to play a game where they're shooting people. They don't care. They want to shoot the box. They want to learn the map. They want to, you know, loot up, be a loot goblin. They want more quests. A lot of these, you know, casual players want more story. They just want to be taken into this world, and that's it. And they did, like, Embark captured that audience, but it's just like, they captured you and slapped you right in your face, and you're like, what the hell, man? Like, it's just insane. I'm more of a PvP focused type of player, but me playing this game, man, Arc Raiders is so friendly. It's a PvE game, so having a PvE mode will not hurt this game at all. It would only help it. It really would, because you keep a lot of your casuals and a lot of who plays these games happy. And then if they want, you know, you can have rewards over on the PvP side. And I guarantee some of them will be like, you know what, I'll go over on the PvP side. But they know what they're getting themselves into. And if they don't want to do that anymore, they can just go back to their other lobbies. And guess what happens? You keep the player on your game. Simple. Like, that's really what it, at the end of the day, what it's all about is getting this community is it's such an amazing community. Like, I got, you know, started playing this game and I'm like, bro, dude, everybody's effing awesome in this game, man. Like, obviously we have our dickheads, our rats and stuff, but that's part of the game. But when it comes to the PvE aspect, man, this community's awesome, man. And, like, I love playing and, like, helping people out. And, like, I was streaming and I didn't have a defib, and I was, like, so mad at myself I didn't have a defib. I should have had a defib, man. Like, you know, now when I go, I'm having a defib because I want to save that raider. I don't know, just Arc Raiders has brought that out where it's like, I want this game to be a PvE game. This would be my PvE game, and then when I want my PvP, I'll go other places, you know? There's plenty of games out there to shoot people, but I appreciate everybody that watches my videos. Thank you guys. I really, truly do. Appreciate all you guys in the comments. I really appreciate it all. Thank you guys so very much. But we got a video from Mr. Coffee Breath. Never heard of him. Arc Raiders PvE is so much better. And just from the title, I only clicked on this for, I watched like the first 20 seconds and I got the vibe of it, and it's just like, yeah, PvE in this game is a blast. It really is. It's a blast and it will work. But it's great that it has the PvP. I believe that this game had to have that PvP side, but we're seeing now that this game has been out for a while, like, okay, yeah, we can use a PvE mode on the side. But please, I'm going to put Mr. Coffee Breath link in the description. He's only got 485. Let's see if we can get him a couple subs from my community. I would appreciate that. Thank you guys. Give him a like, and let's get in the reaction.
Because I think we're so obsessed nowadays with, like, min-maxing,
this is
maxing out
what
our
I saw.
runs, and just, I don't know, like, the joy of the game, I feel like, has been lost. Okay, you know what? It's been a while. I haven't posted a video in probably over a month, so I'm kind of just looking for
popped right up on my feed, though.
Yap about. The Arc Raiders community has been begging for a PvE-only mode.
Begging.
And, you know, the longer I play Arc Raiders, the longer we've gotten away from the honeymoon phase with Peanut and all of that stuff, and we're kind of settling into, okay, this is what the core player base and maybe content drip is going to be. I still enjoy Arc Raiders. It's still the top game I play. Again, I'm a husband, father of 3, work a full-time job, so I play 3 nights a week for maybe...
See, so it's like, if you're playing 3 times a week, like, you are not running through all this content. It's just not possible, especially if he's a father, he has kids, he's got a job. There's just no way. Like, you're loving this game, which is great. But there's a lot of people that play this game a lot, a real lot, and they want a PvE mode. They've blown through it all. And you want them to stay on your game, right? Because guess what? If you're have them on your game, they will maybe buy stuff from the store. It's like a snowball effect. It's just, as long as you just got them on the game, boom, bam, we're in good business. But they just seem to not want to do that.
2 hours each session, so that's like 6 hours at most a week. Probably like 6 to 10 hours I would average a week of gameplay. So I don't play that much. But the one thing that infuriates me is the community has been like, basically implement a PvE mode and all of these players are going to come back and save the game and the player base is going to be saved and yada yada yada. Which I'm like, I don't know where I stand on that. But how these past updates.
So I believe it would bring back a lot of players, but how long? You can't just bring a PvE mode in right now. You need to make sure. I think like they should have done an experimental playlist to keep everybody going. We've talked about that, but at the end of the day, in October, they need to change the progression, the expedition. There's the end game we've talked about, like that part of it. Like we need more of that, and we need that to have a whole overhaul. And they are going to do that, and I think that's where you put a PvE mode. When you do that, then we're in business.
That Embark has done with the matchmaking. Y'all, again, take what I say with a grain of salt. From a guy who plays maybe 10 hours a week, they have done so many updates with the matchmaking. We all like in the honeymoon phase, we all kind of understood like, ooh, there's some semblance of aggression-based matchmaking, but it's one variable amidst 1,000 variables, so maybe it doesn't really impact it that much. These past few updates, y'all, they've really kind of turned the volume up on that variable, and even like segmented if you're playing singles, duos, or trios, how you're...
And I believe this is the reason they're doing this is because they're not going to bring an only PvE mode. That's why I think that this is going to happen.
Aggression is of this. At those, party levels, it stays within those lines. So if I'm solo friendly, which that's how I play, solo friendly, I'm telling you, y'all, all of my solo runs, anecdotally, I think I've maybe died once or twice.
Same.
It's like a 98, 99% extraction rate. Okay? And so, y'all, there's not a set PvE mode, but it's interesting, like, maybe we're given, like, 30% of what we were asking for, right? We're asking for PvE only, so, like, 100% PvE, I can go into trios and take down a matriarch, which, again, I think I'm more into leaning into that camp who wants that, but the fact that everyone has said, give me a PvE mode, it's like Embark has made strides to the PvE side of the game. It might not be as black and white as some people might want it, and I'd be curious to hear your comments below, like, again, how...
We've talked about this. The aggression-based matchmaking kept these casuals and got them addicted to this video game. Now they want a PvE only mode, and I just don't think they're going to do it.
How I play the game right now at 10 hours a week is... Right now, me and my bro will hop on, my actual brother will hop on about 3 nights a week, and we'll literally just spam duos Stella Montes. Because I play, like, with how little I play throughout the week, I'm really looking to hop on to Arc Raiders for a few hours, run and gun some PvP matches in Stella Montes, and just have some fun. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not trying to, like, I've never done an expedition.
See?
I'm not trying to, like, max out anything.
This like him right now, it's like there's thousands of players just like him. Thousands, maybe even 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Like, I really believe there is a ton of players just like him. That them not doing this is going to push away a good percentage of these type of players. Now, some of them are going to stay, but some of them are not, and that's the problem. When October hits, we might just lose a lot of these players, and then they'll never come back. That's the problem. It's like the hype's still there for this game. It's got one shot, one opportunity in October, but after that, these players, like him, are not going to come back.
I play the game, and I'm so glad a game has fallen into my lap that allows me to do that. Because I think we're so obsessed nowadays with, like, min-maxing.
Yeah. Being the best.
Maxing out our runs, and just, I don't know, like, the joy of the game, I feel like has been lost. To where I don't care how much I have in my loot. I don't care that I don't have a Bobcat blueprint. I don't care that I have an expedition or whatever. I drop in my 10 hours a week mostly probably like 85 to 90% of that, my playtime throughout the week, is dedicated to duos, Stella Montes, PvP. Free loadouts, and then we'll kind of
free loadout, Charlie.
Build some like custom loadouts and go in sweaty and see what happens. And then to basically fund those PvP runs, my other 10% or whatever is PvE focused, to where all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to go in, get Arc Power Cells, just get some materials, just to kind of replenish, so I can either buy stuff from Celeste easily or...
Yeah. Да. Naravno da nema.
Whatever, it just it funds my PvP runs, sorry. And so with these recent matchmaking changes, y'all, I have experienced like almost no rats, to where I'm almost like, and this is what Embark said. They said the PvE version of the game was too boring because I'm going through and like, yeah, I'm not like killing bastions and stuff, but I'm like going through PvE runs, and even when I am killing Arc, there's always a part of my mind, oh, man, I hope I hear a flare near me. Like I wanna go do that sort of stuff. So I think
is like him saying that. That's like kind of how I was. Like I have to have that PvP in my game. I've been saying this a lot. Like when the PvE play like comes out, if they ever do, like I will play it, but I will stay in my other lobbies. Like I'm not gonna leave the lobbies that I'm in. I like it. I like the tension. I want to be able to fight you. I don't know. It's just that's the way I like to play. But we need another mode on the other side for other players and keep them in this game and keep this, community going and running. That's like the point,
Embark understands what they're doing. Like, I know, like, we want black and white silos and boundaries and everything, but it's funny to see, like, even as I'm going in with a PvE desire, there's still that, like, man, I hope I hear a flare. But y'all try it out. Try it out. If you haven't been, that's why I make this video. If you haven't been on Arc Raiders, who's like, oh, I'm only going to come back when there's a PvE.
There's a lot of players like this.
I challenge you to try it, and try to like test out the aggression-based matchmaking. Read the patch notes. I'll link them in the description below. Like there's some cool nuances there. So I think you're able to kind of craft these little silos within, singles, duos. Singles, duos, and trios, and really have kind of your PvE server. Again, you're always going to potentially run into someone who's just going to kill you, but I think the rate at which I've been able to extract when trying to play friendly has been wildly successful and satisfying. And so, let me know what you think in the comments below. Y'all take care.
All right, we're going to end it there. Please, I'm going to put Mr. Coffee's Brett's link in the description, please. That was a good little conversation. And, like, he's, playing 10 hours a day, 10 hours a week, sorry. And he's not playing a ton of, and he's, doing his PvE runs so it could feed his PvP runs with his friends. That's how I was doing it, because I would just PvE all at night. Then when I got on after work, when everybody was on, we would PvP on Stella Montes, and I would just use all my loot that I, got from all my PvE runs. And that's kind of how I think there's a lot of players like that, but there's a lot of players that don't even want to even touch the PvP. The PvP is just not on their radar at all. Some like it, some don't. Some just don't even want to be near it, and I think that both players can live in this game, and I think that, they can tell the story with the quest, and it would be so awesome over on the PvE side. Bring events over. You can have PvP events, PvE events, all of it. Mix it up. Have just one PvE, one PvP. It would be a lot of fun. Rewards. like I was saying with the expeditions, like we, you know, at the end of every expedition, we get all this loot, we have an event, and we use all of our gear that we are going to sign up for the expedition, and we get rewards for how much we use. And I think that would be awesome. And then it can kind of coincide with the story, with the quest that we've been doing all that season. Then it leads us into the new season. We get a whole new set of quests that's going to kind of let us know what the end boss is going to be for the next season. Like, we don't know, like, who we're going to fight, what we're going to fight, where we're going to go for the next expedition. Keep people thinking, have Easter eggs. Like, I mean, seriously, I could sit down with Embark right now and be like, all right, I have 1,000,000 freaking, like, ideas. Can I bring them to the table? Like, I swear I can sit here and just, I have so many ideas, but I just don't know how to get it to them. You know what I mean? I don't think Embark watches my videos, because they'll watch my videos and be like, fuck him, man. Like, you know, I do love Embark. We've talked about it. I'm a huge Embark fan. I play the finals every night. They're awesome. They're fine. It's the best game ever. I freaking love that game. And Arc Raiders thought it was going to be my favorite game, but these mother effers started Activision in us and Call of Duty in us and went silent, and then the cheaters went rampant. But they're back now because they're on vacation. I've seen this, man. Activision does the same shit. They go away, they come back. They're like, hey, we love you, big hug. And then we hug them, and then we're like back together. And then I walk away, and then they're talking shit behind my back. And then I'm like, fuck. And then I'm still playing their game. And like, it's just, dude, I've been through this, man, over on Call of Duty. I've lived it. I lived it for 15 years. And then I'm like, I'm leaving Call of Duty to go play another game. I go and pick Arc Raiders. The fucking game lasts 3.5 months. It lasts 3.5 months, and I'm like, well, I'm not going back to Call of Duty, you know? And just, I don't know. It's kind of funny if I think about it. It's like, oh my god, I picked that game, really? Like, can I go pick a game that's just never has an issue? But most games do, but there's a lot of games that still have a lot of players. And I don't know. I feel like when it comes to gaming, everybody's just so mad, you know? I think that's the problem. People just get so angry about their games, and then it's just, the community gets toxic, which I think, like, with Arc Raiders right now, we're almost there, man. Like, it's getting super toxic, and hopefully October will fix that. But I don't know. I've been rambling off. This was a long outro. I appreciate everybody. If you made it here at the end of the video, big wow, words are hard. Big thumbs up. Thank you, guys. Really, put your opinions down in the comments. I want to know. If you guys want to join the Discord, hit the Discord link. I'm always in there. And besides that, I hope everybody has a good day. See you on the top side. Peace.
Hello Exiles, Talking to Try back here with another Path of Exile 2 video. Quite recently, the developers hid some secret, interesting information within their performance improvement breakdown video that we'll talk about momentarily that just might show what we're getting with 1.0. GGG always loves to drop teasers within their general videos. If you go back to Dev Diaries during the initial lead up to Path of Exile 2's release, there were constantly Easter eggs and tidbits hinting toward the greater picture being dropped in those videos. Well, when they recently released the 8-minute video with Jonathan detailing how they improved the renderer and how NVIDIA helped improve the stability of their game, there were two particular frames that I'd like to call to attention here. The first, I think, is the most exciting and the thing that I didn't believe we would get for quite some time. It's this, right here. On the death screen, you see a Show Death Summary button. Now, we are aware that Grinding Your Games recently changed their minds on this. For the longest time, they said they would not be adding a death recap or a death summary to Path of Exile 2. There were too many factors ongoing, too many calculations happening in the background, and I think a couple of bugs that would be showcased. And by a couple, I mean a mountainful that would be showcased if they enabled a death summary in the game. Well, recently they said they changed their minds on this and they were working on prototyping it in the back end, and they've had a working version going on the developer build of Path of Exile 2. Well, this looks a little bit more in-depth than a mere developer tool to see what killed the developers while playtesting Path of Exile 2. Developer tools are very rudimentary. They look extremely technical. They don't have UI elements that are cleaned up for viewing a player. You can even see a couple of examples of crude representations of calculations happening in this very video. I'll shove a few up on screen. This, though, is not that. This is a clearly defined piece of UI that has been slotted into the death screen in Path of Exile 2. And we know what that is likely to mean. It is en route to the players. I think Grinding Your Games is just moving faster than they initially anticipated, and they will have a working version of this. I don't think for 0.5.5, though it's a possibility. I think we'll actually be getting a death recap in the game with 1.0. And there's also another interesting feature they spoke about in this very video. They mentioned that they have a replay system now in Path of Exile 2 that they used to diagnose the performance problems. You know what would be cool? If you could enter a map and save a replay of it on your account in some way. Sort of like what happens with Age of Mythology, Age of Empires, Dota 2. They have a replay system. I wonder if they would add this functionality to the actual game for players to record extremely cool maps or moments that they could then share if they weren't content creators. I understand that this is a possibility nowadays with OBS and other tools, but building the actual tool within Path of Exile 2 and being able to showcase not only the replay, but maybe the build you were currently using, all the items that you had, your passive skill tree, the mods on the map with ease in Path of Exile 2, that would be a novel concept for an ARPG, and I'd love to see that happen. Okay, I teased that there were two things in this particular video that Grinding Your Games had to know people would lock onto. The first was this death recap, which might be coming soon, and the second, well, I'm just gonna put this screen up. Take a look, take a gander, and then I'm gonna slowly zoom in here, 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 and here. What are all of these things? They are weapons that are currently not available in Path of Exile 2. In fact, most of them are swords. One of them is a dagger. Grinding Your Games had to do this explicitly. There's no other weapons or interesting items on screen. These are in the forefront of the picture. Now, we basically know that the Duelist as a class and swords as a weapon are confirmed for 1.0, which comes out after ExileCon, likely in November or December. I think it's December of this year. We knew those were coming. Those are going to be great. We talked to death about those. We'll probably do some breakdowns of what swords will look like in the game in the future. The surprise here is the possibility of daggers and the Shadow, which is the rogue archetype in the world of Raid Class and Path of Exile. This would be a surprise, honestly, if they were able to drop both classes into the game with 1.0, but in the past, Jonathan has said they wanted 1.0 as an expansion to be larger than patch 0.5. And patch 0.5 was extremely meaty for the overall game, the end game. So, if they want to surpass the expectations of the player base, not only will they drop the Duelist and swords, but they'll also put in the Shadow, daggers, and potentially traps. If you aren't aware of how the Shadow works in Path of Exile 1, it's likely to be an evolution of that in Path of Exile 2. He deals with poisons and blinking from one enemy to the next very quickly, backstabbing with daggers, using magic with the daggers, throwing the daggers, stabbing with the dagger. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of archetypes that can be fulfilled, but the primaries are poison, chaos, and fast stabs with the daggers. Very excited to see this imagining of the Shadow and daggers as a weapon in Path of Exile 2, as I am pretty pumped to see what they do with Duelist and swords. I don't know how they're going to differentiate it out from the existing weapons in the game. And they don't even just have swords to go. They also have axes with the Marauder and flails with the Templar. So making all these weapons stand on their own, and they're melee weapons, remember that, will be quite the Herculean task, but it's why I'm not a game designer and they are. I'm so pumped to see what's coming for Path of Exile 2, and I know it's been a little bit of a dry season as the Path of Exile 1 League has been out, and they've been suffering through their ground loot issues, it appears, but I'm sure more is incoming soon. We think at the end of the month with Gamescom, we might get a teaser for the Duelist, and what else is to come at ExileCon and Patch 1.0. If you like this video and you'd like to see more, make sure to like the video, subscribe to Talkative Try, and leave a comment below. I will see you in the next one, my fellow exiles. Make sure you stay sane the rest of this week and don't spend $16,000 on any game, even if it's Path of Exile 2. Farewell.
The humble hot take, a staple of any fandom. Some are good, some are bad, and some are downright indefensible.
Hey, LeBron. Ben Simmons is here. We're all good.
But whether you love them or hate them, hot takes are an essential part of fandom discourse. Without the bad takes, there would be no good takes, and sometimes you just need to say what no one else is willing to. For whatever reason, certain fandoms tend to invite more hot takes than others, and South Park is the perfect example of this. Aside from a few episodes that are so great they're undeniable, it can be pretty tough to find any opinions that are widely agreed upon by fans of the show. And so it really shouldn't have come as a surprise when I asked you guys for your South Park hot takes that some of you would share the most abysmal, horrific, and downright offensive opinions about this show. But one of the most important parts of making a diamond is heat. And after wading through a sea of people saying that, you know, actually Pip wasn't that bad, I think I was able to find some diamonds in the rough. So sit back, relax, pour up some gamer subs you can purchase using code BLOOMS, link in description, and prepare yourself emotionally, because these are South Park's hottest takes. Alright, this first one says, Pip is a good character that deserves more screen time. Oh, it's funny because that's like the thing, you know, I'm the guy that hates Pip, so we gotta bring it up at least once, right? So the joke's getting a little old at this point, guys. I mean, you know, how many times have we made this same joke? So let's just move on. Wendy and Stan not having things figured out as adults is a sad ending. Now this one just kind of confused me because I'm not really sure what they're referring to, because the only time we see the kids as adults is in the post-COVID specials, and in those specials, originally Wendy is already with someone else by the time she comes back to South Park. But after they go back in time and fix everything, the special ends with Wendy and Stan both being single and coming home and possibly planning a date for the future.
You want to maybe spend New Year's together again?
I'd love that.
So to me, the obvious implication is that they are going to be together. So my only thought is that this person either didn't realize that, or I guess they could think it's bad that they didn't show us that they were together, like guaranteed. But like I said, I feel like that was the obvious implication, so I don't know. So if I'm grading these hot takes, I give this one like a D. Now this one's not really a hot take as much as it is like a pretty popular opinion from what I've seen. But this one says that the fake trailer they made for the newest season had better episode concept ideas than what actually came out. And they give some examples like Butters being an air traffic controller, the Diddy in space thing and the wars with Canada. And even though this is far from a piping hot take, it's one that I definitely agree with for the most part. Now, if you don't know, Matt and Trey have talked about how they basically made a fake trailer for the season because they hadn't made anything of the season yet. So they just decided to animate a bunch of random scenes and just throw them into a trailer together. Now, you all know my feelings on the last season if you watched this channel at all. I think it had a lot of really good stuff, but one of its biggest drawbacks was just how repetitive it got. With the focus being so heavy on American politics, I feel like they really missed an opportunity to do what they usually do, which is just making fun of events or people that are culturally significant outside of all the political stuff. And reflecting back on this season, I feel like there are quite a few examples of times when a side plot would have been funnier if it had been something to do with this trailer. Like, even if they had just replaced the Trump side plots in a few of the episodes with some of the ideas from this trailer, it probably would have been a lot better than what we got. Which again is not to say that I dislike this season, but as I've talked about, I feel like the season was at its strongest when it wasn't specifically doing political parodies, and instead was more focused on parodying social and cultural events. Like when they talked about Sora or the Riyadh Comedy Festival, both those things felt like they were more in line with what they made fun of in the trailer. So for the most part, I do agree with this hot take, and I'll give it a B+. Alright, this next one says that Pip was so Okay, no, we're not doing this. It's overdone. It's a dead meme. Alright, we move on. Ooh, okay, now we're starting to heat up a little bit. This one says that South Park's golden era had the same amount of hits and misses as pretty much every season. It's just considered better because that's when the bulk of its fans were teenagers who were experiencing edgy humor for the first time. Now, when it comes to hot takes, this is a pretty standard one for pretty much any fandom of anything. People just love to look back at the things that are unanimously praised in a fandom and try to make the argument that it never was as good as you thought it was, and that you're being blinded by nostalgia. Of course, you would think that the stuff you're watching when you were younger and developing your sense of humor is better than the stuff that's coming out now. And for me personally, I actually have a very unique perspective on this because I was not a teenager during the so-called golden era. In fact, if we're saying that the golden age starts around season 5, which it seems to be the general consensus, then technically I wasn't even alive when the golden age started. I started watching the show when I was 13 years old, and by then there had been 18 seasons, and I essentially ended up binging the entire series from start to finish in somewhere around 3 to 4 weeks. And because of that, I was exposed to early South Park, the beginning of modern South Park, and the golden era of South Park, all in basically a month. And I feel like that gives me a bit of a less biased perspective, since I got to see pretty much all the different eras of the show during that formative time that would cause for the nostalgia bias. So with all of that being said, is it true that the golden era had the same amount of hits and misses as pretty much any other season? No. That is, absolutely absurd. Now, obviously, this is completely opinion-based, so there's no way to, like, objectively measure this, but I feel like the closest thing I could do is just pick a random season from the Golden Age and one from more modern South Park and compare the amounts of hits and misses. Now, the general consensus for what the Golden Age is seems to be roughly season 5 to season 10, and really the only variation is that some people will have it plus or minus a couple seasons in either direction. So let's go with the season that's smack dab in the middle that everyone would consider to be part of the Golden Age, and let's go with season 7. So let's take a look here. Episode 1 is Cancelled, which I think most people would consider to be a hit. Episode 2, Crazy Cripples, universal hit, widely beloved. Episode 3, Toilet Paper, maybe not as beloved, but I think most people would still consider that to be a hit. I'm a Little Bit Country. Me personally, this is one of my favorite episodes of the whole show, so definitely a hit. Fat Butt and Pancake Head, I mean, iconic Jennifer Lopez parody, one of the most iconic celebrity parodies in the whole show. Little Crime Stoppers, one of the most underrated episodes in the entire show. I was gonna make a whole video about underrated episodes, and this was gonna be like #1 on it. This episode is hilarious, absolute banger of an episode. Red Man's Greed, I consider it to be a hit, maybe not as popular for some people, but I like it. South Park is Gay, I mean, Crab People are absolutely iconic, the whole episode's funny. Christian Rock Hard, again, iconic. Can't forget about all the hypersexual Christian songs they made for this episode, it makes it amazing. Now, episode 10, Grey Dawn. I don't think this is an amazing episode by any means, and for the sake of argument, we'll call it a miss, even though I think most people would still say they like this episode. And then Casa Bonita, again, one of the greatest episodes in the entire show. All About Mormons, also one of their greatest episodes. Butt Out is a bit of a more controversial episode. Personally, I would say it's a hit, but for the sake of the argument, let's call it a miss. Raisins, another one of the best episodes in the entire show, one of the best Butters moments in the entire show. And finally, It's Christmas in Canada. I don't really know how most people feel about this episode. I would personally call it a hit. I think it's a great episode, so we'll go with that. So out of the 15 episodes of season 7, we can say that there are probably 2 misses at the most. And for the sake of fairness, let's compare it to a season that was already out by the time I started watching the show. So let's take a look at Season 18. Episode 1, Go Fund Yourself, I would consider to be a hit for the most part. Gluten-free Ebola, I would consider to be a hit as well. The Sissy is definitely a hit. Most would consider this to be a banger episode, a modern classic, so to speak. Handy Car, I mean, it's right on the line. It is a funny episode, nothing too special, I would say, so we'll say it's a hit, but it's right on the line. The Magic Bush is a pretty solid episode. I would say it's a hit. Premium Isn't Free, I would consider to be a very solid episode, definitely a hit. Grounded Vindaloop is definitely one of the best modern South Park episodes. That one's gonna be a hit. Cock Magic also would be considered a hit. It's a Kenny-centered episode, and it's very funny. And then Hashtag Rehash, I would say is mostly a miss. Again, it's entertaining, but not great. And then Happy Holograms is a pretty solid miss. Again, not awful, but it definitely wasn't a great episode. Now, obviously, it's a little unfair to compare 15 to 10 episodes, but by doing that, it actually puts it more in favor of Season 18 since there's less opportunity to mess up. And when we compare the two, we say that Season 18 has two pretty solid misses, and so does Season 7, but we have to look at the quality of these hits and misses. When it comes to Season 18, I would say that 3 to 4 of the episodes are on the lower end of what being a hit is, meaning they weren't amazing, but they were good enough to still be decent episodes. Whereas in Season 7, pretty much every episode that's a hit is an absolute hit, like banger episode. The only episodes I would consider from Season 18 to be on a similar level to even the lowest level hits from Season 7 would be Grounded Vindaloop and maybe The Sissy. So I guess realistically, by classifying the show through hits and misses, you could kind of say that there's a similar amount of hits and misses, but that doesn't really mean anything when the hits from one are so much better than the hits from another. So as someone who isn't as blinded by nostalgia as the people who grew up watching these seasons, I think it's fair to say that those seasons are classified as the golden age for a very good reason because they really are that much better. So while I do strongly disagree with this hot take, I do respect it for being a actual hot take, so I'm gonna give it like a C+. This next one says that the South Park movie is the best animation the series has ever had. Obviously later seasons look objectively better, but the movie is in that perfect sweet spot between the animation being intentionally crass and crappy and having genuinely well animated scenes, and that gives it a lot of charm and makes it my favorite the series has ever looked. Also, I like Pip. Okay, I was with you until then, we're not doing that. Now this is something I've actually talked about a lot in my videos on modern South Park, and that's that nowadays the animation on the show is almost too good at times. Like going back.
Hey guys, it's me, EOD Gaming here. In this very fun video, I'm gonna be doing a mix of informative content teaching you about these green unique items, as well as a bit of gamble. You can see in my inventory, I'm prepared for doing some gamble already. So, long story short, you're here for the question in this video. How do you get these green items? The answer really lies in the Reliquary Vault. In order to unlock the Reliquary Vault, you need these keys as well. These will help you get a random chance of getting a rare unique items in the vault. I will show you as well, we have 13 of these over here. You have a chance of getting even Astromantis or maybe even other rare unique items. When they drop from the vault, they will appear in this greenish shade. It's kind of like a glowing, it fades after a while. It looks really, really cool, very unique. Even the weapon also has a glow to it as well. The question is, before we get into the gamble, how do you get these keys? The easiest way, the cheapest way, well, not very reliably, is hunting in the overworld. I got my first reliquary key from a unique strongbox, the Venter's Trove strongbox, unique strongbox. The other way, the more reliable way, it costs us a bit of money, is actually going into your exchange over here. You can easily buy it under the fragments section, and you can see there are tons of reliquary keys. I believe that the ones below over here, the Zakroth, you can guarantee yourself getting against the darkness diamond if you use these keys to unlock it. Instead of maybe the boss dropping it, he'll drop the key now, and you can either sell that key or open the vault yourself to even get like a temporaries key as well. You have the reliquary key currently over here, which is going for about 11 exalts as of time recording. This is the 7th day of the week, so it's still very, very early league. One divine is approximately about 49, so 4 of these is roughly 1 divine. So I have here 3 divines worth of gamble that I'm going to be showing you. Where exactly, next step is, where exactly is the reliquary vault? We go into the maps over here where your home base is. On the right hand side you have the realm gate, on the left hand side is the reliquary vault. So I can go over here, you can't put all at once. Hopefully we can open the thing more than one time each time we go in. If not, we will have to enter this loading screen multiple times. And of course, if you're finding value in this video so far, do give me a like, comment, and subscribe for more such future content. Will really help the channel grow too. Over here, just going straight all the way. all the way to the end, you will see a box right there. I don't know why they have to make it so epic and such a long time. So you can see here, this is the Twilight Order chest, Relic Vault. In order to do this, I've already used the key over here. As you can see, it took away one of my keys. And now I'm going to click on this. Has this animation that goes on. And boom, one random unique item. And unfortunately, that's pretty much it. So you have to go back out. If you are spamming this, it's going to take some time. But let's do some gamble, shall we? Let's check out all the stuff as well. And as we are doing it, I'm going to take out some scrolls over here so that we are able to see. And if you guys are wondering, how do I get so much resources? I have a video that's going to be out on the channel, or already is out depending on when you're watching this video. 7 days into the league, I already have 100 divine plus of gear that I farmed and traded. This is a money economics channel as well. We talk about how to generate cash currency fast in Path of Exile 2. You can check it out if you're interested too. So let's go for number 2. And I'll show you like some of the uniques as we go along. Open here. I wish they made it so that you can like burn all your keys way faster. Pilgrim's Vestments. So you can see here, this one is worth, I think, a little bit, at least in the early game, because of the 100 spirit. If you are looking for unique items to help out, the Reliquary Vault is actually like really, really good, so that you can get a lot of loot faster. But let's go next one. So in terms of gear, I've already gotten myself quite far. I'm already like level 689, and this is crafted. I crafted most of these. I crafted this as well. So it's quite good gear that I have for day 7 already. This one as well. Okay, next one. Come on. Apparently you can get Astromantis, so hopefully in 11 keys we have a chance of getting it. I'm sure there are a lot of different uniques to get, so the chance is pretty low. But this is the new way of gambling in Path of Exile 2. Come on, come on, come on. Oh wait, this is decent, I guess. At this point, it's basically express chance shard farming. I don't see anything like good. Silk rope. Yeah, I guess they're not too bad. I guess they're alright. I might need more space. Let me put in the dump pad here. Then we can take a look at them in a bit. Nothing good. Sheesh. Come on. Let's go. Astromantis. I guess even if it drops like Stellar Amulet, there's a chance of it not becoming a Stellar Amulet. The Astromantis, it could be like X. Let's go, let's go. I got the same item twice. Maybe I should just like prepare my portal as the animation is going on. Efficiency strat. So press this, immediately portal. Seems like it's giving me like the same stuff. Okay, last one. Last one, best one, I guess. Hopefully the last one is the best of luck. But this is a 3 divine investment, guys. 3 divines, really, really expensive. What is the equivalent of a 3 divine? Probably something like this. You can get something like this for, I guess, around there. Maybe okay, maybe not. Maybe something like this. 3 divines. That is a lot of investment for absolutely nothing. But I guess it's just for research, right? For us to see what we got. Okay, last one. Astromantis. Okay, at least we have a chance of getting another gamble. The gamble continues because it's a Ventus ring. Okay, let's see what we got. In total, we have a Cloak of Flames, sandals, not worth too much. Pilgrim Vestments, this was good early. We have a Pillar of Cage God. This is not bad. The 3 Dragons Solid Mask. and we have jeweled gloves. The rest of them aren't too great. We have it's not that great. Honestly, these could be a lot better. Another pillar of cage god. We have hammers. This is exactly the same one they gave me twice. And the hope, I guess, gold ring. This one has a chance of becoming really good. And let's go. Last gamble. Come on. Oh, wait, this is decent, right? I think it's not too bad. It has a pretty high spirit line. Pretty decent. I think it's not bad. I think the ring is not bad. But anyways, it was fun. The gamble was fun. Hopefully, you guys will have much better luck. Now you know much better to sell those keys, in my opinion, rather than opening them. But thank you guys again so much for watching, and see you guys in the next video.
This will be over $1 million someday. You heard me say it. I'll say it 100 times over. This should have gone. Like, I'm ecstatic.
Hello, you absolute legends. Over 5 years ago, back in August 2021, I released a video titled Exposing Fraud and Deception in the Retro Video Game Market. This was right at the very peak of the speculative bubble that had formed around sealed video games. The reason I even started looking into the sealed video game market was because I had seen news that a Super Mario 64 had sold for $1.5 million. This made absolutely no sense to me, because just a few years earlier, this game would have been lucky to have been sold for just a few grand. This is an increase in value of around 50,000% in just a few years. And Super Mario 64 is the highest selling game on the Nintendo 64. Hardly a rarity. In my video, I called out the fact very directly that this was a bubble and it was going to burst. The retro video game bubble cannot go on forever. At some point, it will burst. The question is when. What's interesting is that while the general public saw this for what it was, an artificially created speculative bubble manipulated by people with a lot of control and money, there were some people who disagreed. And coincidentally, the people that disagreed tended to own sealed video games, and most of them had expressed the fact that they wanted the cost of their video games to go up. Surely their vested interest in the price of their games wasn't clouding their judgment. They even attacked me, saying that I was lying about the market just for money and clout. But as it turned out, I was 100% correct. The market was in a speculative bubble, and it ended up crashing. Many people lost hundreds of thousands of dollars buying up these games. Some people lost over $1 million. And while most of the people who lost money will be forever anonymous because auction houses don't release details, in early 2022, two people made a video announcing that they had just bought a game. It was a first print version of the original Legend of Zelda for the NES, and it cost them $600,000. The video is pretty crazy for multiple reasons. They spend the entire time essentially bragging about how much money they're going to make. But in a shocking twist that no one could have predicted, their game is now worth less than half of what they bought it for, and they've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Today we are going to take a look at some of their video because it is extremely enlightening. You're about to hear from someone who spent over $500,000 on a video game they've probably never even played. I really hope you enjoy. Now Legends, this video is sponsored by Zenless Zone Zero, a free-to-play urban fantasy action RPG set in a world threatened by supernatural disaster zones called Hollows. You play as a proxy, guiding teams of agents into Hollows to fight monsters and recover valuable resources. I've been playing it quite a bit myself, and the combat is extremely fun. It's fast, responsive, and really satisfying, especially when switching characters, timing dodges, and chaining together attacks. Zenless Zone Zero is now also celebrating its 2nd year anniversary, and the rewards are insane. With the release of version 3.1 called The Long Goodbye, you get 1 free limited S-tier agent, 1 free S-tier W engine, 20 free character pulls, 10 bamboo pulls, and over 1600 polychromes. It also introduces Remiel, a first-generation S-rank Void Hunter who looks gorgeous and is a force to be reckoned with. Plus a brand new feature called Operation Bagel, a permanent mode where you search for valuable loot and decide how far to push it before extracting, is now ready to be explored. The storytelling and aesthetic of the world is super engaging, the designs of the agents are stunning, the diversity in their abilities is really impressive, facilitating a ton of creativity in your strategy, but most importantly it's just fun to play. Zenless Zone Zero is free to play on PC, console, and mobile. Download it through my link in the description and make sure to use the code ZZZ31REMIEL for even more rewards. Before we get into their video, I want to give you an example of just how stupid things were at the time. July 11, 2021 is when the $1.5 million Super Mario 64 sold, and the lot that came directly after it in the auction was a Player's Choice edition. Player's Choice are always worth far less because they are a later print. On the Nintendo 64, once a game reaches 8 million sales, they start printing Player's Choice on the top corner, and sealed collectors put a lot of value on the very first prints. In this case, the Player's Choice was a 9.6 grade, and it sold for $13,000. But then Heritage Auctions did another auction later that very same day. And by this time, news of the $1.5 million sale had spread, causing an influx of speculators. And in the second auction, another Player's Choice Super Mario 64 was put up for sale. This copy was only a 9.4 grade, so in theory it should be worth less than the 9.6 copy that sold for $13,000 earlier that day. But this copy ended up selling for $28,000. A worse condition copy sold for more than double the price on the very same day. This is not normal market behavior. This is what they call speculative mania. This was an increase in value of more than 200% within just a few hours. On top of the ridiculous increase of price in such a short amount of time, every single piece of messaging that I saw in the mainstream media was geared towards pumping up the price. They would get quotes from Dennis Kahn, the founder of the grading company What A Games, or Jim Halperin, the founder of the auction house, or some other rich speculator who just wanted to make money, and their quotes would all be the same. They would say the games should be worth millions of dollars and that the market was going to keep going up. This is a problem because if everyone is only always talking about money, it's a good indicator of what people are prioritizing when they are buying these games. And if money is the main priority, this is speculation by definition. And it means that eventually someone is going to be left holding the bag. And that's exactly what happened. That $28,000 Player's Choice Mario someone bought in 2021 is now worth less than $2,000, and the person that bought the $1.5 million Mario lost over $1 million. And I made a video covering some examples of people losing north of 90% on a lot of these games back in 2023. But let's get into this video where these speculators are talking about how much money they're going to make. First, however, we need to put the purchase into context. In July 2021, at the peak of the bubble, a 9.0 third print Zelda sold for $870,000. Then, just a few months later in October 2021, an 8.0 first print sold for $705,000. In my opinion, this was already a bad sign, because generally the first print should be worth more than the third print. However, because the first print was a lower quality, it's a bit harder to say. Then, in February 2022, a 9.2 first print sold for $600,000 through Golden Auctions. This is a sale that these two speculators bought and made a video about. Personally, when I saw this sale, I perceived it as further confirmation that the market was crashing. In 4 months, the game had already lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in value. An 8.0 first print selling for 700k and then a 9.2 first print selling for only 600k is a very bad sign. It means that the market is going down. But these speculators, because they were in denial and their reasoning was being clouded by the bubble and the thought of making money, saw things very differently. Watch how they rationalize that this was not a bad sign, but instead was just a lucky opportunity for them to make money because they bought the game so cheaply. And I've intentionally blurred their names because I don't want you to find these people or harass them in any way. This is not a personal attack. I don't even know these people. I am purely using this video as a demonstration of how these people speculated in the sealed video game bubble and then used propaganda to try and increase the value so that they could profit.
And we said all along that that Legend of Zelda first print should be $1 million+ game. The last one that sold was a lower grade copy. It sold for over 700. So we said like all along, this 9.2 should hit over $1 million.
Games shouldn't be worth anything just because you want them to be. Things are worth whatever people are willing to pay for them. Thinking that something should be worth a lot of money is the primary reason people lose a lot of money buying stupid shit. Remember when people said NFTs should be worth a lot of money? Look how that turned out. NFTs were selling for millions. Now they've lost over 90% of their value. There are some things in life that will probably always retain some value, like real estate or precious metals, because those have utility and are in high demand. But sealed video games have got to be one of the most niche things on the entire planet to collect. Plenty of people collect video games in general, but sealed collecting is a niche within a niche. Hardly anyone cares about them. So saying they should be worth $1 million doesn't seem to make sense to me.
So we said like all along, this 9.2 should hit over $1 million. And I was popping bottles, okay? When we scooped the 9.2 first print Zelda, one of only 3 copies on the What the Pop report for $600,000.
She's celebrating that she was able to buy the game for only $600,000 when she thought it would sell for over $1 million. To someone not invested in the market, this seems like a negative sign. It means that you are overvaluing the market. But again, because she is invested and wants to believe that they're going to make money, she rationalizes this as just a lucky buy and a steal. There is a universe that could have existed where the price of the game did go up. It's not as if it was an absolute certainty that the price was going to go down. My prediction could have been completely wrong. But clearly she is too emotionally invested in what she believes to be the future of the market.
This will be over $1 million someday. You heard me say it. I'll say it 100 times over. This should have gone. Like, I'm ecstatic.
The gentleman on the right seems to be a lot more level-headed, but the woman is clearly not acting rationally. The reality is that whenever you are speculating in a market, you are in effect gambling and can't know for sure how the price will evolve. She believed the price was going to go above $1 million. Let's see what actually happened. 2 years later, in February 2024, another 8.0 first print went up for sale. The exact same grade as the one that sold for $705,000 in 2021, except this time it sold for $288,000. This is obviously bad because the price had dropped by 60%, but it's also bad because the population had increased by 1, which is a lot when one of the reasons she said the game should be worth more than $1 million is that there were only 3 known copies.
When we scooped the 9.2 first print Zelda, one of only 3 copies on the What the Pop report for $600,000. Like, I've never been so excited to put in a bid for that dollar amount.
It is true that there were only 3 graded copies on the What a Population report at the time, but this particular game was graded by a different grading company, CGC. And it's clearly a different copy because it has a sticker. So not only had the price plummeted, but the supply had increased. Then in August 2024, another CGC 9.2 first print went up for auction, with a better seal rating of A. and it sold for $375,000. But really, that's not the full story, because Heritage Auctions have a buyer's premium of 25%. So whoever sold that $375,000 copy only received $281,000 after Heritage took their cut. Then in May 2025, another first print went up for auction, this time a 9.4. This is a better condition copy than the one they bought, and not only was it a 9.4, but it had a seal rating of A+. Still, the price continued to drop, selling for only $300,000. And of course, a 9.2 B+ is going to be worth less than a 9.4 A+. So if we generously estimate that their copy would sell for around $250,000, they would only get $187,000, meaning that they would have lost over $400,000 since purchase. This was also another Zelda graded by CGC, not Water, so once again, the supply had increased. Then recently, just this year, another first print Zelda was freshly graded as a 9.6 A+ and put up for auction. This copy sold for $375,000 in June. So even ignoring that this game was far better quality, almost mint condition, they still lost over half their money just based on the sales price and subtracting the buyer's premium. This was also the same auction where a second print Super Mario Bros. Sold for a record $3 million. So there were a lot of extra eyes on this auction. The record-breaking Mario was bought by the same man who purchased Logan Paul's Pikachu Illustrator for over $16 million. So he is clearly a very high-end speculator wanting to buy the best of the best in each market. This Mario was also easily the most sought-after and rare game ever put up for auction. So it's not surprising that it set a new record. And it doesn't necessarily mean that there is a new bubble or that the market in general is going up. The previous record for most expensive game was $2 million for a later print of Super Mario Bros., which was bought by a very wealthy and well-known collector right at the peak of the bubble in 2021.
I have been into video games, and this is the holy grail for video games.
Yeah!
That's
the one.
It is the one.
That's the one.
It's the one.
That's the one.
So, what drew you to this?
I thought to myself, what's the most relevant video game out there? Does it have rarity? And can I find one that's irreplaceable?
In this recent June auction, a copy of an even earlier print at the exact same grade sold for $575,000. That's still a lot of money, but it means that the previous $2 million copy has dropped in value by at least 75%. So the person who bought the $2 million Mario has effectively lost over $1.5 million with that purchase. And as you can see, at the time he bought it, he was celebrating his purchase and touting it as the holy grail of video game collecting.
So let's talk about prints first. Okay, so on the TM, I hope you guys can see it. Okay, look at my light. I got a new camera. Okay, so if you look, there it is. Do you see next to the Zelda where it has that TM? So a first print has 2 TMs on it. It has it next to the entertainment system in gray. And then we also get that red TM next to the Zelda. So that signifies a first print.
She then spends 5 minutes explaining how one box has a tiny TM next to the word system and another box has a registered trademark symbol. Realistically, 99.9% of people don't care about these differences. People don't care which print was first or which was second. What these high-end speculators try to do is convince you that this box is way more valuable than another box because it was printed first.
Small little TM.
There we go. It's super tiny. It's such fine print, but that signifies a first print.
I do understand why a box in a better condition would sell for more. Everyone wants the things they own to be in the most pristine condition they can be. And I also do understand why an earlier print would sell for more, because generally they are rarer. But the average general gamer doesn't really care about prints. I think as soon as people start talking about the minor differences between boxes, most people will simply tap out and stop listening.
And I think the other thing we can't forget is comic books have been being collected for over 30 years. We've had comic book conventions,
You
and
don't
they've
say.
been trading in graded condition in CGC for over 20 years.
Yeah.
Cards,
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
same thing. Like, these are very long established hobbies.
First of all, I don't think the comparison is meaningful. Historically, people read comic books. The comic book itself actually gave the value. People didn't spend hundreds of hours playing with the cardboard box that the video game came in. They played the game itself. It's the game that has the nostalgic value, not the box or the seal. I don't think Pokemon fans hate the idea of collecting Pokemon cards. That was the entire point, collecting them all. But I can tell you that a lot of passionate gamers find the idea of collecting sealed video games really, really stupid. So in my opinion, I don't think they are comparable and will never be equivalent. And ironically, one of the reasons most gamers dislike sealed video game collecting now is because all these high-end speculators do is talk about how much their games are worth and how much money they think they can make.
So I think that we're gonna have like video game version 1 market, and then we're gonna have version 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
yeah, I
don't
think
say.
we're just in the process of that.
And we're in the middle of that like ebb and flow, where we're like a little more ebb than flow, but I'm okay with it because there's opportunities there, like the Zelda.
Well, I'm glad that she's at least okay with it. She appears to be wealthy and probably doesn't care too much that she lost hundreds of thousands of dollars on this purchase. The crazy thing is that their purchase of this Zelda was half a year after the peak and they still lost so much money. That first print 8.0 that sold for $705,000 in 2021 is back up for auction again, and I'm expecting that one to lose well over $500,000. But we will see. In any case, it begs to reason, why did they spend $700,000 on a video game just to put it up again for auction 5 years later, where it is certainly going to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars? The fact that so many of these super expensive games that sold in 2021 are going up for auction again within just a few years just shows that the intent was always to flip them. Anyways, their video was 31 minutes long. They talked about how much money they were going to make, how rare their game was, why it's so valuable because their box has a little TM on it, and also about how video games are going to be worth as much as sports cards. But guess how many times either one of them mentioned that they had even played the game, let alone liked it? Exactly 0 times. Puzzle games are probably my favorite genre of video games. And around 6 years ago, I made a video covering puzzle game speedruns. And in that video, I covered a bunch of games, but 3 of the games I covered were Myst, Quest for Glory, and Zork Nemesis. All 3 of those games are very special to me, and I played all of them in the 90s, and I have vivid memories of my entire family gathered around the computer, playing through the games, trying to solve all of the problems. So there's a lot of nostalgia for me, and I invested a lot of time playing them, especially Quest for Glory because it was an RPG as well as a puzzle game. So, you know, you'd have to spend more time developing the character. But since then, I did acquire sealed copies of all 3 of the games. So this is my copy of Zork Nemesis. This is my copy of Quest for Glory. And this is my copy of Myst. Now, Myst is especially important because when it came out, it was a big deal, and it became the best-selling PC game of all time, and it was the best-selling PC game of all time for almost 10 years. It made people want to go out and specifically buy computers with CD-ROM drives so they could play Myst. And all of that is really cool information, but honestly, who gives a fuck? Because the only reason I bought this is because I have very fond memories playing the game with my family as a kid, and that is why it is special to me. Now, I could sit here and say this should be worth so much money because of how revolutionary it was for PC gaming and all that other crap I said, but I bought this copy for $250, and I couldn't care less how much it is or will be worth. It's not why I bought it, and it's not why I care about the game. Now, if you know anything about me, you know I've played a lot of Perfect Dark in my life. I am a 4-time Perfect Dark World Champion. I've set hundreds of world records. I've played the game for 25 years. I've met lifelong friends through the speedrunning community. and I own 3 copies of the game. I own the North American version, I own the Japanese version, and I own the PAL version. And the reason why I own 3 copies of the game is because different versions have very slight variations that might give you an advantage on certain levels. So if you want to be like a tippy-top speedrunner, you usually have to own a copy of each region to get the maximum benefit. And I also own the Japanese box for the game because I think the artwork for the Japanese Perfect Dark is probably the coolest artwork in the entire N64 library. But I do also have a mint condition sealed Perfect Dark, and yes, it is graded as well. So why am I showing you this? That's because I see a lot of people say that grading is a scam or sealed video game collecting is stupid because games are meant to be played, and I see a lot of people showing my videos as justification for making those arguments. But that is not my opinion. I don't think grading is a scam like many other people do, and I don't think sealed video game collecting is stupid. I do it myself. But when I bought that Perfect Dark, I didn't buy it because I wanted to make money or because it's worth a lot of money, which it isn't. You can get a mint condition sealed Perfect Dark for around $500. I bought it because I love Perfect Dark and I wanted a sealed, really nice copy to put on my shelf. So that's why I bought it. So people like me actually exist. But unfortunately, the general public now associates graded games with money instead of a genuine passion for the games, because that's all these high-end collectors ever talk about.
So these are the 2 gems of my collection and the games that I spent the most money on. This one is a first print Mario Brothers with a sticker seal, which means it's from the test market run of Nintendo in 1986. And there's only one of these in the world, and this is it. And I spent $95,000 on this. This one is a first print Castlevania, the first time Castlevania was released to the public, because it has the hang tab, which signifies the first print, and it's in amazing condition with almost a perfect seal. This one I spent $85,000 on. Both of these were sealed. Since I bought these games, I've gotten a few unofficial offers of over $200,000 for each of them. But I'll tell you right now, if someone offered me $500,000 for each, I would not sell.
My own personal opinion is that I love the graded games that I own, and I love them because I actually played them. I never plan on selling them, and when I look at them, they remind me of the amazing times they provided me when I was growing up, and that is worth far more than money ever could. Thanks for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
BRB, gotta check the milk. Gotta check the milk. Okay. Well, there ain't no milk. Surprise, surprise, nobody's surprised. God damn! be doing that. Anyway. Anyway you want it, that's the way you need it. Bim bam bari bam.
We just got our first major look at Diablo 4 Season 15, and Blizzard is leaning hard into Diablo 3 nostalgia, with Soul Splinters, 9 returning Legacy Uniques, Rebirth, and as well we got some major class changes. Some of this could genuinely shake up the meta, but Blizzard is also making iconic mythics even less special, which is pretty much the exact opposite of what I wanted. Meanwhile, Path of Exile's new league is off to a strong start. Dungeons & Dragons is getting a full World of Warcraft crossover. Titan Quest 2 has revealed its new Summoner Mastery, and more. Hey folks, this is Riker, and I dig into RPG and gaming news so that you can spend more time playing games. Timestamps below to skip ahead to different topics. But before we dive in, a word from this video's sponsor, Zombie Waves. At first glance, Zombie Waves looks like a fairly straightforward zombie survival game. You have one character, a gun, and an increasingly unreasonable number of zombies trying to remove you from existence. But the longer you survive, the more it turns into a full-on bullet heaven roguelite, where the real goal is to put together a build capable of wiping out everything on the screen before everything on the screen wipes out you. Every run begins with your character relatively underpowered, and as you kill enemies and collect energy stones, you level up and are given a choice between 3 randomized upgrades. And this is where the actual build craft comes into play. You aren't just choosing which upgrade has the largest number attached to it, you're looking for skills that work together, strengthen your weapon, compensate for weaknesses in your build, or set up larger synergies for later in the run. There's more than 100 roguelite skills to experiment with, along with different guns, equipment, ultimate abilities, companions, vehicles, and customizable robot sidekicks. And because the upgrades are randomized, you can't necessarily force the exact same setup every time. You have to look at what the game is offering you, recognize potential combinations, and adapt your build as the run develops. The controls themselves are designed to be played one-handed, so the basic movement is easy to pick up. The complexity comes from the decisions you make during the run and whether those decisions can actually survive the game's larger hordes, elite enemies, and bosses. Zombie Waves is free to play on iOS and Android. Use my link in the description or scan the QR code on screen, and you will also receive a special starter pack worth $50. That pack includes 3 weapon material pull vouchers, 2 robot decryptors, 1 equipment draw voucher, and 888 diamonds. The starter pack offer is available through my link for the next 30 days, so check out Zombie Waves on Android or iOS and see what kind of completely broken build you can put together. Starting off with Diablo news, the test server for Season 15 kicks off next week. It'll run from August 4th to 11th, and it will include a selection of the features and updates that the next season of Diablo 4 will offer without giving away everything. Blizzard says they'll still have more to share about Season 15 at BlizzCon in September, and the season will kick off shortly thereafter. We know this BlizzCon is supposed to be a big one for Diablo, so I wonder what cards they're keeping up their sleeve. So, for Season 15, we're getting Soul Splinters. These are reminiscent of Diablo 3 Soul Shards. They are new socketable items that can be placed in jewelry, and they seem to be tied to villains like Belial, Zoltan Kuhl, and Lilith, and they offer a buff and a bane. They come in 5 rarities: common, magic, rare, legendary, and unique. They can also be upgraded in the Heraldric Cube. They also grant resistances, so it seems they are strict upgrades over gems for the most part. No need to worry about sacrificing resistances to equip these seasonal items. So for example, the Splinter of Anguish, based on Andariel, Maiden of Anguish, that splinter gives fire resistance, crit chance, attack speed, but increases resource costs by 30%. The higher the rarity of the Splinter of Anguish, the better the buffs, so you can upgrade it in the cube to get better. The Splinter of Sin gives lightning resistance and max health, but reduces your primary resource by 30%. The Splinter of Lies gives cold resistance, increased gold find, crafting material drop rate, and bonus XP, but you are always weakened and vulnerable. That's interesting. I guess you would use this on your T12 speed farming build once you're strong enough to take on higher tier content, and therefore you can handle taking a ton more damage. The Splinter of the Black Soul Stone does not give resistance, instead giving all stats, and its effect, killing enemies, absorbs a soul for 15 seconds. Each soul increases your damage a bit, but also increases the damage you take. And this effect stacks, but does not refresh. This is kind of interesting. I imagine most builds will probably try to squeeze this in for more damage, and then players are just going to complain about being one-shot. The Splinter of Pain gives poison resist and damage reduction, but you lose.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson. One of my favorite things to see in the games industry is when a studio loves an old genre-defining game so much that they create their own modern spiritual successor so that a new generation of gamers can experience what the original game pioneered. Today I'm going to play and give some design commentary on a game called Legend of Grimrock, which is the spiritual successor to Dungeon Master, a game that originally came out in 1987 on the Atari ST. I got Dungeon Master a few years later on my Amiga 500 when I was around 9 years old and played a whole lot of it. While I'm not going to claim that it was the very first dungeon crawler with a first-person perspective, it was the one that brought this particular style of RPG to a wide audience at the time. It had grid-based movement, real-time combat, a 4-character party, rune-based magic, and environmental puzzles. It was quite diegetic. You'd reach into the scene to interact with buttons and place objects on pads. Compared to other dungeon crawlers of the time, it was a huge step up in terms of immersion. As a kid playing it, I honestly found it terrifying, in a good way. But people stopped making games like this. Once Wolfenstein 3D, Doom, and Quake came out, 90-degree rotation gave way to full 3D environments. And then Diablo 1 came along and totally changed how people saw real-time RPGs. 25 years later, a small team from Finland called Almost Human created Legend of Grimrock as a spiritual successor to Dungeon Master. I played it when it came out in 2012, but that was 14 years ago now and I can barely remember anything about it. I'm really interested to see what I think about the design of this game now that I have a bunch more game design experience than when it first came out. Let's give it a shot. Okay, The Legend of Grimrock. So I believe the plot is that you're a group of prisoners that have been thrown into this dungeon, pardoned for your crimes. If you can escape, you get to go free. And so movement is on a grid where you are moving and can rotate 90 degrees at a time. You can strafe left and right as well. Light obviously matters a lot. And so this inscription says, choose your fate, perish in the cell or pick up the torch. So we pick up the torch, causing the door to open, and if I put it in my character's hand, I'm now carrying the torch around with me, which means I can see. And I believe that the torches will run out over time. For the time being it says it's bright, so we're okay. But I should look for more. Actually, I notice, staring directly at this wall here, there's a button I can click. I assume this is teaching the player about secrets. Well, that guy looks kind of foreboding. Okay, some boots. One pin and a shuriken. So my plan here is I've got my party of 4 characters. There's this guy here who is a fighter, and this guy here is a minotaur fighter, so they're the front line. Basically, they have the ability to attack enemies directly in front of me, whereas these two characters here, the rogue and this mage, are in the back row. And so the rogue, for example, can throw the shuriken, which it automatically recovered. So I throw it, you can see it on the ground over there, and as I come close, it puts it in the hand. And the mage has the ability to cast spells. It's a rune-based magic system. I think this is simpler than the one that's in Dungeon Master. And for that one, the spells will a sequence of several different ones. So here, you dial in a spell and cast it, and in that case, discover new spell fire burst. So I'm assuming that first rune is fire. And you can probably, put some combination together. In that case, it did nothing. Okay, so I'm just wasting mana doing that. Okay, well, before my torch comes too low. Now, it's very tempting to just look at every wall to try to see if there's any secrets, like how we found the button in the previous room, but realistically it's going to take forever if I do that, so I'm just not going to bother. Okay, so my rogue here has a torch that's still bright, and my warrior is carrying an additional torch, and I'm just going to stockpile those. I note that they have an encumbrance system, so for example, it looks like the torch is 1.2 kilograms, and if I go over 63, my character's going to, I assume, slow down. Okay. It's interesting to have both an encumbrance system and also a grid, because I'm going to be limited in how much I can carry on the grid, but also limited in terms of weight, so I need to balance stuff between party members. Okay. Looks like we have some clothes. Let's stick them here and work out what we've got. So that's putting protection on this guy. I'm going to balance it slightly so that my Minotaur has a small amount of protection as well, as he's in the front line. Club, give it to the Minotaur. Okay, cool. I notice that things are pretty diegetic, like you can put things, I'll do it with, you can put things in the scene, as opposed to it being very abstract. Okay. I hear like a shuffling sound of something in the distance. That's unnerving. Okay, so I have a pressure pad, which I notice when I step on it causes the door to open, and I assume I can't run. Okay, so there's a rock. Now, put the rock on the pressure pad. This is teaching me how pressure pads work. Now, the first thing I think as a player is, what if I want to keep the rock? Because I assume you can, yeah, you can use it as a weapon. And I like that. But what I'm thinking here is if I take something like maybe this tunic, the idea of, no, I'm not going to overthink it. I was thinking that eventually I'll find better armor, so I can throw a tunic away now by putting it on there. Okay, we have a key. Alright. I do have a surplus of torches. It's tempting to go.
Area safe and secure.
Okay, so I'm getting a little lost at the moment. They have a map feature. So old school Dungeon Master required you to draw this all on grid paper, and here you have some of the maps as I go. So if I take a few steps forward here, it maps up to there. Okay, I'll take that. And so we can see here I haven't been down that passageway or in here. And they meet up. Okay, we have a key. Now, one cool puzzle they had early on in Dungeon Master was that there was a door that you could beat down basically, instead of using up your key. If you just smash the door to pieces, it means you've got your key for later on. I don't think I'm gonna bother with that though, because I don't know that that will work here. Okay, it's another place that needs a key. Loose rock. Okay, well I think this is referring to that there. Let me just grab a torch. I'm always scared that there's going to be a monster around some corner. Okay. So this is reinforcing the same key mechanics. Now you notice I can walk around with the key on my cursor, like I can essentially have it on my cursor rather than having to stash it in someone's inventory, so I assume I can't fight like that. another torch. How many have we got? 5 torches. It may be that there's just plentiful torches, or they may just give them to you really early on, and then later on you have to rely on diminishing light. Okay, there's a monster. Okay. Now you notice the way I'm fighting here is to take a hit at it, and then kind of back up. If I stand right next to it, then I'm just going to get hit repeatedly, and so basically I'm kind of kiting it away, taking a hit, and it's the way that combat works in these games. It's not really an exploit. In fact, it gets worse when you'll see when we've got a room that's 2x2, we get the ability to dance around monsters in a square. And that's how combat works here, and it works well until you have multiple monsters in the room and then you're pinned. So that monster dropped a snail slice, which I assume this is a reference to Screamer slices from original Dungeon Master as far as I can tell. But basically my characters have a food bar, and it's fine at the moment, but it says once it gets down to red, basically at that point you don't regain health and energy. So while you have green or orange food, your characters will tick up their health and energy, which is used for both casting spells and also for doing attacks. And so you have the ability to rest at any stage, which depletes your food rather quickly, but basically regenerates, and it's good to do after combat. So food is helpful, and it's good that the monsters will turn into it. Okay, where are we going?
That's a nasty bit of business.
I think what I'm going to do is put the torch there so I can hit with it in the meantime if I don't have a weapon. What am I looking for here? So that's just a lever that will open it. Stuff. Okay. Trousers, knife. Okay. Boots go on. Mortal. Boots as well. Wait, trousers. And skill daggers. What is that? Okay, I don't know if I can effectively use that from the back row, but I guess we'll find out. Okay, what have we got? We have a throwing knife. Maybe the wizard can hold that. Okay. Did I miss anything? Okay. I just get the feeling this dungeon is full of secrets that I'm walking right past because I'm not inspecting every single wall. Okay, another snail. In fact, there's 2 snails there you can see outside. Okay, so this will show you I'll show you what happens with combat if you... Actually, I don't have to do a fire spell before. Let's just incinerate it. So you get the ability in these rooms to kind of dance around the enemies like this. So here we have a 2x2 room, and there's an enemy, so it can't hurt me while I'm here. I take a swing, move out of the way. And this is kind of a square dance that occurs in these kind of games. Now, of course, later on, once monsters are a lot faster and more powerful, you know, it's much, much harder. But it does raise a question. So at the moment, I'm just sitting here servicing cooldowns essentially, and there's not a lot of tactical decisions that I have to make. You know, it's pretty much just going to get in there, get some hits. Okay. So I have some more food if I need it.
Zips up, kiddies, and the Zeds ain't waiting.
More torches for the torch pile.
Come get some, you ugly bastard.
Looking for a key. And of course, always looking for secrets. Okay, another room full of stuff. Okay, so that's a loincloth, which I'll give to the give to my rogue to put on. Some sandals, also for the rogue. This is some food, and there's an additional rock which will stack with that one. Okay, well, they're equipping me a little bit. Okay, I noticed that they have only a food mechanic rather than a water one. In Dungeon Master they were both, and that had interesting consequences because you could get water from fountains that would refill that you'd find along the way. You know, you carry bottles and water flasks and stuff with you. Okay, got another rock, got some bread. I just keep feeling there are going to be secrets. I can't spend forever looking for them. Okay, so we've got a key we're looking for, which is for... Which door is the key for? That door. I guess I can type like need key or something. So if you're wanting to leave like long-term notes, there's this mode called Old School, which doesn't have a mapping feature. You have to go and do it by hand. So this here is kind of the, you know, mass market appeal, beginner-friendly kind of mode that I'm running it on. Okay, to close the pit, something needs to fly. Okay, so there's the key I need. Here's a pit, and there's a pressure pad. So I assume I chuck that onto the pressure pad. Can I walk on this? Yeah. Take the key, if I pick this up, I'm on the pressure pad. So if I step off the ladder, put it on the pit. We don't want that. Okay. What can I spare though? Like, can I spare a torch? Is that really okay? Kind of like a rock. Okay, I'm just going to throw a torch away. In fact, the torch I'm going to throw away is this one there. Okay, good. And here's the key. I don't like the look of that face. Okay. Where are the monsters? Okay, I can see something ahead. Ooh. Okay, they're on the other side of the pit. That's fine for now. Okay, there's a door going up and down. Right, pressure pad. Okay. Can I get this snail back and drop it on the hole? Like, if the snail comes to me. Yep. Alright. I mean, maybe that was the wrong choice. It may have been better to actually fight it for, like, experience and, you know, and to get the food from it and so on. But it's good to know that we can do that. Okay, what have we got? Scroll with Fire Burst. Okay, so this is telling me the spell that I guess from the ship. That's cool. I guess I can use that scroll for pressure pads and stuff if I need to. Another rock. Got a loincloth that can go in the direction of a mage with some armor, probably very fragile. Okay. I just feel this is the kind of place where we're going to go and hide something. There's a pressure back. Is that where there's... Yep. Well, now we're in a room I can just dance around it, and it's pretty safe. I can just imagine backing up down a hole or something. Okay, did I pick that up? No, just push it to the side. Okay. There's quite a lot. There was a room early on in Dungeon Master which was called the Screamer Room, which had essentially monsters like snails, very unaggressive ones that you could farm for food, and it regenerated them infinitely. And so it could be, for example, that this is essentially, you know, a snail room, which is just making snails forever. So I shouldn't have gone and... I shouldn't have backed myself here where I can't get through, because the snail can just eat me. Okay, so what am I seeing? Snail pieces, I picked up the rock and the knife I used. This is a blue gem, I don't know what that's for. There's a secret. Okay, well what happens if we push it? It's for releasing for a short time. Am I meant to throw something? Nope. Okay, maybe I meant to put something through. Where's my scroll? Okay. I guess that was a puzzle. Okay. This is used for putting this up and down. Okay. Checking the map, we have now explored that area. I'm kind of interested to know what's down the hole. Unfortunately, the way to find out involves jumping down. I think that you can find rope in these kind of games that let you explore going down holes like that. Okay. I don't like the look of this. Heal my sight. Okay. Blue gem, right? We're looking for another one. That just felt like one of those kind of things that would spawn fireballs at me. Okay, so there's some kind of shambly guy walking around. And there's vines here. It's interesting how even a small change to the tile set immediately feels like you've hit a new area because now there's a vine guy and vines on the walls. Okay. Alright, what are we gonna do? There's several of them. The usual combat dance, so pull them out into a room. Yeah, this room's gonna be large enough. Okay, so what was that? A herder cat, so those guys are called herders. How's my food levels? We're fine at the moment. Okay, my memory is there was at least one other. There's a grim cap, so some type of mushroom. The fire, oh, I could, if I can get into that room, I can then joust with them in that room. Okay, the fire works incredibly well on these guys. Okay, there's two of them. So I've got to be careful. There's the gem I need. I've got to be careful not to allow both of them in the room at the same time. Well, I'm glad the AI on these monsters is quite early, and so we're not really having them aggressively gang up on me. Okay, that picked up the shuriken. There's still one over there. There's a gem I need. Yeah, it's very interesting that in this game, the ability to move to the side and be completely impervious to the combat is essentially like a dodge roll in modern action RPGs. It gives you the ability to just not be where the damage is. I also wonder, in Grimrock, where if I'm here, I can't be hurt, if that means that the ability to move out of the way is just more important than any particular defensive item that I could have.
Weapons at the ready.
This is very much how the combat has been designed in this particular game, though. And one of the reasons why people moved on to playing other types of RPGs over time.
Nice work, team. 25%
And one of the questions I'll be asking while I'm playing this basically is this type of combat actually good? Is it interesting? Does it get more advanced as we carry on? Okay, tar bead and there's a lever. Okay, so I'm assuming that opens up this, which then lets me get the gem, which then lets me complete the puzzle before. Actually, I should consider whether I want to rest. What does that do? That's considering. Okay, a door is open somewhere. Right, okay, in here.
Well, that solved it.
Another tar bead. Some cave nettles. Okay, I think the reagents are going to go on my mage. And I'm going to give the food to the Minotaur. key strong. Okay, and a dagger. Does that go in my Minotaur spare hand, maybe? Okay. So how am I doing health-wise? I'm fine. There is a question where, like, you have these situations where, because of the padding that the designers have used on the levels, you can kind of see where secrets might be. Like, this space here, potentially, there could be a secret, but it's unlikely that there can be one in here because it's really narrow. And so you get the ability to kind of work out what areas are suspicious based on the efficiency the designers have used, rather than actual environmental cues from the dungeon itself. Okay.
It's a bleeding horror show, innit?
Oh dear. That's a horrible jump scare. Okay, do I have a room I can use? Yes, I do.
See that wall?
Am I actually doing enough damage with this torch? Like, would it be better for me to use... I do a lot more damage with this club. Yeah, maybe the torch is the wrong thing to be using in that hand. Like, I could take one of these knives, potentially. It's like kind of a good weapon. Or the spear. Okay. You can go in that hand there. Where does this knife go? So does this let me block? Okay, well that's exciting.
Quiet on the western front, for now.
So it was in here that the scary guy was.
Playing God never ends well.
Okay, that's foreboding. So there's a cool door. There's a button. I just don't want to go pushing stuff yet. That's a scroll that says what? Doors of iron. Great rewards can be found behind these doors. To gain access, look very carefully for small details and use your wits. Okay, well I mean there's this thing. Oh, there's more than one of those, is there? I'll take the torch. Okay, so the two of them together. Whitewood wand, that sounds good. Does it still let me cast stuff? It does. Okay, so what does the wand do? Energy plus 5. Cool. And a scroll that I need to read. This one says, this magical staff is a powerful weapon when wielded by a potent mage. Okay, well, that's cool. What does energy plus 5 actually mean? I mean, energy seems to be some kind of mana. Okay. So this is kind of cool. I assume that as I level up, I get the ability to specialize in air, earth, fire, and so on. And it appears that there's some level breakpoints here. Like, at level 2, I get the ability to cast Fire Burst, which I can do. And then at level 6, I get Fire Resistance, and then I get another spell. Some extra strength and so on, all the way up to eventually getting, like, insane Fire Resistance to getting to level 50 in it. Which is cool. And I assume the same applies to... Yeah, I see. So there's breakpoints for different levels for all of these different tracks that you can pick. Nice. So we've got this scary blue area. Okay, that's not a monster? Okay. What did that do? It seemed to fully heal me? And now it's... okay. I assume that's some kind of, like, well-like thing, to use the Diablo terminology. Crystal of Life. Touch to regain health and restore life. Okay.
Don't think they died of natural causes.
Scroll of Poison Cloud. Okay, so the bottom left one is Poison Cloud. Now, I'm getting this colored effect, I think, is this torch that I've been using running low. The torch is dim. So shall I let it run out before I...
Open up an armor crate. You're welcome.
Dungeon number 2. Okay, now there's some snails. I'm worried that if I let this run out, I'm just going to be plunged into darkness, but it might be the most efficient thing to do for the time being. I mean, torches-wise, I have a few. Like, I have, you know, another 8 torches if I need them. Oh, there's a snail up I should try this poison card. Not skilled enough to cast the spell. Okay. That's a shame. The cooldowns. Yeah, I can use this 2x2 space. Okay, there was nothing in there, but it's good to get some space. Actually, speaking of torches, I wonder how many I've just left by not noticing as I've gone. I also note... So there's a mechanic where if I were to rest, I would cover myself with mana, which is what a restoration crystal did. But that can be the expensive food, where eventually I'm going to have to eat to get the fire up. I'll try eating all of these characters. So if I go for a minute, I need some snail size. It went up a lot. Okay, so snail sizes are a lot. Let's try a bait maggot on her and see how much that is. Quite a lot also. Okay. What I was saying though was that the restoration crystals are competing with food essentially. Like if that thing, like if I were to go back to it, it was over here. If I go back to it and it's gone off cooldown and lets me use it again, which it hasn't, and I don't know if it does, then it would be something that...
Majka je zvala neki broj, uplatio se 300 dinara. Memoriši mi taj sad broj, 061. Ne znam da li imam da.
Šta da uplatiš na taj broj telefona?
Odi dolje uplatio...
Ne, idem dolje. Sad ne, kasnije ću otići.
Pa dobro, kasnije.
To poslala poruku, šta je bilo? Ili te pozvala se to?
Zvala me. Dobro je, pita. Koljena je boli, veli...
Šta me ne čudo. Pa imaš već?
Imam.
Piše Đula 1. Vidiš. Je to taj gdje telefon?
Čekam.
A nazovi pa će ti ispisat na ekranu šta pozivaš.
Onda piši ti da imaš neki drugi, ovaj u blatu.
Šta? Ti ga daješ meni?
Da, tebe.
Ja rekao da ćeš da se čuvaš broj telefona.
Platilo na ovaj broj 067.
Ti prema uplati, prema sad otići neće.
Da nas ili šutra, nije bitno.
061
Nađi, pobježem. Sam se dočekao. Kasnije ćemo ručati ako ti nisi.
Sad ću sad ručati, ti spominješ sad ručati.
Ne, no mi ti. Kasnije ćemo, ja rekao.
4, 7, 7, 4, 6. ići popodne do Petra Ivanovića, pa kad budem išao kod njega, svratit ću do odali pretpostavljam.
300 dinara.
Pa ne mogu manje ni da uplatim.
Aj, toliko je. Dobro. Kako se, a ona, kako se ti nisi šetio?
That I can, you know, it's an alternate system which I'm using instead of food to recover stuff. So I do want to work out whether that's the case. Yeah, these guys are getting pretty easy. Mork gained a leg. Which one's Mork? Oh yeah, I see it. It's this guy here. Okay, so what does that mean? I can put an extra point in. Sorry, I can put 4 extra points in these. Well, he's using a club, a mace. Do I want to commit to that? I mean, he seems to specialize in maces, so I'll put some more points in. What do I get? I get Vitality plus 1 at level 4. I mean, are these used? I feel there's a lot I should be learning here, rather than just randomly putting points in. Okay, maces seems good. That probably makes sense. Okay. All my warriors are level as well. Alright, let's just do maces. Okay, what's he got? He specializes in athletics and armors and swords. He doesn't have a sword though, so I'm not going to put more points in swords till I find one. I guess in the meantime, if I can get his armors up to level 5, we will get this health plus 10 bonus, and I'll put athletics in the meantime. Okay, so this is the room we were just looking in. Cap goes on. Rock goes in my rock pile. Where did my rocks go? There's my rocks. Yeah, I guess I have done nothing but a hand to throw. Suspicious. I'm expecting that torch to go out any second. Yeah, I quite like the tactility of items in this game. You know, the point you actually have them. Well, the torch is a bad example. But you actually have a shield, you can throw it around. You know, it feels like it's literally got weight to it. Whereas if I throw the shuriken, it goes much, much, much further. Did that pick up? Where did my shuriken go? Okay, first problem. Replenishing torch. There's the shuriken. Okay. Torch has been replenished, so that's how long they last in total. Where are we at? Go here.
Good start. 5% eliminated.
There's a rock. There's a torch. Okay, I can hear shuffling. Okay. So we've got this door and that door under the passageway. I'm just going to go back and check the passageway. Was that here? Yeah, it was this one there. This one was here. Okay, so I have 2 doors that I can choose to open. Let's do this one. This has a doublet, silk hose, mole jerky, and dagger. I'm kind of just picking everything up. I don't know if that's the right choice. I mean, I guess I haven't hit encumbrance or capacity limits yet, so not a big problem. Okay, so that room is just freebies. That's good. Simplifies down. Okay, let me just check whether I can wear that. Can he wear that? What? Okay. That's not good. Okay, I failed there. Now, normally I would say after a fight I want to rest in order to get my health back, but there's more of these guys. The fire is so effective. Okay, great. Put myself in the corner. Yeah, I love this room also. Oh, I've got a 2x2 room, so he can't hurt me anymore. Now I believe this guy leveled up, and that means I get to specialize some more. So I got that poison spell, and the poison spell required, was that level 3? Let's find out. Okay, and then I go to him and I try to cast that one on the next monsters, like this. Out of energy. Okay, well I should rest. So you'll notice while I'm sleeping my mana and life and stuff grow up, but this is hurting my... Okay, interesting. Well, that was cool. Okay, he's still got some specialization he can do. Let's just do spellcraft. Okay, I'll just review where I'm at food-wise. They're mostly fine. Okay, I've got my poison one lined up. This was the room that those guys were in. I think this is where we're up to. Yep. A machete. Okay, well that could actually be well aligned with what my warrior needs. Compass, nice. Key. We did want a key. So what use is the compass? Oh, I see. Let's just see which way we're facing. I mean, this is super helpful if we don't have this crazy map, but this unfortunately does show where we are. I like the idea of having it so you're actually like leaping through a book to find the map that you can keep as you went. Okay, where's this door? It's up here. Will there be a jump scare? Big empty room.
Empty weapon. Sorting it.
Shelter left, cells right. Shelter sounds good, right? So I noticed here, there's a torch sconce on the wall. Yeah, I see. Heavy bassinet. I think my manager can go with that. Protection 8, evasion -10 without heavy armor proficiency. Where's heavy armor proficiency? That's at 16. Okay, fair enough. That's interesting. So it's causing me to be less evasive to have this huge protection helmet on, but then I get the ability to just bypass that later. Okay, the poison starts is actually, was it worthwhile? I mean, I guess it did some damage. Compare with how much damage this does. That did a lot more damage. Okay, snails like being brave. Okay, so you can pick things up through the grate. Hey, an arrow. That's a good sign. Sandball, high chest, light armor. Protection plus 3, evasion minus 5 without light armor efficiency. So currently, well, how hard is it to get light armor efficiency? Maybe this guy. He's very close to light armor proficiency, so I suspect the answer is that I pass this over to him, and then he can wear it and be able to get rid of that penalty much sooner. Okay, so I think I have a key to that, but I haven't finished looking around all of this stuff. Okay, so I want that arrow, but I don't know how to get in. I'm assuming there'll be just a way to like open up all the cells at once or something. In which case I have everything I wanted apart from the arrow so far. Yep, okay, cool. So I'm just gonna go take the key to the door. There is a sequel to this game, Legend of Grimrock 2, and it's significantly more outdoors, shall we say. Like, this is a dungeon. And Legend of Grimrock 2 has you actually walking around islands and so on. It's a good game. I haven't actually completed that one, but I think this one's a much more like indicative one to show how the game works than going on to the much more complicated sequel, which is good to advance to once you've already played a bunch of Grimrock 1. Okay. Right, so that's how we get into the back of that place with the arrow. So these are 3 poison arrows. I don't know if arrows are destroyed when you... If arrows are destroyed when you fire them, or whether you have the ability to recover them. Alright, so we have 2 persistents. What do they do? Okay. Alright. Okay, so basically it's a puzzle to have both of those on at the same time. I feel that they're gradually walking through a tutorial of all of the various simple puzzles. I think they're going to get a lot harder later. Back to fire. I hear something. What's that? Oh, that's... So over there it's a restoration. Okay, and there's a flying one. It's gonna fly over there. And my rogue leveled up. Where did my shuriken go? I tried to...
No one messes me about.
Right, so she's leveled up. She's got assassination and daggers. Okay, it really suggests I should just be using a dagger from the backwards. Maybe I can do it like that. So she's got a dagger. Assassination, dodge, and missile weapons. So if she can find a bow, that'd be really good. Throwing weapons. I don't know. Not really my vibe. Like, maybe I'll try the dagger thing and maybe some throwing weapons and then... Okay, well she's got a dagger, she's got a shuriken. Okay.
Hey, while you're at the pod, I want some help.
No weapons allowed inside.
Good bit of kit.
Do I just have to put my weapons here?
Let's have one last fling before it's all over. Turret deployed. Now, watch and learn proper shooting. And
So you can just throw bits of them at each other. Okay, that's a problem. I really should stop backing myself into things. Okay. A rock. Mushroom. A key. Out of any secrets? Yes. Pointy shoes. Protect for 1 dexterity plus 1. And then I'll steal that. Don't know what's down there. And this is where a key goes. You can hear something walking around.
We don't know it, but it's already over.
This type of game used to scare me when I was a kid, like that holding cells. Okay, that's kind of, I'll come back to that.
You lot ain't invincible. Come grab some armor.
But what was walking around? So I'm assuming that when I stand like this. Uh-oh. That's not good. I mean, I should be fine. There's enough room in here. No. No, 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 no. That's a bad trap. Could I have predicted this though? No, and now I'm trapped between the two of them. Oh, this is very bad. This is very bad. Out of energy. This is very bad. Oh dear. No. Well, that was embarrassing. I was kind of hoping and expecting to get a lot further through the game on my playthrough here, but, you know, I mean, it was a fair death, right? I stumbled right into a trap, and you can kind of see the moment when I realized that I was doomed once I saw the knights coming out of the walls, counted to 3, realized that I was going to get pinned against a corner, and there was nothing I could do. I mean, I wasn't playing the kind of playthrough where you load and save repeatedly to kind of save scum it, and so, you know, I died, and that's a fair death, so I'll accept it. I really like Legend of Grimrock. I'm not expecting it to be for everyone, but I think that back in the day, decisions really mattered a lot in games, and something like Legend of Grimrock lets you experience that kind of gameplay using a more modern engine that's more accessible. And speaking of engines, if you do try it out and like it, there's a whole dungeon editor and modding community and that kind of stuff to explore. Overall, I had a good time playing today. My memory is the game gets a lot more complex as you get deeper down the dungeon. Monsters get faster and scarier, and you get a lot more abilities yourself. Before playing today, one of the things I wondered about was whether the game would actually feel like you were a party of 4 adventurers moving around a dungeon together, or whether you just kind of feel like one guy with 4 sets of equipment and 4 sets of cooldowns. And I do think it actually managed to have a party feel. Like, I felt that each of the characters did have a distinct role, even though I was just scratching the beginning of their individual skill lists. One of the Grimrock developers once said in an interview, "We knew we had to offer undiluted old-school gameplay combined with a nice presentation and a fluid graphical user interface which would appeal to a new generation." And I think you achieved this. If any of the developers from Almost Human are watching this video, I want you to know that I think you did a great job. As an old-school Dungeon Master fan, this is exactly the kind of game I completely scratched the itch, and I really wish that more studios would find a way of bringing back old classics with a fresh coat of paint for a new generation. Well, if you enjoyed watching me get slaughtered in this game, please like the video and consider subscribing. Thanks very much, and I'll see you next time.
Yes, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters!
For 5 long years, I carried this watch up my ass.
Wow!
Wow! Han Solo as Christopher Walken. You know, he should have got the role.
He should have!
He did, he auditioned. He said, Boba Fett, Chewie, get your lightsaber out and shove it up. Guys, I think it's great. But I need more cowbell. Wow. It's fantastic.
I hate ghosts. They're spooky. And I don't respond well to spooky behavior.
I am Christopher Walken.
Mike! It's crazy. You know, the AFI, it's an award. It's like the Tony, which I'm up for, and you have a bunch of. It's crazy.
You know, you've ruined my life.
Oh, what?
People during the curtain call bring cowbells and ring them. The other day I went for an Italian food lunch, and the waiter asked if I wanted more cowbell with my pasta bolognese.
Sometimes, if you want me to talk, I just, whatever comes into my head, I'll say. I don't know when or what it's gonna be.
You know, I feel like what this show needs is more cowbell.
Golly, come on. You gotta get up. It's crazy.
Oh my. We're out of soy milk. This is tragic news. News for the lactose intolerant.
You know, I can see you coming. I can see your dog, too. And I go, her name is Shirley. And he says, who cares? And I thought he cared because he brought it up, you know? And he goes, I gotta know what happened to your dog, Shirley Rottweiler. What happened to your dog's tail? It's gone. Where did it go? It's okay, you can tell me. And then he gets like real close to me and he goes, it would be great to have a tail. And I'm cool, right? So I look back at him and I go, why? Why is that? And he goes, come on, if you had a tail, everyone would know. If you were angry or upset, they'd see you. They'd see you coming up the block. They'd say, get back. Look at his tail. He's crazy. And I go, well, you probably mean happy. Like, people know if you're happy. If you have a tail, you'd wag it because you're happy. And he goes, maybe you and your tail.
Well, I'd want a tail. And people, why, Chris? Well, if I was happy, my tail would be up. And obviously, if I was sad or scared, my tail would be down.
Today, I'm an alligator.
Now, Christopher couldn't be here tonight, Mike, but he did send the following telegram.
Oh, hello. Sup, sobers. It's Thanksgiving weekend. The year's 1981. A beautiful, luxurious yacht parked just off the coast of Catalina Island. On board, the beautiful, amazing, talented, absolutely lovely Miss Natalie Wood. Her husband, Mr. Robert Wagner. Myself, Christopher Walken. And the caretaker of this yacht, Mr. Dennis Deverne. And between the quaaludes and the alcohol and all the pot smoke, well, it's really no shock that, well, an argument breaks out. I do my very best to stumble back to my room. Gonna hide out in my room for quite a while. Hours later, I'm woken to find out that Miss Natalie Wood, well, she can't be found. It's not until the next morning that we find out Miss Natalie Wood's body has been floating near the dinghy boat just off the coast of Catalina Island. Unfortunately, she didn't make it. And gosh, there's only one person that can really know what truly happened on that fateful evening. But unfortunately, that person is Miss Wood. Or is it?
Let's go.
Welcome back. You're here with your host, DJ Moonwalkin. If this is your first time here in the sober sector, well, please like the video. Please subscribe. Please hit the notification bell icon. That way, you never miss a time ever when I decide to post one of my videos. But if you're one of my amazing returning subscribers, well, then I just gotta say, sup sobers. And you know, why is it that
people seem to look at Christopher Walken and think, man, there's something very dark and creepy and fundamentally just off about that guy. Gosh, it's so very hot. My armpits, they're sweaty. They're very sweaty. Ronald Walken was born March 31st, 1943 in Astoria, Queens, in New York. His father, Paul Walken, not Paul Walker, was a German immigrant and baker, and he ran the family's bakery in Queens. His mother's name was Rosalie. She was a Scottish immigrant, and she was obsessed with the big screen, fame, stardom, and for that reason, she pushed all three of her boys, Kenneth, Glenn, and Ronald, all into acting. In fact, Chris was originally named after the actor Ronald Colman, so obviously she was pretty obsessed with stardom and the big screen. Chris wouldn't find anything out about his grandparents for a long time because his grandpa that he knew for his entire life wasn't his real grandpa. It's not until 2023 that he finds out through this Finding Your Roots PBS program. They do an ancestry test, and they find out that this guy named Joseph Egan is actually his grandfather. And Joseph Egan was arrested in London for receiving and reselling stolen property, and that landed him in prison for 5 years. And this was a unique prison at the time because it was one of the few prisons trying this new style or new theory on how to keep inmates called solitary confinement. So likely he spent a good chunk of his time, that 5-year stretch, in solitary. Then he actually transferred prisons where he was basically working, doing manual hard labor until he was released. At that point, he had a daughter, which would be Christopher Walken's mom, Rosalie. According to Chris, he was acting or working since the age of 1. But there's also interviews where he says that he was acting since the age of 3, then he says the age of 5. So I don't know, we can just safely assume that sometime between the ages of 1 and 5 years old, he was on stage. He was modeling, he was singing, dancing, and acting. Film was exploding in New York at this time, which was great for Chris because, well, as a young kid actor, they had kids in film and TV shows all the time. As Chris describes it, they were like furniture or plants, just added aesthetic extras for the scenes.
In those days, television was being born, really, and it was being born in New York, in the area of Rockefeller Center, and around there were 90 live shows every week, live. And they used kids a lot, particularly in the holidays. Not so much as actors, and because I'm not sure there is such a thing as a child actor, but and I'm not sure. I'm still not sure that I'm an actor. I think myself was a performer. We did all these shows in those days, and they would use kids really more or less as furniture. You know, hey, put some over here, put some over here. Christmas time or something, like lamps. And occasionally I'd get a line, which I would forget.
Your mother was the pressure point, wasn't she, for all of this show business? It was your mother who wanted you guys to do it.
Sure.
Was she a stage mother?
But, you know, kids don't say, Mom, you know, I'd like to go into show business.
But was she a stage mother?
Yes.
The classic
it was
stage
great,
mother?
though. I'm very grateful. You know, because of that, I got an education that I never would have had otherwise. I mean, you can't buy an education like that. It was very unusual, very interesting people. There was something called the Stage Mother Society. It was 300 women, and they would all meet regularly, and they had kids. They were very competitive. They had these big meetings where they drank coffee and smoked cigarettes, which they probably weren't allowed to do at home. And fought, basically, with each other.
He was able to get his foot in the door, but in order to do that, he had to attend this special school, which basically lets you come and go as you please, and allows you to work around your busy performing and touring schedules. It's called the Professional Children's School. Outside of being an extra on these TV and film sets, Chris was a classically trained tap dancer. was training really hard so that he could enter the world of musical theater. And in 1959, he made his Broadway debut in a play called J.B., and this is where he'd get to showcase his dance skills as well as his phenomenal acting skills. Chris was a phenomenal dancer, but even more, he was a tall dancer. And apparently it's not very common to have someone who's a good dancer and is also tall. So because of that, he got tons of roles. That seemed to be good for his career. And up until the mid-1960s, he was still operating under his government name, Ronnie Walker. Ronnie was also working as a dancer at one of the local nightclubs. And one night, a Belgian dancer named Monique Van Woeren, she just felt like his name would be better if it was Chris. So she started calling him Chris. And because of that, he felt like it was actually a better stage name than Ronald or Ronnie Walken. So he changed his name to Christopher, but he always said that Christopher looked like a freight train on the page, so he just shortened it and goes by Chris. And this all happened when he was 18 years old. It's at this point that Chris starts moving away from his typical musical dance roles and going more into dramatic, serious roles, doing plays like Shakespeare and other mainstream popular classic productions at the time. In fact, during a traveling production of West Side Story, he gets to play the character Rith, and his girlfriend, Graziella, is played by a young lady named Georgianne Thon. And in 1963, the two of them start dating. And this part is absolutely bonkers, you guys. In 1969, the two of them decided to get married, and 55 years later, they're still married today. That has to be one of the longest, yet quietest Hollywood marriages ever, especially because they were both actors. And eventually, his wife, Georgianne, would go on to be a casting director, an Emmy award-winning casting director for Entourage and The Sopranos. But the two of them had a long, happy, healthy, quiet marriage. Because they were both so focused on their careers, they decided that they didn't want to have any children. They wanted to focus on making money, landing roles, and building up their professional careers. So that's what they did. They didn't have any kids. And here's a little fun fact for you guys, because, well, I know you love fun facts. Christopher Walken doesn't use technology. No cell phones, not social media, computers, none of that stuff. He has his wife do all of his technological stuff for him. That's pretty cool.
I'm very appreciative that you could do this interview because we are on opposite ends of the United States. And I also don't take it for granted because I know that you are not a tech-savvy person. You are not comfortable with technology. Is that true?
Absolutely. Somebody had to set this all up for me. I don't have a cell phone.
You don't have a cell phone?
No, I don't have a computer. I've never sent a text or an email.
How do you make a phone call? Let's say you're on a movie set and you want to make a phone call to say to me, to your old friend Conan O'Brien. How would you do it?
Well, here at home I have a landline.
I hope you don't have a landmine. Let's look at that.
There's a landline that was here when I moved in. Same number. And when on a set, sometimes they give me a cell phone, but it's not for me. It's so they can reach me.
That's amazing. I think so many of us have become so dependent on ours. I'm fascinated by the idea that you don't have access even to a computer. Do you ever Google yourself on a computer?
I have not. My wife has a computer, and she knows about these things, and that pretty much takes care of it for me.
Your wife's friends will tell you, what they're saying about you on the internet if you needed to even know that.
She says, don't look.
After years of doing nothing but stage work and landing real small film acting roles, he finally landed in 1977 a supporting role in Woody Allen's new film, Annie Hall. This would be a pretty big break for him and really got his foot in the door when it comes to Hollywood. And then in 1978, he landed a massive supporting role in the film Deer Hunter. He played a character named Nick Shevotarovic alongside Robert De Niro, and one of the most memorable scenes in that entire movie is the Russian roulette scene. It is just so high intensity. It's these two guys who are basically captive in Vietnam, and these Vietnamese soldiers are forcing them to play Russian roulette. There's a pretty interesting story that goes into the filming of that scene, because I guess Robert De Niro at the last second decided to switch the guns out for one that had a real bullet in the gun so that they could add to the realism of the scene, the authenticity of the scene. And this freaked Chris out because he was meticulously checking that gun to make sure that it was empty and safe and nothing bad was going to happen. And at the last second, with the camera actively rolling, Robert De Niro brings out this other gun that is totally loaded. Great. But not only did this role solidify Chris's reputation as being haunted, intense, and slightly unhinged, but it also landed him an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor in 1978.
And the winner is... The winner is Christopher Walken in The Bear Hunter.
Thank you, Michael. I'm very happy to have this. I salute Michael Cimino with this Oscar here tonight. And I'd like to add my thanks to the members of the Academy and to Mr. Robert De Niro. Thank you all.
Pretty awesome for his second film. In 1981, Chris was set to co-star alongside the beautiful, lovely, and talented Natalie Wood in a sci-fi film called Brainstorm. At the time, Natalie was married to Robert Wagner, and they were going to take off and go out on their yacht, hang out just outside of Catalina Island, and just relax. And they decided to invite Chris along because, well, Natalie had gotten pretty close with Chris over the course of filming this movie. In fact, there's speculation that maybe they got a little too close, if you know what I'm saying. As I mentioned at the beginning, 4 of them, including the caretaker of the yacht, were all out on this beautiful 60-foot yacht called the Splendor. They were hanging out just outside of Catalina Island, and they were wanting to move the boat. Robert and Natalie end up getting into a pretty heated argument because Robert wants to move the boat to a different spot closer to the island at night, but Natalie is deathly afraid of water. She can't swim, but specifically, she's scared of dark water. So deep water, murky water, those kinds of things. So she doesn't feel safe or comfortable moving the boat at night, and she tells Robert, no, I really would prefer if we moved it now. But they can't agree. So Dennis DeVerne, the caretaker / captain of the yacht, decides to load up in the dinghy, and he takes Natalie back to shore. Natalie and Robert have already had a pretty rocky relationship up till this point. They've even been divorced prior to this already. They got remarried, but after this argument, Natalie's like, I'm gonna stay in a hotel tonight, and then I'm leaving and divorcing Robert tomorrow. And so Dennis decides to stay with her. He's gonna help her get out of there and do whatever she's gotta do. Robert and Chris actually stay on the yacht for the evening. We don't know if it was awkward. We don't know if they said anything to each other. We don't know if they argued. We don't know anything. All we know is that they stayed on the yacht that night. The next day, it sounds like Natalie was able to clear her head, maybe get some distance from the situation, and she decides that she is ready to work through things, and she decides to go back to the yacht. So Dennis loads up the dinghy boat, and they head back to the yacht. Throughout the day on November 28th, Natalie and Chris were laughing, giggling, seemingly flirting with each other throughout the day. Everybody was drinking pretty heavily, and so you would imagine that spirits were actually pretty high, but that's not the case. Dennis recalls that Robert was extremely uncomfortable and annoyed that Natalie was infatuated with Chris, basically. In fact, he felt like something might have been going on. There's other accounts, like the director from the movie Brainstorm, Douglas Trumbull. He says that they didn't really show any signs of physical chemistry, not even during any of the love scenes in the movie. So he doubts that there was any sort of affair or fling going on, keeping in mind that both Chris and Natalie are married at this point. But we're really not sure. According to Dennis, Robert gets so mad because Chris and Natalie are flirting with each other that he eventually smashes a wine bottle, just smashes it in front of everyone. And at this point, he yells at Chris and says, "What are you doing? Are you trying to f my wife?" Natalie's pissed. She gets up. She goes into her bedroom on the yacht. Robert decides to follow her in there, and the two of them begin arguing intensely. Chris decides that he's just going to just leave the whole situation, and he goes back to his room on the yacht and basically closes himself in there. Isn't really heard from again for the rest of the night.
At that moment, Christopher stood up and went directly to his stateroom. That was the last I've seen of him for that whole night.
Dennis claims that he could hear some pretty intense arguing happening, and it even sounded like there might have been some sort of physical altercation because he heard a lot of thumping and banging, and then out of nowhere, it just stopped.
That night, Robert Wagner and Natalie Wood, ferocious fight going on. You turned up your music so they would not think in your mind that you were eavesdropping or trying to hear them, but you did hear them.
Yeah, yes, I did. And I kept the music going, but I could still hear the arguing, and the arguing went on to the aft deck, and moments later, everything became silent. So I thought that maybe they were making up, and maybe they were going to go to bed, and that was going to be the end of it. So I waited for a little while, and I still had the music on, and I decided, well, I'm going to go down below, and I'm going to go to the aft deck and just see if everything's okay. Robert Wagner was standing there, leaning his back against the back of the boat, facing the boat. Natalie was missing, and when I go search the boat.
This is only about 15 minutes after the argument ended. It's at this point Robert informs Dennis that he can't find her. He has no idea where she is. It's about 12:15 a.m. on November 29th. Robert's saying, "We need to find her, we need to find her." But when Dennis is like, "Let's turn on the floodlights and see if we can see her out in the water, or maybe she's, I don't know, like, let's look for her, let's get these lights on and find her." But Robert's like, "No, don't do that." And then Dennis is like, "Yo, let's call the Coast Guard. Like, we need the Coast Guard's help if she's on the boat. Maybe she's hurt. Maybe something's going on." And he's like, "No, we're not going to call the Coast Guard." In fact, he doesn't call for any help until 1:30, nearly an hour and a half after she went missing. And it's not until 3:30 a.m. that they decide to let the Coast Guard know that she's missing and really ramp up this search.
Well, I went back to Robert Wagner and said, "There's nowhere on the boat." And I said, "Let's turn on the searchlight." We had a very big searchlight.
Looks like we're not top of the food
And I said,
chain.
"Let's turn on the searchlight to see if we can see her." And he says, "We're not going to do that." He said, "No." And I said, "Well, let's call the restaurant." He said, "We're not going to do that either." So we stood there, and I was just devastated. I think I was actually in shock. And Robert Wagner poured me a drink, and it was like it was like torture that was going on. And after a couple hours, I said, we have to call the restaurant." So we called the restaurant, and right after that, people from the restaurant came out to the boat, and they said that we should call the Coast Guard. We need to call the Coast Guard.
It's time. We have to call somebody. She's gone.
And when he did make that call for help, it wasn't for, "Hey, you need to search the water for her." He asked people in town to search for her in town. Well, if your wife is missing and the dinghy's missing, I'm gonna go look for her. I want to find her, especially in seas like that.
Seems a little suspicious. And this whole entire time, Chris is allegedly asleep in his stateroom on the yacht. Because the dinghy boat was missing, they assume that Natalie took this dinghy boat and went back into town, kind of like she did the night prior. But she is deathly afraid of deep, dark water.
I've always been terrified, still am, of water, dark water, seawater.
So the likelihood that she would go into that boat by herself at night, drunk?
She wouldn't do it in a nightgown. She didn't get the mail in a nightgown.
If she wanted to go somewhere, she would ask Dennis DeVerne to take her somewhere like she did the night before when she wanted to go into town. That's his job. It's dark out. She doesn't like the water. She doesn't like to swim. There's no reason for her to get in that dinghy to go anywhere. It didn't make any sense, the story Robert Wagner was telling. And it still doesn't make any sense to me. They say that she would get in the dinghy by herself and just take off.
With Robert delaying and obstructing this search effort, it's no surprise that Natalie was never located. But at 7:45 a.m. that same morning, on November 29th, the harbor master, Doug Bombard, he spots this red thing floating out just south of Blue Cavern Point on Santa Catalina Island. It's about 200 yards from the dinghy boat, and it's about a mile from the Splendor yacht. And unfortunately, that red object that Doug saw in the water would be Natalie Wood's red down jacket, keeping her body afloat just off the coast of Santa Catalina Island. At the time, Chris, Dennis, and Robert all had matching stories about what possibly could have happened, but none of them had any information about what actually happened. Chris says he was asleep. Robert says he doesn't know what happened after they argued because he went back into his room.
I got into an argument with Chris because he was saying what a wonderful actress she is. They were doing a film together, and that I said, what are you getting involved with her and her career for? And one thing led to another. Not a physical altercation, but an altercation that took us out on the deck, and I was angry at him. I looked below. I saw Natalie was doing something with her hair. She was going to go to bed. Chris and I were still talking. We weren't particularly arguing then, Sat up for a while, and when I went down below, she wasn't there. We never heard anything. The dinghy was gone. We never heard it start. We never heard anything at all.
And Dennis says that he doesn't really know what happened either because he was up basically steering the yacht. So we have no clue what actually happened to Natalie. The only person that knows is Natalie. Or is it?
We have received information which we felt was substantial, enough to make us take another look at this case.
I believe that Robert Wagner was with her up until the moment she went into the water.
While not a suspect, Robert Wagner is now considered a person of interest.
It does. It actually confirms my suspicions even more that what was originally reported isn't exactly what happened.
Her death was initially ruled an accidental drowning, and because of her fear of going into dark water, that seems like the absolute worst way for her to have died. Chris and Robert have remained relatively silent about the whole story over the years. Chris does a single interview where he basically says that Natalie's the only person that can really know what happened that night. He was asleep, and he has no clue what happened to her. Must have just been a tragic accident.
The untimely death of Natalie Wood during the filming of Brainstorm. Did that make that entire experience painful for you?
Sure. In so many ways, it was a terrible thing.
Did having a co-worker and a friend die change your attitude about living, Christopher?
Well, I suppose, confrontation with the sudden absence of somebody you're working with, for anybody, that does make a difference in your life, yes, sure.
How do you feel about the way the media handled the fact that Natalie Wood did die during the shooting of Brainstorm? How do you think that was dealt with?
They handled it in the only way they could. It was a shocking thing, and I think everything happened that was going to happen that way.
Do you think that the real story of Natalie Wood's death has actually come out?
The real story of her death is that she drowned. Nobody knows how she drowned or what happened except her. That's what it is. There is no real story. Nobody ought to know.
But unlike the happy accidents that Christopher Walken says really defines a skilled actor,
as you know, if you've painted with us before, you don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Because very soon you learn to work with anything that happens here.
their ability to handle spontaneous, accidental things that pop up spontaneously during the filming or performance of a scene.
And when you get over that fear of making a mistake, then it becomes fun.
This may not be one of those happy accidents.
Okay, let's have some fun.
In fact, the caretaker of the ship, Dennis Straverne, he says that Robert basically forced him to stick to this accident narrative, and that's what he did because, well, that was his boss. He was paying him to take care of his yacht. But years later, in 2012, Dennis starts changing his story a little bit. He starts coming out and letting people know, like, I don't really feel like this is what happened, and I actually think that Robert might have had more to do with it than he's letting us believe.
When you were standing on the back of that boat and he said, "Don't turn on that searchlight," you were talking to a murderer.
Exactly.
In light of this new information from Dennis, as well as multiple eyewitnesses that come forward saying that they were on nearby boats and actually witnessed this heated argument between Robert and Natalie, they decide to reopen this case. They do a supplemental autopsy report, and in that autopsy, they find that there was multiple bruises all over her body. So they think that there was a physical altercation that had happened before she ended up in the water. Now, Robert claims that she must have just slipped and fell while she was trying to get in the dinghy boat, and then she bonked herself on all these different things, and that's why she's all bruised up. But the autopsy definitely makes it clear that they seem like they might have been intentional. Somebody did this to her. But even more damning is the fact that no water was found in her lungs, which would mean that she didn't drown because she wasn't alive when she hit the water. She was already, I wouldn't even say just unconscious. She had to be completely dead, or there would be water in her lungs from just breathing, even though she was unconscious. So this has opened up a massive can of worms for Robert and Christopher, and they both stick to their story that it was just a tragic accident. And honestly, they really just deflect answering. They just say, you know, it's all over the news. You guys, if you want to learn anything about the case, just go find some news reports. I'm sure you can learn all about it. But they changed the cause of death from accidental drowning to undetermined. That's kind of serious. That rarely happens. But with this new information, this new determination in mind, it's led tons of people to question how much does Chris really know about what happened that night. Now, the only thing really saving Chris from further speculation is that Dennis actually says that Chris went to his room and he didn't see him for the rest of the night. And Dennis himself heavily implicates Robert as being the one that did this to Natalie.
Exactly.
But there's still quite a few people out there that speculate that even though Chris didn't have anything to do with what happened, maybe he was complicit in helping cover it up. I don't necessarily agree with that because Chris was only on that boat because he was co-stars and friends with Natalie. He had just met Robert, so he had zero loyalty, zero allegiance to Robert, and the two of them had literally been fighting the entire time that they were on this yacht. So I would doubt that he was complicit in covering this up with Robert, if that is in fact what happened. I can safely say that there hasn't been a topic so far for me that I've researched looking on 4chan and Reddit and all these other forums where people weren't absolutely trash talking that person or highlighting awful things that they did or basically just telling people how awful of a human being XYZ celebrity is. But with Christopher Walken, this situation with Natalie Wood is like the only dark stain on his career that I can find. And yet, everybody still seems to think or feel that he has this really ominous, eerie, weird, dark energy about him. And I can't understand why. In fact, multiple actors talk about their weird experiences meeting or talking with Christopher Walken.
Like, yeah, I'm good. I'm a little sad, you know, it's my birthday. So I'm like, holy shit, dude, it's your birthday. You fucking can't get these people to get you a cake or something. He's like, no. I'm just kidding, it's not my birthday. What? I was like, wait. And then like, an hour later, I hear people saying happy birthday and bringing him a cake. Oh no, what he said was, he goes, it's not my. I didn't say we got to give him a cake. He goes, when he admitted it wasn't his birthday. Well, that makes the head. He goes, no, it's not my birthday. But he goes, like, I bet you if I told people it was, they'd bring me a cake. And so that's when, like, an hour later, I heard people singing happy birthday and bringing him a cake. And he looks, he looked past it and he winks at me. I'm like, what the fuck? So the second thing that happened was he came over to me. We were on set, and Dwayne was on set, and he goes, just walks up to me, and he'd always go, "Hey."
Who's in the market for some Kevlar?
And I was like, "Hi, Christopher." He goes, "Do you know where I can get a nice steam?" And I was like, a steam? He goes,
That's how you do
"Yeah,
it
I would love to
properly."
So I said, "Yeah, hold on a second." I went up to Dwayne. "Hey, dude, Christopher Walken wants a steam. Do you know where I can get this?" What am I supposed to do where to get a steam? I go, "Sorry." So then somebody told me at like a spot. I go, "Christopher Walken, there's a place called Runnins, and apparently they have, a place where you can get my steam." And he goes, "Do you think you'd be allowed pretty money?" And I'm like, "Sure." He looked at me and he walked away. And I was like,
and I see him, he sees me, and we're just sort of standing there, and he says, "You want to smoke a joint?" So, of course, absolutely, go outside. And, outside of Lincoln Center, it's all glass. So you're looking in there, and it's a who's who in the American theater and a lot of film actors. And so I get one drag of the doobie, and he hoovers the rest of it. And then there's the awkward pause, and he says, "I tell you, the great thing about fame, I could walk in that party, I can fuck any girl I want to. And tonight, I'm gonna fuck Swoozie Kurtz in her ass." What do you think?
But he goes to a dinner party. He's sitting at the dinner table with his overcoat on. And if there's these little, the whole table is like 16 people at the table, all looking, what the hell is that? What is that? And after dessert, he pulls them out of his pocket and says, "Look, I brought kittens. I rub them against my cheek. I got a 5 o'clock shadow in the kitten."
We're just sitting there dead silent. They're fixing a camera, so no one knows what to say. And he goes, "David, you ever work with Actor Dog?" And I go, "An actor dog? No, I don't think so. I don't think so." And he goes, "They're good. They do what they're told. They sit and stay, and they run around and chase stuff." And I go, "Cool, okay, keep it in mind." And then he goes, pause. "Ever work with an actor cat?" And I go, "They have those?" He goes, "Oh yeah, it's a big business, and they don't do anything." And I go, he goes, "If you tell a cat sit there and do something, they don't take direction." And I go, "Right." He goes, "And if you want them to move, you have to hit them with a stick, but a regular cat will move if you do that." And I go, yeah, sure. Yeah. Silent. He goes, "Ever work with an actor mouse?" And I go, I have not." And he goes, "I did. Mousetrap. They're good." He liked them. He goes, "You tell a mouse to walk up here, take a beat, and go left, and they do it." And I go, "How?" And he goes, "I don't know."
And I'd say that is definitely part of the reason why outside of these actors' testimonies and this whole Natalie Wood situation, Chris Walken is an extremely normal dude. In fact, him and his wife live on some property out in Connecticut, really nice property. He drives pretty modest cars. He's got a pretty modest house. He's been married for like 55 years to the same woman. He honestly has never had any documented addiction issues other than being addicted to nicotine. He certainly does enjoy a glass of wine, but it sounds like he uses alcohol in moderation. He smokes the devil's lettuce occasionally, and the only negative experience he ever talks about is trying opium once and having it make him super sick. But I mean, the dude seems super normal, and no controversies really ever followed him, even this Natalie Wood stuff. So either he is very low-key and keeps to himself, or he's so high up in this Hollywood occult that he's extremely protected. So I don't know. Especially when there's stories floating around, like the alligator story, in which Christopher Walken is either naked or half naked in some pond, and he's acting really weird and says,
"Today, I'm an alligator."
And then excellent purchase.
significantly underestimate my financial resources. Little matter, the Impalers should make short work of you. Did you know the Impaler was my last project before forming R&D Red? And to have a tank. Just imagine what it will do to you.
Follow my mark. On my mark, gentlemen.
Keep it up. They can sustain a surprising amount of damage.
Ordering, reloading.
Your fighting prowess is impressive. For a killer, that is.
When I pin something, that's an order.
What exactly do you hope to achieve here? Literally, thousands of Impalers are produced annually. Destroy it? It's merely a statistic. So you survived. So what? I've so many other ways to destroy you.
Fine work, Specialist. You're starting to get under the good doctor's skin. Now, let's see how attached he is to the Chimera. Let's head to
said this.
They asked him, he said, Chris, if you could have anything you could have, what would you want? He said, a tail. Because then you'd know if I was happy, my tail would be up, and it would always move according to your emotions.
So either he is a reptile, or he wishes he was a reptile, or he's gently hinting to the fact that he's a reptile with a tail.
Jay, I noticed your dog. Your dog was in here a moment ago. That dog. Let's do this up close and personal. What happened? You got a bit of a crack there. Well, they cut it off, you know, and the puppies, it's called docking the tail. That's too bad, you know. Think about it. It would be so great to have a tail. People could tell when you were angry. They'd go, get back! Look out! Don't with Chris today. Look at his tail.
So then why does he give everybody the creeps? Well, this is my theory. Chris himself has said that no matter what role he's in, it doesn't matter, because ultimately he's just playing himself. It's just him in a new role, but every single character and every single role that he does, he brings a little bit of himself to that character. Some people would call it typecasting, but I would say this is just his way of incorporating Christopher Walken in all of his uniqueness into each character that he does. Of course, Chris has done things like this Fat Boy Slim video where he's just dancing the whole thing. He reads children's books to live audiences, really hilarious. And he also has been featured on SNL like multiple times. And he's in some of the best, funniest skits on SNL in my opinion.
I don't feel comfortable around this plant whatsoever. Whoa! What a relief.
Now, how long have you lived at this address?
Oh, man, there you go with the numbers again. What do most people say?
Pathetic.
I feel enormous amount of pressure to get this right. I want to win that car.
It doesn't work for me. I gotta have more cowbell.
Don't blow this forest, Gene!
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
So funny. But one of the most iconic moments for Chris Walken that most people remember just being absolutely hilarious, yet also amazing at the same time, was his monologue in Pulp Fiction about having this gold watch up his ass for like 5 years.
This watch I got here was first purchased by your great-grandfather during the First World War. 5 long years he wore this watch up his ass. I hid this uncomfortable hunk of metal up my ass 2 years. After 7 years, I was sent home to my family. Now, I give the watch to you.
So good. It's roles like this that get people feeling like he's this really funny, yet off-the-wall, kind of weird character. But it's his other roles that I feel like really give him that dark energy that people really pick up from. Because not only does he put himself in all of his roles, I personally feel like he takes a little piece of each role and adds it to himself. I mean, he plays an amazing Bond villain in A View to Kill. He also plays an amazing villain as Max Schreck in Batman Returns. Fire movie. His role as Nick in The Deer Hunter, this prisoner of war soldier in the Vietnam War. Not necessarily as dark, but definitely a real serious, haunting, I don't know, intense kind of a role. Of course, you can't forget about Sleepy Hollow. That's probably one of my all-time favorite, not only Tim Burton movies, horror movies, but also Christopher Walken movies. I don't know why, but I was obsessed with that movie as a kid. But man, the filed down teeth and stuff.
Is it true that in your new movie, Christopher Walken filed his teeth?
He has very sharp teeth in the movie, yeah.
Can I say something? He frightens me with normal teeth. I can't imagine him with sharpened teeth.
Where do you see him in this one?
I don't think he really did that, but maybe he did, I don't know. In the movie True Romance, he plays a terrifying Sicilian mob boss, consigliere, for an Irish mob boss, and he does some pretty intense, I don't know, enforcing in the one scene that he shows up in. So, I mean, really dark role, but he crushes it. It's one of the more memorable scenes in the movie. And in this movie, True Romance, he actually says, specifically, that he is the Antichrist.
The Antichrist.
You got me in a vendetta kind of mood.
Couple that with Mel Gibson's statements about him being the Antichrist.
Christopher Walken, first time I ever did a casting session in America. Terrified. Me too. I fucking hell. I came to meet the guy. They said, oh, he's flying in from God knows where.
Yeah, but he didn't need a plane, right?
It's like, he came in, he was doing all the kind of Scorsese stuff. And I said, have you had a chance to read the script? And he looked at me and he said, do you like my face? And I went, yes. He said, but that's fucking great, because if you don't, get De Niro. Fuck you, I'm out of here. And stood up and walked out. And everyone said, well, that I think was quite a good meeting.
No, he came to see me on a rooftop in New York. I said, hey, can I talk to you? And he said, sure. He floated in, sideways, through a crowd of people. He was wearing black. And it was like one of those old vampire movies where they don't walk, but they glide. And he was a dancer, you know, so he has he's very, you know, graceful. Yeah. And he moved sideways, and he just sat down in a chair next to me. And it kind of frightened me. And he's a very smart guy. And we started talking, and I didn't, you know, say much of anything about reading the script, nothing. I just started talking about the Middle Ages. And he began to talk tortures. And we swapped tortures, because I did this book on torture. And I tried to recall some of the most heinous things I'd ever read in this book. And he was like, oh, and he'd try and top it. And and my assistant was there, and he left because he couldn't stand it anymore. Yeah. The air had turned cold. And then he left, and I wanted to leave. And because I knew that I didn't want to leave. Yeah. And he was getting scared. Yeah. And when I turned around, and it was on top of the Peninsula Hotel. I turned around to avoid his steady gaze at one point, and I was looking at the building with the top of the sixes on it. So there was a huge illuminated 666 in red. Yeah. And I went from that to that to that, and he started smiling. And I thought, oh no, Chris Walken is the Antichrist, you know?
Maybe he is. But there's two roles in two different films that I would say also add to that theory. The first one is the movie The Prophecy, where he actually plays the Archangel Gabriel, who is leading the revolt against God. So, yeah. And the other role is for a movie called Communion, where he plays an author named Whitley Strieber, who seems to continuously be abducted by aliens and has all these different alien experiences. But there's this one scene that I found to be really weird. And in this scene, it's like an abduction sequence. He's having these memories or hallucinations, we don't really know, about this abduction. And while he's in this one room, there's another room that's full of children who are also abducted by these aliens. And these aliens proceed to insert an anal probe into Christopher Walken's character. It's not consensual, but it kind of seems like it is. I don't know, it's really weird. The whole scene is just weird. But you'd have to assume if they're showing you that this is what's happening to him, well, they're probably doing that to the kids too, right? So a lot of people online have speculated that this is alluding to the underworld of child trafficking, where these kids are abducted and then awful things are done to them. So I don't know if that's true or not. Might mean something, might mean nothing, but this scene is so weird. But with over 100 film credits and over 100 stage credits, the dude's bound to have played some weird roles and found himself in some interesting character positions. So who really knows if they have anything to do with anything? What I do know is that the dude loves to work. He's addicted to work. And even though that can be a good thing, it could also have a negative effect on your relationships, your personal life. You've got to find balance. And obviously he didn't have any kids, which is kind of a bummer because I feel like his kids would be super cool. That's what he did because that was what was best for his situation, because he was addicted to work. But that's the only real addiction that he ever suffered. And the dude is a workaholic. He has so many film and stage credits, it's insane. Probably my all-time favorite role that Chris has been in is his role in Severance. Mostly just because I love that show. If you haven't watched Severance, you need to watch it 1000%. But his role in that show, I think, is just absolutely great, and he's perfect. Just absolutely perfect. So either he's just a really weird private guy with some strange tics and antics. He's got this confused, genuine, old man quality that just brings that character to life. I love it. Chris Walken is definitely one of a kind. I don't know anybody else like him. I don't know anybody else that speaks like him. He's just one of a kind. Or he's a really high up elder member of the occult with a tail. And he uses this private lifestyle to really stay out of the spotlight, except for when he's on stage or on camera. But with an enigma like Chris Walken, who really knows? We probably will never know. But I do want to know what you guys think. So drop that down in the comments. Let me know if you think Chris had something to do with covering up Natalie Wood's murder. Do you think that he really is the Antichrist? Or do you think he's really not even that weird at all? He's just a unique individual. There's probably a lot of things I failed to include in this video, but if you want to include them, just go ahead and put it in the comments down below. That's all I got for you guys this week. I do look forward to doing this again with you guys next week for another one. But until then, sleep safe, stay sober, stay awake, and stay alive. And you're talking to me all wrong. You got the wrong tongue. Do it again. I'm stabbing you in the face with a soldering knife.
Does your mother sew? Move! Get her to sew that! Well, a
Made
bad
of
penny
sewing.
always turns up, doesn't it?
No, I'm walking.
Come on, get on with it. Technical thinking at its finest. Stay down. That's it.
So competently, I think I'll let you play the main attraction.
Get ready, specialist. See the chimera on the right.
Already feeling deadlier.
You remember my old associates? Dr. Baker, Dr. Medford, Dr. Strickland. I kept them to the rest, but they've been quite eager to see you down.
This might interest you.
Thought you bunch would get along better. Careful, or you'll only make them angry. Look like when you're angry. Your confidence will soon correct itself.
Just a sec.
You realize how many months of research you've undone? Of course, subtlety always gives me you.
I'm starting to detect a crack in the doctor's cool demeanor. Shall
found your guts in the end.
Next up, Hargis Army Depot. We've reason to believe the Queen Crawler is making her new nest there.
Okay. To go to Starbucks later.
Pithyplinth. Welcome to my channel. Amila James. Welcome to my channel.
I remember out on the balcony having a cigarette. Have you ever considered like maybe we're just not that good?
All the evidence was pointing to that. Every time we released a video, it would tank.
So in hindsight, were you good enough then, or did you just need to keep like tweaking until you found?
I think there was a spark there.
What did you see yourself doing when you were training?
My best aspirations back when I was studying would have been like get a role on Shorten Street. That'd be the best thing that I could ever imagine.
So you've never been successful then?
I guess not. Yeah. My brother just kind of having like a bit of a serious chat with me. Have you got a backup kind of plan? And I was like, no, not really.
The subtext was you can't stay here and keep chasing this crazy film dream. And luckily, and again from a place of love, genuinely, like 2 or 3 weeks after that was when I landed the job.
What were your expectations when you started this?
If we get $1 million.
That's an outlandish number.
$500,000 would get us something. $1 million would get us something.
What did that generate?
4.2 million New Zealand dollars.
In 3 days?
The average amount is actually only $70, but 10 people gave 15,000.
We couldn't fathom what it actually represented.
A week ago, I hadn't heard of you guys. 7.3 million YouTube subscribers. Less than 1% of your audience is New Zealand based. Why do you think it is that you don't get much more attention here in New Zealand?
We kind of stay quiet.
We'll just get seen internationally.
Month to month, we'll get tens of millions of views, sometimes hundreds of millions of views. And then when you get on 7 Sharp, you get all the texts from the aunties. And
what's the biggest brand deal you had to turn down because it didn't fit?
Our Facebook account just stopped monetizing.
The stakes are a lot higher.
Luckily, we didn't have any, if any, employees.
How many full-timers?
It goes up to 20, 30, 40 on a busy day.
No, we really can't stuff it up.
I must have moments where you just feel creatively bankrupt.
Their dream had turned into a nightmare.
The YouTuber burnout is a big thing.
You become a slave to the frequency. How do you know if you're burning out, or do you not know?
I often call my anxiety a superpower.
There's an anxiety that kind of builds up within me if we're not making progress towards something.
There's this little dream of being at the Oscars.
The dream, it never went away.
Or it's starting to creep into my daydreams again.
I'd just like to thank the Academy.
Then you'd finally made it.
What are you each most proud of with VLDL?
I'm actually most proud of the community. We've really won at life here.
Oh good, you're here. Come on. This is the centre of performance. Whenever there's a top performance in New Zealand, it all comes from here. That's Lisa Carrington. She's been doing that for days. That's the boy who got the hole-in-one in Tokyo. Oh, he did it again. Hey, Finn, how's the performance going?
Top tier.
Nice. This is our Generate room. In here, you'll find our top performers helping Kiwis maximise their KiwiSaver investments. Get in here, Finn. Maximise. Right, Generate. Putting performance first.
Viva La Dirt League. Welcome to my podcast.
Hi. Thank you very much for having us.
Let's start by doing a Flight of the Conchord style roll check. Rowan.
My name is Rowan.
Alan.
Present.
Adam.
Present.
Mate, it's so good to have you guys here.
Good to be here.
Thank you very much.
It's unbelievable. Full transparency. A week ago, I hadn't heard of you guys. I saw the excitement of the people around the office.
And now you're an addicted subscriber, right?
Have you subscribed, actually?
I have subscribed, yeah.
Hey, thank you.
I'm not the only one as well. 7.3 million YouTube subscribers.
Yeah.
5 billion YouTube views.
Yeah. Is that what it's up to? Is it 5 billion?
5 billion.
Damn.
AI estimates your lifetime YouTube revenue earnings $10 million US.
Oh God, I wish.
It's wildly off.
So next stop for you guys, I guess, is a diamond YouTube play button.
Yeah,
not too far away.
10 million.
So we're at 7 point. Yeah. So when we get to 10 million, in theory, we will get the diamond.
I've completely forgotten about that. I'd kind of written that off.
And this is the great thing. Once that happens, once we reach 10 million subscribers, we get the diamond play button. We can finally relax.
We'll be happy.
Eternally happiness.
Yeah.
And
achieved all of our dreams.
And we'll just live in a state of constant
bliss.
Euphoria.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm on 26,000 YouTube subscribers. So
That's pretty good.
The original play button, the silver one, seems like a lifetime away from me. Was it special for you guys when you got that first one?
Oddly enough, it was more special to get the 100,000 than it was to get the million.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
I guess it's because we just never saw growth in the future necessarily, and it really represented something.
It represented something, and it was literally because it was the first acknowledgement from YouTube of hitting the. Don't get me wrong, the million.
To me, they were both very special. To me, the million was the big one.
Yeah.
Because that was just like, wow, I never thought we'd get to 1 million.
Yeah, million was the bigger, was obviously the more significant number, but it was something about getting that first button was.
I know what you mean though, but like getting that first 100,000 was because everything's so new at that time.
Yeah.
Like we're, oh my god, I think we're actually proving that we're successful and making this work. Oh my god, we got 100,000.
Yeah.
It's all relative.
I remember when we were in Sydney at a convention.
Yeah.
and we were literally in a not a convention, a conference rather, and we were in like this quiet little theater, like trying to listen to someone who was talking at a panel. Just the three of us are looking, going, "Oh my god, there's only a few subs left."
Yeah, that's right. I remember that. Yeah.
So it's crazy what you guys have done, and it's been a long time in the making. I think to timestamp it, so the 2011 Rugby World Cup, iconic New Zealand sporting event, where we beat the French by 1 point in the final. And Richie McCaw had a broken foot, and that's when you guys. That's how long you guys have been doing this.
2011. Yeah.
Wow. Since the first video.
And to give you some context on that, that was not we didn't know, we didn't have a plan back then. It was just for shits and giggles back then. That's when
just for years it was
for years. It was kind of, it was just I mean, obviously we hoped something would happen, but it was just a creative outlet that we weren't getting much work outside of Viva, so we just wanted to make our own stuff and work with mates, and luckily caught on.
It's that kind of whole thing where everyone's like, one day I'm going to make my short film, or I'm going to make that thing that I want to make, and we're just kind of like, we should make it this weekend. Let's do it.
Yeah. It's kind of the strength. Our strength was the fact that we just did it.
Yeah.
And we just kept doing it, despite it being, even though we're like, we're not.
All
we're
the
not
evidence was pointing at
that much views at the moment.
And sometimes they weren't very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so people can Google this, but most people probably won't. So, what is the origin of the name?
The origin of the name is it's a.
I wish we had a different name.
I wish we all do. And, we used to play a video game. A lot of video games have this like ranking system. If you're quite bad at the game, bronze league, and it kind of works up. Silver, you're a bit better. Gold, you're better. Platinum, diamond, master. But we were so bad at this one particular video game called StarCraft that we gave ourselves our own bracket, which was Dirt League, and then we typed that into YouTube, and it had been taken, and so we added Viva La in front of it. And that's the story.
It was literally the name they wanted was taken, so we're like, let's make it Viva La.
Yeah, Viva La. Do you know? I don't think we ever thought we'd make it as part of the So we didn't put that much thought into it.
I remember around maybe 200 or 300,000 subscribers, we had a big chat about changing the name of the
We're just like, no, it's too late.
I feel like it was earlier than that.
Was it?
I feel like it was possibly even before 100,000. Going, who knows? Maybe you're right, but just kind of going, no, it's too late now to change it to something that's like just 2 syllables.
Yeah.
Look, what's a two? There could have been so many good, just 2 syllable, easy to remember, easy to spell words, but no, it's stuck.
Film Boys, Game Boys.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I can't say
So
Game
now,
Boy.
the cool thing I think about you, one of the cool things about you guys is, like you were telling me just before, less than 1% of your audience is New Zealand based.
Yeah, it's mainly in America, a lot in Europe. Interestingly, a lot in India and Southeast Asia as well.
Yeah.
But less than 1% in New Zealand.
Which is kind of good. We're okay with that.
Although, it's because New Zealand's a small population. It's like per capita.
Yeah.
Like New Zealand's about the same amount of. If you got a random 1,000 people from New Zealand or a random 1,000 people from America, probably about the same amount of people would recognise us.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just that it's a small population.
So how recognised do you guys get in New Zealand? Do you have weird, like people looking at you in the supermarket and that's like a place out of place?
If you go to something like the supermarket or a big box store or the mall or something, almost every time you go to the mall, for sure. Yeah. And New Zealand fans are so lovely. They're timidly approaching, going, oh my God, I'm so sorry for disturbing you. You don't mind if I just say hi and can I please get a
But it's
photo?
really manageable. It's not crazy like at all.
But it's exactly that type of fame, which is like, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that you've only just heard about us. Like it's either you know about us and you're quite a big fan, or you've never heard of us. It's just
and
the
that's
way
just how online.
And that's why this is often the interaction is a dude, some gamer dude, kind of go, oh my God, are you Rowan from Viva La Dirt League? And then he hands the phone to his girlfriend, and she's got no idea who we are. And he goes, take a photo.
Someone behind, this girlfriend behind camera taking a photo.
She's just
what is the stranger?
They're either famous or my boyfriend has like literally gone insane and lost his mind.
Boyfriend who's usually quite stoned, shaking
yeah.
Like.
Now, how does it sit with you guys that your following from New Zealand is so small? And why do you think it is that you don't get much?
Fucking jammer.
À 200 mètres.
Nice.
Nord-ouest, à 200 mètres. Véhicule.
Thanks, A3.
Affirmatif. Je demande une réanimation.
That fucking laser did nothing.
Demande une sentinelle.
Not a lot.
Balance une grenade. Stratagème nécessaire à l'objectif indisponible. Marqueur sur la carte. Au sud-ouest, à 200 mètres. Objectif repéré, au nord-ouest.
Another jammer. Ah.
Affirmatif. Balance une grenade.
Atout tactique de l'ennemi à portée. Stratagème critique disponible.
Ballon. Affirmatif.
Devoir accompli. Rentre dans les objectifs maintenant indisponible.
Note le gueux, à l'ouest, à 100 mètres. Matériel, à l'ouest, annulez-moi ça. Matériel, à l'ouest, ennemi lourd.
Avant-poste éradiqué.
Oh. Super symbols.
Merci. Marqueur sur la position. Trouvez quelque chose. Échantillon à récupérer. Demande. Je demande un bombardement. Déploiement de colis d'équipement.
I'm being chased down by Chuck Norris. I hear a box engine, I don't see it.
Il faut une sentinelle. Demande une sentinelle. Affirmatif. Je recharge. Arrivé dans 2 minutes et 30 secondes. Affirmatif. Pardon. Négatif.
Yeah, no, thanks.
Merci. Véhicule. Arrivé dans 2 minutes. Qui veut une tasse? Réanimation.
I got you.
Valise de ravitaillement déployée. Dans 1 minute et 30 secondes. Je demande une réanimation affirmative.
No problem.
Requête approuvée, déploiement de renfort. Matériel.
Damn.
Réanimation. Arrivé dans 1 minute. Requête approuvée. Renfort envoyé.
Are you guys playing PvP?
Réanimation. Arrivé dans 30 secondes. Une nouvelle âme pour notre noble cause. Demande une sentinelle. Dans 20 secondes. Une sentinelle.
Listen, you better kick us if you're a host and you're shooting people. Don't do that.
Réanimation.
All the friendly fire was accident, guys.
Ici Pélican 1, préparation à l'atterrissage. Requête approuvée. Renfort en chemin. Requête approuvée. Renfort en chemin. Pélican 1 paré à décoller.
I don't want to have anything to do with this.
Extraction terminée. Pélican 1 débute son ascension. La victoire était assurée.
Vous êtes implacable.
Mais quoi? Ah, c'est...
Eldiver, le super destroyer, est paré pour la prochaine mission.
Coordonnées de mission saisies. L-Pod prêt. Propulseurs orbitaux engagés. Orbite synchronisée. Lancement initié.
Bloc de gueux. Allez, à 300 mètres. Demande de véhicule. Échantillon rare récupéré. Je demande une réanimation.
Requête approuvée. Renfort envoyé.
Réanimation.
Avant-poste d'automaton détruit.
Je demande une réanimation. Réanimation.
Requête approuvée. Déploiement de renfort.
Je demande une arme de soutien.
Matériel nécessaire à l'objectif disponible.
Watch out, watch out.
Balance une grenade.
Principal proche de vous.
Il faut une sentinelle. Je demande une sentinelle. Nouveau chargeur.
Run.
Atout robot détruit.
I guess he didn't run.
En progression.
Kalk stuk.
Gde si ti bio?
Tu sam ja. Tebe ne. Vidio sam da si pustio ovaj kav da vrlo i tako povremeno te obilaze da vidim da li si stigao.
Sat vremena sam ja kunto bio.
Ako treba.
Znaš kako vrućina, ovo ono, toplo, dušak da razmišljam.
Pa to. Znači, neki danas ono sam planirao, apsolutno ništa i nigde. Evo skoro si izvinjen da bacim žurku, može to da sačeka. Da li već ili sutra mi propustim malo ranije.
Vive une tasse de liberté.
What the fuck?
Balance une grenade. Affirmatif. Merci.
Avant-poste d'automaton.
Igrao sam naslov, zabavao se malo, otvara te mapice. Nemam pojma, ja ne deliriram, brate, one bočice, firove, likvid, meni to ne dropa, brate, na svaku. Da kažeš ono redovno.
Ne, ali imaš veću šansu ako maksuješ taj skill 3.
Pa to.
Ako se fokusiraš samo, ne na Atlas normalni, već samo na taj koji ti maksuje te event. To sam radio.
Da, to.
To ti je
Liquid Disgust.
jedini način da pomoći.
Ovo nisam vidio, 2 strongboxa, jedan pored drugog.
Ima toga dosta.
Mislim, imaju kao napređenja iza njih, ali ono...
Ima mnogo napređenja.
Imam možda, mislim, neke prstanove da ti dam posao. Za ono zašto skupljaš.
Pokazat ću ti ovo, skupljam sad. Aha, one unikatne.
Pa da mislim da imam neko za to.
Pa da budem iskren, dobit ćeš i ti to. Samo treba da dođeš do toga. Journey to the West se zove, mislim, quest. Odeš u Kalgur, to ti je ono luk razvijen. Iz akta 4. Odeš tamo, dobit ćeš ovu opciju da radiš to. Da ideš ono s ostrava na ostravo i...
Ne pojma, sad mi u ovom momentu deluje sve to tako daleko.
Ne, nisi pravo. Određene aktivnosti ti daju 3 do 6 onih pojena, znaš.
Aha. Jebote, sad kako sam rekao kako ovo ne daje često, sad samo krenuo da baca. Mislim, nije sam, dobio sam 2, što je više nego uobičajeno.
Da, ne vidim.
Da. A ne.
zaginul sam. Onak glup ima više način, ono kao trču, sapleo se i tu me umoštili. Dobro me potuđe. Što je još? Našeg bossa. Imaš onaj nod za poison što povećava magnitude.
Imaš i za gravity bleeding.
Da, ali ne znam ti što treba više.
Svašta nešto, samo pitanje gde si na skill 3. Znam ja, ima sve.
Ne, ali možeš da guzbiš za ove, na amulet.
Na amuletu meni stoji gigantic onaj mobs. Znaš, ne mogu baš sve da uzmem.
Pa znam da bi htjela baš ono zbog toga da kažem, ja sam nešto izmišljam da li da uzmem to ili ima isto ta varijanta ali za bleed. Mada po materijalima rekao bi da je poison skuplji, što znači da je možda poison bolji od bleed, ali...
Ne bi ljeti oboje, nažalost.
Ne, naravno koristim kašuti, ali ne može koristiti šta i nod, ono...
La liberté me sauve!
Što kaže, Dancing Mirage, Wayfair Jacket, Invasion, Lighting Release, Damage Taken, Automatic Equipment. Čekaj. Jedan prsten, dva prstena. Tri prstena. Četiri prstene. To nije loše, on sad gledam s njim 5 minut skid. Da, 4 komada će imati. 5.
Čekaj, prsteno?
Da.
Je demande une sentinelle. Une fausse sentinelle. Objectif repéré. J'active le terminal. Donnez la position.
GG.
Vous avez combattu au nom de la liberté. Allez au point d'extraction. Marqueur sur la carte. Sud-ouest, à 200 mètres.
A čekaj, kako se ovdje ulazi?
Onu Kalgur vuku, šta?
Iz Grand Mirror.
Da. Da ti Bridge Splinter je, ne, Delirium kako se zovu oni, kako se zovu...
Tablet.
Ne. Imaš Resursijan, za to.
Kada je kontekst sa Mirror of Delirium?
Ne, Mirror of Delirium, nešto drugo.
Montrez-moi mes ennemis. Bloque le gueux, au nord-ouest, à 100 mètres. Merci.
Thank you.
Danger.
Watch out.
Demande de ravitaillement.
What was the safe word? Sex? Was it sex?
I thought it was pineapple.
Moram da pitam šta igraš ti.
Hello,
How
this
you
is...
doing? Or it could be bananas.
Hello, Mr. Freedom. No, these two guys were friends, and they were doing like a light PvP, and I asked, is there like a safe word?
Well, you know, gotta have a little bit of a lover's quarrel. To my understanding, some apple butter, maybe some cinnamon, you know, whatever you fancy, you know.
Yeah, whatever fancy you.
Nice and do, baby.
Nice. God damn. Nice. God damn. Howdy.
Što ono kad vidimo ove gomile od 3000.
Ah, yes, yes. Sharina... No. Rehoshova. Okay.
Pardon. Extraction est disponible.
think it's a rear wheel drive. If you don't have a rear wheel, well, there is no driving. That being said, box, nice.
A nemoj me.
Matériel. Matériel. Ici Pélican 1, préparation à l'atterrissage.
There you go. Follow the samples.
Décompte initialisé. En attente du décollage. Je demande une réanimation. Requête approuvée. Déploiement de renfort.
Oj, bo.
Réanimation.
So experience of.
We're gonna die, boys. All of us. Better get in.
Extraction terminée. Pélican 1 débute son ascension.
Kako se liči. I ain't laughing. Jesi vođe ekspedicije? Mogu da uskočim u tvoja...
Može.
Da li mi je Keva broj telefona koji da uplatim kredit?
Ali?
Za neki broj telefona koji ima linkovan, ne znam, otišao u Crnu Goru. I sad s tim brojem može da zove odande vamo, ali treba da doplatimo mi ovde kredit. U suštini ne može tamo da uplati. Vam pameti. Uglavnom, treba sad izaći napolje, otići do prodavnice ili do trafike. Ja rekao posle kad malo, znaš. Znači izašao sam napolje na 2 minuta, samo ono iz jednog dela kuće od drugi da pređem i samo sam rekao ne, nigde. Mamo ćale izbaci koze da pasu travu, znači ne bi izbacio neprijatelje napolje sad, a ne koze.
O dobro, i oni će se skloniti vada kad im bude vruće.
Moraš da se pomera ta, da kažemo, ladavina, znaš.
A znaju životinje, brate, važno da imaju gde da uzmu vodu i to je to. Ali je isto, kažete, sve zamračili, klima i eto, kao ono. Ono će biti pakovano svuda.
Počne klip Ramonu za koliko sam koknuo ovoga Arbiter of Ash i on mi kaže now je learned some PoE 1. Ja mu napišem poruku ljubavi da se jebe i da nabije sebi one obojene slotove u guzicu.
Što ti to toliko triggerovalo?
Zato što je retro. Rekao sam da igra je okej, razumeš, mislim, ali kad sam probao, ne znam, preko pola godinu, znači stvarno sam probao, kampanja nije loša, nisam je završio. Kad sam igrao kampanju, bila, ne znam, 3-4 jaka, sad ima 10-12. I kanim se da pređem kampanju i dođem do toga, razumeš, sranja gde bukvalno kao jebote, znači, otišao sam na plažu, pošetao se, pokupio sam par armora i oružja, stavio neki skill gemove, naravno ono treba da promijeniš opremu. Da, znači sve što si dosta probao od skillova ne možeš da koristiti zato što nemaš gear koji ima spojene sokete ili uopšte nema soketa koje ti koristiš. Rekao ne, već smo o ovome pričali, znači na pored smigu, znači da je tu popalinu šljavu povlaga.
A dobro, što tako, mislim, ima ljudi kojima jebi ga se to...
Ne, njegovo rješenje je kao, pa nabavio kao orbove koji kao boje, kao... Ne, znaš, tako mi je napisao, znaš, imaš orbove koji kao menjaju boju soketa. Aha, a to imaš na levelu 1, da? Pada je obidno, da? Ili je to bukvalno endgame valuta, razumeš, ono, za trade?
Jeste to endgame valuta i to je zbog čega igra, ono... postane veoma brzo skupo zadovoljstvo. Od free game-a postane maltene nemoguće da ga igraš kao free.
Ček, pozovi ti mene, ja sam mnogo dalje stigao nego ti.
Aha, baš. Jer ima mnogo te microcurrency za bukvalno sve te stvari i svega to pregledam.
Nema potrebe da kupujem problem, rešenje za problem koji ne želim da postoji u prvom mestu.
Da. Ali, znaš kako, ljudi to smatraju kao rešenje, ali to je tek posle došlo.
Nije rešenje, to je retardirano. Gdje bi ti bio astal ovdje za stvari? Većinu tih prstena što sad vidim, to sam ja i tamo i ubacio, samo da znaš.
Pa rekao si da nema veze ako su duplikati.
Nema veze, apsolutno nema veze.
Vidi, astal stoji ovdje, ako staneš da ja stojim, okružen sam sa tim stvarima.
Da, ali moram da ga...
Stolovi su ti s desne strane.
Zaboravio sam da si ti to pokrio šatorima, da zbuniš neprijatelje.
A ne veze, pa piše ti valjda, ne piše ti šta?
Kad haverujem, imam. Kad haverujem, nišem preko njega piše.
A, tek onda, neće znači ono stalno da ti... Pa nije, ako vidim, brate, suda ti piše cosmetic, salva, salvage, reinforcement.
Da. Šta sam teo reći, jel te zanima ovako nešto?
Sad ću ti kažem šta mi tačno zanima, ako imaš.
Ovo je dosta dobro. Ja znam.
Čekaj, gdje je P? Kako se zove ni zeleni L? Da. Suffering, greed, isolation.
A to ti treba, aha.
Da, samo sekund. Suffering, greed, isolation, disgust. Aha, imam greed. Suffering, greed, suffering. Znači ili imaš suffering i isolation? Po jedan mi trebaju.
Naš. Si uspio?
Evo ga. Da. Pa ništa, radi smo što ste rekao, odeš kažeš ovdje.
Ne mrdaj, samo ne mrdaj odavde. Stani tu i ne mrdaj. Beš ovako? Nije. Drži ovo, trade.
Čekaj, tjeram ovdje da uradim zadatak.
Gde? Da pričaš s dedom, šta?
Ne, ono kao tekst, ma dajmo neki. Šta je? Pa ne treba mi, ne treba mi.
Imaš ga, šta? Jel ga imaš?
Ne pojem, otvoreno mi je. Ne znam da ga imam, ono, ne vidim da li mi je otvoreno.
Treba... Jel možda uđeš unutra?
Čekaj, sad ću da vidim. Čujem se da mi sad pokazuju na mapi da...
Neće biti.
Welcome to my channel.
Treba ti... Stani, kažu ti, treba ti 300 ovih. Stani, ja sam već tu uradio. Uzmi ti kažem.
Čekaj, sad ću malo radit ćemo, brate, sačekaj samo sve.
Ma ko će to da skuplja satima?
Sačekaj.
Ti uzmi to i samo napravi, a kad dobiješ drugi daćeš mi.
Evo ga, otvoren.
Da, taj simulakrum?
Ne, nije tražio simulakrum, nego on je kao... Odigrao sam jednu mapu i bilo otvoreno i sad sam kao taj zadatak otišao kod njega nešto potvrdio i... Možda se ide dalje. Mapa je... Kako nikom nije stvorio?
Stvori ih. Ništa se ne brini.
O. U boss.
Gdje je tačno, gore?
Pa da, ovdje tamo su ono kao 3 monolita. Kada ih uključiš i onda se ono spomenu.
A to? Samo znaš da je on mnogo lakše raditi nego... u dvoje delirium nego sam. Sam kad si ono na satnicu si. Kada trčimo dole na jug, ja mislim. Što brže. Tuda, dole. Gore ako budeš išao, samo će ti isteći vremena. Imaš još svakake na mapama, ako ne znaš layout možda
da imaš ih mnogo.
Sam sebi zatvoriš delirium mapu. Moraš zim to. A zato su dobre mape što imaju onaj delirium sensor ili ti pumpa se samo ide u plus, znaš. To ti je razlika. Ovo ti je normalno delirium, imaš kad pumpa ga do 200%, sve jači su, meni to ne smeta. Tako mi je bolja opcija tog deliriuma koji se pumpa jer mogu da očistim full. Ovaj ti da se ja zaglavio. Ne, ovaj crsav kak vozi dole. Ne. Ne, ovo je boss. Odlično.
Gdje ti boss?
Evo gore.
Ja pričam svi možemo dobiti.
Imaš bridge. Nisi bridge odradio.
Nisu. O ne, mislio sam iz boss arene, ne sa mapi.
Treba sam da budemo na istoj strani, što se kaže.
Aha.
Sad će bridge da bude negde, bože sačuvaj, znaš.
Ja, neka bude gde god, pa vidi se dole. Samo da bude mapa sa više od, mislim ne mapa, nego deo sa više od jednim prolazom.
Da se ne širi u ćorćorkak.
To, ali mislim da nećemo biti te sreće na ovoj mapi.
Gotovo je s deledima.
Jest.
Nema gde, vidio. Prvo to što si rekao bio. Nema
gde. Znam, tako je mapa.
Tako ga je generisao i...
Gotovo s teleportom.
Čekaj, uzimaš ti ove bridge splintera?
Da, kad padnu.
Pa uvijek padnu, nego ti pobegneš u njih.
Ne, nisu pobjegu, tu sam, nego čekam da...
To je to, više imaš rare mobove, ako ćeš baš da juriš rare mobove po mapu. To si vidio uopšte. Ima jedan skroz gore.
Pa možemo napraviti što sam tiče, nego imam samo da neku zaustavštinu. A ne šta je, pošto ti otišao da moram da doći.
To je to. Trajalo je 1,5 sekundu. Znači. Jebem ti mater, znači nabio si ovaj portal direktno pored ovog tradera, znaš. Prvo da klikne na tradera, tačno ivica portala, nije pitanje moji mobovi, nego tačno ivica portala, pored ovoga Dorijanije, znači klikneš na hitbox isti. Ajao. Treba si bar ovo dvoje odvući u stranu, nemoj se, šta god. Tvoj kamp. Ima toga i kod mene isto, kako god namestim, nekad uskočim kroz portal. Šta misliš?
Čekaj, živi klant, Međur?
Da.
Čekaj, znači mi ovu mapu možemo opet da odigramo, da kapiraš da znaš šta
Bojne, uzmi ovo što sam ti dao. Brate, ne možeš bez ovoga da to uradiš. Treba ti 300 komada, ćeš da skupljaš 5 sati ovo. Svaka mapa ti daje 10-11 govana. Uzmi to, otvori mapu i iskoristi, piše ti kao pojavit će se nešto na mapi s ovom stacijom.
Ali mislim da to još nije to.
Siguran. Pogledaj questove šta ti piše. Jedan ti se od questova odnosi na upravo Delirium.
Monolith, Well, Souls, Rište. Investigate the Grand Mirror.
Si bio u tu oblast.
Ritual, Explore Island.
Mislim, znam da imaš par ovih ogledala koje istražuješ, to se sećam i ja, ali ne ideš beskonačno. Ja sam s njim potrvo bio sa Rumunom oko grafike, rekao sam da mi je grafički pet efekt za jedan tu negde oko Diablo 3 grafike, još gore.
Gore, da.
Još gore. Ali nije čak ni grafika problem, rekao sam, igrao sam igre koji imaju još goru grafiku nego...
Dobro, oni su htjeli više radili omaž na Diablo 2, samo su to rekli.
Znam, ali kao što sam rekao, kad uporedim onako ogavan grafički stil, koji bi mogao da ignorišem da nema toga sistema dijamanata. Sa tim gemovima, razumeš, bojnim za skillove.
Ne, krenulo to kao zanimljiva stvar, međutim, mnogo se zakomplikovalo do kraja.
No, ili go treba igrati endgame, razumeš, zamisli da uđeš u endgame da treba ti onih gemova, razumeš, pun kurac da promeniš build ili da promeniš, možeš komandot treba ti 4-5 gigona.
Kako ne, znači mnogo su tih mikrocurrency, kažem ti, dobili i ajde sad kao, znaš, igraj se. Meni to postane nekako frustrirajuće, da daj, brate, znaš.
Si ga ti toliko dugo igra svaka čast.
A koliko sam uspio da razumem, svi ti igrači koji su kao malo zbiljnije ulazili u to...
Oni su otvarali novčanik.
Da.
Za ove jače streamere nije ni čudo, razumeš, on će sigurno da plati, ne znam, stotine.
Znaš, da kao bukvalno napraviti problem koji ti trebaš posle kao da ti dajete rješenje, ti trebaš da rešiš to novce.
Da ga kupiš, ne kreće.
Onda kažeš, znaš, i onda ljudi kako pričaju, pa dobro, kao moraju oni nekako da zarade free game.
Ne na taj način, ima drugih opcija.
Pa nemoj zabavati, znaš, problem evidentno postoji i napravljen, znaš.
Nisu ga napravili igrači, nego developeri, razumeš.
Koji je rešenje da, eto, platiš. Znaš, kao imaš sad te tabove, rekao, dobro, lepo što imaš toliko tabova, ali... Jel zaista želim da imam 15 tabova koji su samo za, kao razne currency, zašto ne mogu svi currency da idu u taj tab onda?
Kao ovde.
Svi mi ovdje su krenuli to da radi, znaš, imaš
imaš materijale za ove evente.
Materijale, i ovdje sad imaš koliko 4 taba samo za materijale.
Imaš.
Što mislim da je možda mnogo, jel kažem ti, zaista treba da imam toliko tabova samo za materijale.
Neke ne dobijaš toliko, znaš.
Pa to kažem. Znaš, ti da ih iskoristiš, ajde da imaš onaj osnovni i to mi ima dosta smisla, jel?
Opet, si ti bio kliknuo to gledalo, prošli put?
Prošli put nisam, jer si ti to završio.
Pa ja sam ga startao, pa ti nisi mogo, šta? Zebaš da...
Stigao sam na borbu, ali nisam stigao da kliknuo gledalo.
Pa već sam jednog ubio, a drugi je kao njegov kopija. To sam gledao, takve fajtove. To ti čini mi se tako slučaj kad imaš ovaj Grand Mirror, da imaš kopiju bossa, znaš. Mada ako jednog ubiješ, ni drugi nije neki ovih problem. Sad?
Ja sad kad traktor Strange Mirror. Reći sam u lakrom delirium.
Imaš, jesi već bio ili moramo da odemo nazad u onu oblast gde je taj Maddox, taj druid? Treba tamo da odemo na drugu oblast neku. Jer na kraju moraš da odeš kod njega, znaš, on stoji pred onog velikog gledala u drvetu.
Ne, sad mi je otvorio mapu da mogu tamo da ulazim bez problema.
Ja bi da prođem, ja ne mogu da uđem, strašno.
Sutra smo radili ovdje što treba, možemo da izađemo naprijed, kako hoćeš.
Ne, stani, zaustavi prvo taj delirium da dobiješ splintere. Jesi dobio?
Nisu dobili ništa. Naprijed. Dobio sam skill point, ovo je bitno za delirium.
To dobijaš kad radiš oblasti koje imaju takav kontent primarni, da. na šta me... Ili ti nisi ni pomerao, jeli? Ove dve stoje ovde bukvalno, znači, na najboljem mogućem mjestu koje bi ja mogao da stavim ih, a ni jedna ni druga ne radi ništa. Ovdje imaš samo neke dijaloge pasivne koji ne rade ništa i kod Alva piše select hide. Znači, meni one stoje tamo negdje ćoša. Baš nikakvu interakciju nemaš s tim NPC.
Koji?
Pa vidiš ti, Alva ti je ovdje dole, pored ovoga ormana. I ovako, za Hilda ti je odmah tu pored nje. Znači, to je nekako lepo mjesto, ono vidljivom, razumeš? Znači, to je direktno pored portala. One dve se vide, ali nijedna ni druga funkcionalno ne radi ništa. Ne interaktuješ s njima jednom u 20 sati.
Dobro, one su tu iz ovog RP efekta.
Pa da, ali mogu si iz RP efekta ova 3 val sveštenika da spustiš dole, a njih da gurneš gore, jer nikad u životu neću kliknuti na njih, da sam ja ti.
Ali na njih i nemaš da klikneš, oni su skroz dole, što nemaš da klikneš dole.
Kao što sam rekao, zone da klikne, na primjer Zelina ova, ona ti je trader, hoćeš da kupi nešto u shop, ima dobre šanse ako ima 5-6 portala oko ovoga map device-a. Ima dobre šanse da uskočim u portal ako je aktivan, umjesto da razumiješ kliknem na njega.
Nema pojma, vidi koliki jebote moderne, ja ne znam kako klikneš, jedino ako klikneš iznad nje, to
a zašto je direktno pored nje taj portal, to pokušam da ti kažem.
Ali onda bi se kliknuo na nju, to mislim.
Ali pored je čoveče, razumeš, znaš koliko piksela je pored, sad ću ti reći. Na mom ekranu to ti je tipa 3 cm, 2-3 cm, ne znam koliko ti imaš mali i veliki monitor, koliko ti rezolucija. Kod mene je jako blizu. Jako si ti blizu te zone.
Ja imam 27
Jel ti nišaniš njoj noge ili šta? Ja kliknem obično na sred modela.
Važno da ne klikneš...
Važno je da ne klikneš, upravo to ti kažem, nabio si je direktno pored portala, možeš da je spustiš samo malo levo. Ili desno. Makar radi gostiju. Da ne uskačem svaki put u portal kad sam kod tebe u gostima. Ili si ti to radio što sam radi, razumeš? Bilo bi dobro kad bi se ovo prstenje moglo forđovati nekako. Šta sad radiš za taj quest? Ja pojma nemam. Ja sam pričao siguran.
Mislim da še biješ. Ali ti ovako bolje?
Si pomerio?
Da.
Nju si pomerio?
Meni sam obio na dole.
Ne uploadi su real time, dobro je. Znaš. Vjerojatno kad klikneš na save i kad zatvoriš taj panel, onda se pomeri. Sve je dobro, ne dire ništa.
Kako se čini primećuje se, evo vidim...
Tek sad. Kad ti si rekao pomerio sam ih i onda ja gledam, pomerio sam.
Pomerio sam ih i na dole i...
vidi se.
Ajmo žuti ključ, regal.
Ja mislim da prvo treba ovo da napumpaš na 100 ili 200%. Ako već nisi od dosad radio.
Ne, do sad nisam imao u procentima.
Onda treba da ga napumpaš, ja mislim do 100-200%. I onda ćeš na mapi imati ovaj oblast koju treba riješiti. Znaš da mi je svaki resistance plus 100. Lažem, chaos mi je 80%. Ovo čini sam video. Dobro, pogledaj.
Neću uzmiti nekako.
Pa imam ih. Ako ti treba za kolekciju.
Ne, različit.
Ti ne staviš ih u ne tab, šta? One kolekcionarske. Na to sam ih ja gazio kopljima i spumiran sam.
Odlučili su da ostave nešto. Da ti plati za koplje.
Jest. Your mana is running low.
O,
Kaže, and where are you going to put this? Dosta unikatan boss, znaš, zato što jedini koji ovako konverzira s tobom, znaš. Svi ostali su namčari. Jel imaš ovaj, kako se zove, Nazir Judgment? Ti si otišao dole.
grid. A ti se vratio gore, a?
Pa da. Da bi sam
Zašto?
unikat. Zato što kad igram solo isto se to dešava. Da uradim jedan pravac. Ali ne uradim ga do kraja, znaš. I onda moram poslije se vraćati. Onda iz navike neke kad sam igram.
Da ideš na nekoliko strana u isto vreme.
Ti uključi ovaj detonator i eksploziju.
Malo da ne. Imamo previše stvari na ekranu, ne neš.
Što ne? Izaberi što hoćeš.
Šta ste stavio ovaj džuler?
Svejedno.
Znači da mi se ludo lepo dolazi.
Je kad se polako širi na sve strane mapa, onda dolazi.
O da.
Kad se širi samo na gore, onda prd. Mislim, kad me pogode sa fire damage, onda mi se aktivira skala za rage do čepa, znaš.
Ako da, mislim imaš onaj, kako se zove, talent valjda, da bez pasiv da uzmeš da ti se puni rage kad te udara.
Nagahamanu chosen, to ti je charm. Use when you take fire damage from hit. Kaže, grants up maximum rage on use.
Jeste li postavili stvari, nisi?
Ja ništa stavljam. Ja ih imam više, ali ne dam mi, zašto si ti prvi interaktovao s tim. Ti ako ne znam koliko imaš, ti imaš 5, 4-5, ja imam plus 1. To dobiš na skill 3. Obično taj jedan ide nigde, samo i to da ti kažem. Ako znaš da ih postiš kako treba, ne treba ti jedan ekstra. To je više placebo ono kad...
Idem.
Start.
Jebeni slow.
Pa imaš onaj pasiv, onaj notable pasiv na skill 3-u. Imunizacije. Znaš? Ako imaš više plavih nego crvenih šardova, možda budeš imun na frost efekt. Znaš? Recimo ja sam imun na vatrne efekt.
Ja sad imam više plavih nego crvenih.
Ti bi onda bio... pa... Kako stvari stoje, ne mogu nija da imam više
Otio.
Ne, valjda. Isto takav imam tamo.
Evo ga boss ima dole. Evo ga da ga nisam vidio.
Ne znaš što je easy. Staneš iza njega. Kad se okrene potrčiš ispred. To je to. Apsolutno nema veze koliko je buffon, zato što ima samo jednu atak šemu. To je da bije ispred sebe. Staneš iza njega, već je napad njegu i te promaši. Prije. Ti si ovdje sve završio? Koja znam?
Da, ali kako sam uspio 37 napumpali ovo, znači to ne možete završiti u jednom radu.
Ne. Čestitam, ali ne može.
Ne, ajmo napad.
Jesi se nadao da može? Jesi. A ne, tako igra ne radi, nažalost. O, kobile. Ja bih trebao da posjetim kovače, znaš. Samo ne znam da li mogu odavde.
Kada kažem dobro, šta te sprečava?
Ja moram da skoro teleportam u jedan, pa u drugi, znaš. Daj mi samo malo vremena, ne mogu, kako mogu onda? Moram point, gluposti. Pa moram se vratim u svoj hideout da bi mogo da posjetim moju mapu. Ja ne mogu da odem u Kingmark. U suštini sve one lokacije, ja pretpostavljam da će tako biti kampanja, da ćeš imati mapu i ćeš ići tako po mapi, znaš, side questove. Da će na kraju kampanje izaći, to vidjet ćeš. Jer ako malo bolje pogledaš, svi ti aktori kroz koji si išao, sve te lokacije ti su dao ovdje po mapi, ako nisi primetio. Možda jesi, nemam pojma. Fizičkih.
Čekaj, misliš namjesto onoga što su dali?
Ne, sve, iz svih aktova. Sve lokacije ti na ovoj velikoj mapi, ne znam da li si primetio.
A to, da.
Ne znam koliko ono, kaže, klikćeš i navućeš pažnju na lokaciju kroz koje pođeš, kao sve ti ono
vidi se, popiše ti, brate, imen lokaciju.
Pa piše, ali ima ljudi koji su ono, znaš, kao whatever, znaš, samo piče. Znam ih par takvih. Da, za prstenje.
Prsten i zlatan lanac.
Vidi ovo prstenje.
Što stavi po maksimum 20 quality-a.
Da.
Lepo.
Kao što sam rekao, naravno da ne možeš imati sve statue koje hoćeš, ali možda imaš 2 ili 3 stata i možda imaš skoro maksimalnu robu, razumiješ, to ti sasvim dovoljno. Čekaj, gdje ti je ovdje gledalo? Si dobro startao? A jesi ti izgodno uzeo?
Nisam, ti se prvi ušao tako da si ga ti navrati nije aktivirao, navratno ti bilo ono
ili je po defaultu aktivno, znaš čim uđeš. Moraš ne prođeš kod njega. Da je jedan od onih prstana koji ima najviše u onom.
Ma daj.
Da, imaš ovdje.
Da li veriš da sam bio, da sam jednostavno...
Malo pre me ostaje ne HP, znaš.
Ja nisam tu sreću.
Ne vidim gdje klikće, moram da pokupim sad zlud sa zemlje, znaš.
Ako.
Ako. Znaš, ne prođeš kroz njega. Ili je po defaultu aktivno, znaš čim uđeš. Moraš ne prođeš kod njega. Malo pre me ostaje ne HP, znaš. Ja nisam tu sreću. Ne vidim gdje klikće, moram da pokupim sad zlud sa zemlje, znaš. ne mogu da ti pogodim lokaciju.
Kako ne vas.
Danas sve na vreme naićeš na ovo delirium, na ovakve neprijatelje. Koji su ono boss.
Ne pojem, ja sam ranije Delirium je bio jedan od tih omiljenih, sad nešto su ga vizualno mi ne izgleda kao pre. Ili zavisi od mape do mape, šta znam.
Ne znam kakav je bio pre. Ne znam šta si ti igrao.
Pa ne znam, čini mi se da je vizualno malo drugačije izgledao. U Delirium tablicu dole pao.
Ja? Čuvaj se ovih nabildovanih s ogromnim leđima. Oni ako te udare, a nekad imaju kvarnu foru, znaš. Pojavi se direkt ispred tebe, znaš. Direkt ispred tebe i udarite. Čim se spone klep. I tu se završi gađa.
Ne znam, meni se stalno stvari upadu.
Ne, nije stvar da se pojavi jedan na drugi. Jedan te one-shotuje. Ne trebate dvojice.
Ne znam da li baš mogu one shot na 15.
Kad te saši, nekad ono ima light attack, ima on 2-3 varijacije udarca. Ima neki heavy attack koji on radi kad si blizu. Digne obe pesnice iznad glavi, samo te saši i tu ćao. Taj što je nazad. Stani, ne mrdam.
Posle, ajde da ono...
Ne mrdam. A ne gubiš ništa jer se on ne opada, znaš. To spirit je viš, što ne reći. Treba da te odvede do bossa. A prodaj si kako si uzeo specijalizaciju. Ne, spirit, to je mali žuti. Uff. Nice. Ušao sam u sobu kroz vrata do onoga kristala, dvojice su isponova, znaš. Samo sam radio rollout, jer sam gledao takav rezultat već par puta. Uđem, umrem i gotovo.
Nemoj sad umreš.
Pola sata se vuku okolo da bi pozesao ovog neprijatelja, gorila ga jednom udario i ubio ga. Si to našao onog Doride, šta? Koji da map?
O, gore da se malo vidiš.
Neku lobanju pokazuje, stoji. To. Samo bi ti savjetovao da pobiješ ove mobove da bi napumpao
O, da.
Delirium ustao. To što ti mislio da ćeš kao jednu mapu završiti sve. A ne. Jok.
Znaš kako? Ne smeta mi ni da ga ono...
Pa dobro, ja sam zato da se možda malo quest brže uradi, quest ko quest. A ako hoćeš baš sve poneti za Delirium, da ono možeš, naravno, duže da igraš ako hoćeš. Kao što sam ja uradio. Bez sve te riđe-miđe. Ovo je gotovo.
To što kažem, mislim da je ovo...
Oh my god. Stani, ne mrde. Ima da mi se telepromptuješ. Daš, rekao si da ne dobijaš ovo. Ajde sad dobiješ. Evo bih još. Vidi.
Mobovi isto, vidio sam to da imaju šansu, mobovi koji su 85+, da imaju šansu da baci to.
85+?
Pa da mora bude 75+.
Koji ti to mapu igraš da bi to bilo 75+?
Ovo su sve 15-ice, tako da su svi ono...
Nije ti 15 to. Mislio si 80+ ili 85+, ima razliku?
7.
A, onda dobro. Ja sam te razumeo...
Kao 7, what's in the box?
Ja sam te razumeo 85. Slušam te šta pričaš. Znaš ti kad se...
O ne, mislim po 15-ici su valjda 89, ako sam dobro sećam.
Šta? Jesi rekao opet 89 si rekao, Bojan? 89 si rekao. Twitch, clip that. Rekao si 79. Ne, 15-ka je 79. Verovati ili ne?
Aha.
Ne, veruj mi kad ti kažem. 16-ka ti je 80, ja mislim. Mislim da je 80. Zašto je to tako? I don't know.
Beats me up.
Tako je.
Ancient Looted Dire. Ček samo da napravim neke ključeve.
Gdje mi je gost? Treba Exalt, imam 500 komada.
Koliko?
Šta se smiješ? Imam 500 komada.
Pa nemam pojma, ono.
Mislim, zašto da ih potrebljam? Samo boostujem ove mape, to je to. Tome se radi. Svakih 5 sati, 10...
Nemam pojma, glupo mi kao da ih uzmem, čisto da bi ih uzeo.
Ali nemaš šta da kupiš za njih, tome se radi. Jedno možda ih konverteš u Chaos Orbe, pa da za Chaos Orbe nešto kupuješ.
Pa to ti kažem, znaš kao, nemam neku ideju sad, znaš kao, hoću ovo ili ono.
Isto koliko bi sad rekao, ti imam nas 12 miliona 700.000, hoćeš da ti dam 7. Da se osjećam kao da naš nešto da prinosim, što opet kao grindam u...
Znači, 6 additional delirium modifier. Ne znam koliko tako prisi, Fracture Mirrors Manifest... Mislim to onda jače, a?
Pa stavi jaču delirium, nema veze.
Ne, kaže... Magic Monster within Delirium Fog 25 šanse da imaju Delirium Modifier, ne znam šta mu to znači, ne znam što. Imaju Delirium Modifier, i šta ono dobiju s tim Delirium Modifierom? Upravo si 76+ je ovo.
Tako da ono...
Ja sam mislio da je ovo mnogo više.
Ne, nije. Ti ga praviš težim tako što ubacuješ one mape, one tablete, donati igre ti 14-ku, 15-ku i nagure 3 tableta da viš šta će da bude. Da će ti mob skoro na ništa, razumeš. A ako imaš Atlas skill nabuđen još gore, naći ti, ne znam, 3-4 ona vispa, pustiš da vispu leti u rare moba, to je...
Da, znači tu si sve onda...
Ne znam. Gora ti varijanta da si stavio recimo Hildu kao glavnog, znaš. Hilda recimo može da izabere da ne može da pozesuje one rare mobove. Ovdje samo unikatne mobove, škrinju i map boss. Map boss, kad ti piše powerful boss, i kad ga pozesuju 3-4 spirita, to ti je... Igra se Dark Souls, ono boss fighter, znaš. Don't get hit.
To da kažem, brate, koje su šanse da se to desi, mislim, da dovedeš na bossa.
Velike šanse, lagano, što ne može da pozesuje ništa drugo. I ako ima powerful map boss, ide direkt na njega. Tačno te vodi u boss arenu. Tebi vidim da idu na rare mobove, to neke beskorisne. Ti vjerojatno nisi izabrao Hildu kao glavnog headmastera.
Mislim da još nisam imao priliku da izaberem glavnog headmastera.
Pa jesi uradio za Hildu quest?
Mislim da jesam, s obzirom da sam mogao da izaberem one njene stvari.
Slušaj, dobijaš ti skill poene kod svih njih, kod Orijanija i kod onoga Jado ili Jado, ne znam kako da mu čitam ime.
Ja volim
slušaj, ne znam kako da mu čitam ime. Dobiješ ti kod njih svih skill poene, ali moraš da klikneš na njega da ga napraviš aktivni, ne znam kako to objasnim. Razumeš? Nisi ti svi aktivni odjednom. Kada pritisneš dugme za mapu...
na toj mapi, ono,
ne. Pritisni dugme za mapu, da ti objasnim. Pritisni dugme za mapu, vidiš da imaš Dorijani, Science, Hilda Hunting i Jade Spycraft.
Da očistimo ovo ovdje.
To ti kao pretneš, da. Kada otvoriš mapu, gornji levi ćoš, vidiš...
Ko je beše dugme za mapu?
Ma.
Nema, moj je shop.
A microtransaction shop si ostavio tu, jer kupujemo stalno, tako?
Ne, nego ovo
nemoj zjebao. Ne, da li sam to rebindao. Baš mi treba microtransaction, non stop. Koje god da ti dugme za mapu.
Da, uje.
Nebitno. Imaš u gornji levi ćošak Dorijani, Science, Hilda Hunting i Jade Spycraft. Zavisi na koji si kliknuo zadnji.
Aha, tako je, ostaju kao aktivni, da.
Ja nagađam da nema šanse da ti Hilda Hunting bio aktivan, malo pre.
Nije bio Dorijani Science mi bio.
Dorijani Science je kao nekakav veštački boost mapa, to ti ono, da oprostiš, sad ljutiš ciganska fora, da ne koristiš tablete. Znaš, da bez tableta boostiš sebi mapu, to ti je ta fora.
Mislim, ne zvuči loše kad kaže ono, mislim.
Ja volim teže fajtove, zato sam izabrao kako se zove Gildu.
Da. Stavit ćemo nju da vidimo kako malo izgleda s njom.
Wow, dve, tri kockica leda pumpaju se. Fantastično.
Ne možeš da stojiš u njima.
A nema džaba kad bi svi pod guzicu pagli.
Negdje boss, mob. Aha, gotovo, dobro.
Nego iskliknu nam. Jer ovo ti treba za craftovanje, to znaš, jel da?
Ne znam što misliš.
Pobjegu si već. Ambulim.
Otiš gore da vidim što ima. Što?
Circle,
ono, znam to, ali nije ga bilo da je kliknuo to.
Pa nije, zašto mi je lakše da ga ja dignem pa da ti ga vratim nego da te čekaš pola sata. Ja toga imam, to ti za upgradeovanje ovih unikata, pa znam. Sa ono vanila levela na ono kao endgame, da kažem. Gear, koji možda upotrebiš. Rekao mi je nešto jedan od ovih viewera s kojim se igrao. Kaže, ne možeš da captureš moba ako nisi posez. Da to igra ostavlja tebi. Ako ti želiš, možeš, ali ja ne mogu da capturam tvog moba. Tako to navodno radi.
Čekaj, što znači mog moba? Ono koga sam ja captureovao ili koga sam ja prvi udario?
Beast type mob, koga sa onom kako se zove, imaš onaj skill game koji se zove Tame Beast. Ja ne mogu da to kastujem na njega, neće raditi. Moraš ti da kastuješ ako hoćeš. Jer ako ti ja kažem, ovaj nije loš, onda bi ti morao da napraviš taj skill game i da kastuješ na njega pre nego što ga ubijem. A ja ne mogu ništa s njim. Ista košulja ko malo pre, ja ne verujem. To ne
Biće dobro šart.
Jest, jedan. Izgleda da je Blizzard napravio pun krug u Rekords.
Ma, razočarenja, nisam htio ništa baš ni da pominjem ni da komentarišem.
Mogu slobodno, ja volim da trešujem Blizzard.
Idem u taj cinizam, previše, jako samo, izjašnjavam svoju razočarenje. Ja onda nekako, zaverujem da uopšte i ne pričam o tome. Jer nije mi jasno, brate, mislim šta, uzeli smo Diablo 4, treba igrali Diablo 3, o čemu pričamo.
Zato što
ako su najbolje ideje da prebacimo stare ideje.
Ne znam u kom pravcu da gure igru. Onda u Rekords.
Pa to.
Probali su da kradu od drugih action RPG-eva, što je okej. Ako neko drugi smisli nešto bolje, probaj. Međutim, shvatili su da ni to ne ide, znaš. Bukvalno su copy-paste radili, igra se Last Epoch, vidi si kako je njihov crafting sistem.
Jeste, pa ti si mi rekao, pošto ja u to vreme nisam znao, i ti si mi onda rekao da je to bukvalno, samo još više uprošćeno, jako je već da kažeš prosto, oni su morali još što sebi da uproste.
Nije pojem što su oni to radili i što to kao ajde, nego što nisi ni to nije svidjelo pa si to promenili.
Da.
Znaš da su reworkovali crafting sistem i gear i opremu. I nešto od toga sistema još uvijek postoji, čini mi se sad Diablo 4. Bila mnogo konfuzna. Ona je prva verzija koju su izbacili sa Diablo 4. I to što si craftovao bilo neupotrebljivo. I sad ti pade u novoj sezoni unikati levo i desno. Ali kao, ako pada toliko unikata non stop, znaš, u čemu je point?
Pa, ali to uvijek kažu kao smanjili su količinu, ali ne smiju da smanjuju količinu, zato što jedan je način da dobiješ skill-ove vrednosti jeste preko unikata. Znači, samim tim te blokiraju, na veštački način te blokiraju da ne možeš da napreduješ sa skillovima.
Vidiš i kovač, veridimski kovač, šta je on, Azmiri, plavi lik, kada je Ferov. Znaš da možda dobiješ njegovo oružje?
Ne.
Aha, imaš 6 slotova, ako koraptuješ možeš dobiti 7. slot. Nema nikakve statistike, 200% boostuje efekat runa koje su soketovane u Wand, to je Wand. Vrlo, vrlo moćno je to. Moraš da uradiš, ja mislim, quest za to.
Na sljedećem levelu mogu da stavim još jedan game.
Patch 0.5 introduced a ton of unique items to the catalog too. And while some of them ended up being fun build enablers, a select few completely changed the way people played the game. Some created entirely new archetypes.
O, vidiš, što sam ti šarovao. To ti on nosi. Jako moćno. Imaš i prsten. Prsten se pravi na određenoj mapi, ali trebaju ti 3 prethodna prstena, znaš. To kad sam vidio isto. To ti je kao semi-secret, to ti su developeri stavili kao easter egg, razumeš da igrači sami probali. Treba ti je određena mapa i određeno prstenje i ta 3 prstena kombinuješ. Pomeneš 3 prstena, dobiš jedan, to ti je prsten koji baca twistere. Znaš?
Aha.
I onda se oni bukvalno cisavaju damage sav okolo i nose ga. I dobiju plus 50% na elemental od svakog elementa.
Ćemo gore.
Gdje je ovo?
Znamo koga ćemo da sretnemo ovdje.
Black Row, piše.
A. U stvari da i piše, evo. Možeš da nagađaš.
Ne. Ovo ti je T15, ja mislim.
Da. P15 i jedna tabla.
Samo jedno.
Da, ne mogu, ni mi da ostavim više, ne dajem na ovim mapama.
A moraš da enhancuješ onda. Ili mapa već ima zaključene kao... Dobar reci.
Da, zaključene su.
Samo ti kao jedan aktivan, šta li? Ovo ekspedicija ovdje da sam ja.
Hoću kažem da mislim da je nemoć.
Nije. Samo spomenik, znaš? Samo. Ne moraš da me podsjećaš ništa. Taj Mazu je baš neki Joker. Trickster guy. Tebi palo ovih liquid guilta, dosta, a?
Ne baš.
Pa i jeste, palo.
Mislim, pada malo više nego ono, sad kad sam uzeo neke poene kad sam stavio to, čini mi se pada malo češće. Ono je bilo odigran 2-3 mape, razumiješ, ništa ne dobijem sada, možda ne dobijem uvijek nešto na mapi.
Zato si upgradeovao Atlas.
Da. Dođi se vrako.
Se aktivira, jes? Znaš, ja ga malo zaključujem, vidiš? Prima on manji damage, ali ne prima toliko manji damage da ne mogu da ga bijem. Ako ustavim kad sam solo, znaš, da ga staniram, onda ga iznabade tu negdje do pola. Ne uvek, ali često puta.
Dobro, ono kad smo duo ima ga više.
Ne, ima više veći posto health-a, kad sam solo, nije mu tolika skala za HP i onda, tačno kad je staniram, dobro ga polupaju. Međutim, njegova skripta ga gura napred, vidiš. Inače bi davno... Gledaj, još uvijek ga pumpaju. Siđi, Rašo, siđi sa planine. Evo, stao je, zaglupio se. Vidiš mu HP, treskao za HP, zato se zaglupio, znaš. Zato su mu sjebali svoj skript, znaš. Nije pređen da ga ovako brzo polupiš.
Zaglupio se jednač.
Zato što ti u suštini njemu skineš, ja mislim...
Simulacrum unlock, kaže, 108%.
Ali sad ako hoćeš, možda ga ti guraš ovo do 200%, ajde vidim. A možemo da odradimo bossa ako hoćeš, to neš dobiti ni bolje ni gore. Prvi put kad budeš radio Tang Mazu. Vidio? Oho. Nice. Damn, son. Ako sam sličega bio na farmu, znaš šta je to bilo? Ovi kako se zovu esencije. Ono esencije hoćeš. Ne svih naravno, neki imam previše, neki imam tek toliko.
Vidi prostor.
Da.
Zadararimo ovaj kao. Evo još jedan. Dakle, paranoja može... A to ga još, evo ti treći. Ćemo napad. 109% ovo se ne menja. Nema ih dovoljno. Izgleda ne možemo da imamo dva aktivna portala na mapi, znaš?
Možda sad dođe do to što si ja otvorio šta?
Da.
Funny.
Charm lighting resist, korisno lighting resist, a now is frozen. You take lighting damage from a hit increase.
Yeah.
Just frenzy charge on use.
Charm se dobije, šta?
Da, što mislim ne sad nego imam go u inventaru već duže vremena ga kao ne koristim, pa rekao što misliš ti o njemu?
Kako ti treba charge, okej?
Šta si mi dao, bre? Zašto si mi dao?
Da ih ili staviš u chest kao ono jedan item.
Aha.
Ili... da ga razviješ.
Manje nešto zazumio kao charmovi.
I? Sad možemo na bossa, jel?
Nemam pojma, nismo stigli do bossa, gdje ti boss? Brate, boss ti skoro dole koliko ja vidim, mi nismo ni stigli, znači imamo još 1, 2, 3, 4...
Misliš na simulakrum?
Jesi na to mislio da je boss ili šta?
Da, ja mislim da ti je to oblasti boss.
Ma, brate, imamo još jednu 5-6 mapa do njega da odigramo.
Ajme.
Ali, htio da kažemo će to da ostavimo za kasnije, pošto ja ću sad idem da ručam.
Ajde.
To. Da je bio samo boss u pitanju, znaš, ono kao ajde još jedna mapa, ali ovako će da potreba malo više. Ti si kući danas jedan, tako?
Da, danas da.
Aha, skapir. Ništa, ajde da popišem gdje ja samo idem da jedem, pa ćemo onda.
Ne, bukvalno danas jes, bez no strings za pet.
Pa to, skapirao sam, šta ste da kažeš. Možeš pa sam da malo kasnije onda.
Okej.
Možeš se zdravo.
Pozdrav. BRB. Hello. Nou, welkom.
Much more attention here in New Zealand than what you do. Is it a tall poppy thing, or is it something else?
It's happening more and more, but I feel like it was just kind of for many years we
kind of stay quiet. We kind of don't disrupt. we honestly just operate out of bubble. We stay in our little bubble. We've just got our own thing kind of going
on. Not often we do things like this.
And all of our success came from like really early days. Was like we'd make the content, make the skit, put it on an international kind of platform, and it would just get seen internationally. So there was no reason for it to specifically be kind of concentrated in New Zealand. It was just being seen by the world, and so naturally it just kind of rose around the world.
Well, on this podcast, I love celebrating New Zealanders that are doing amazing things, and that's what you guys are. So it's great. There's a few articles online. There was some old spin-off articles when you had like a million followers, and there was a RNZ podcast piece. But I felt like you deserve more attention than what you've got over the years.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I hate to say so, but I think so. It would be nice to get a little bit more attention.
Yes, but at the same time, I don't mind it. I actually genuinely, there's something really just nice about just tinkering away and working on our own stuff and doing what we want.
It's so funny that when we, month to month, we'll get tens of millions of views, sometimes hundreds of millions of views. And then when you get on 7 Sharp, you get all the texts from the aunties and
I saw you on 7 Sharp tonight. Looks like you guys are doing quite well.
Suddenly validated.
We're validated.
It's the only media service they know.
The stamp of approval.
You're on the news.
So 2018, you started doing this full time. I believe it was you first, Rowan.
Well, it was. These guys both had full-time jobs. My background is I studied as an actor. I've always been an actor, and so there's never a full-time job. So I was I'm constantly unemployed. So I can. You guys keep working while we're figuring this out, and I'll be the inverted commas full-timer.
So which involved paying him $200 a week to be the editor.
All the revenue that we were making,
which was all the revenue,
would have been about $200 a week. And we're like, okay, to give it to me. I'll be the editor.
And it's basically paying your rent. Right?
Paying your rent.
And then there was a point. Was it maybe 2018?
It was.
Where you guys made quite a difficult decision to go full time.
Both of us had pretty cushy jobs. I was at TVNZ, Alan was at NZME, and I mean, we were doing pretty well career-wise. It
was bizarre that felt like the safer option was to stay at those jobs rather than take the leap. But so obviously, so glad we took said leap.
There must have been a point, and I bet it would have been when we kind of got on Patreon, and so we had this kind of regular. You know the Patreon?
Oh, of course, yeah.
We had this regular kind of fan base who gave us a regular amount. Maybe it was like $10,000-$20,000 a month or something.
Nowhere near that. No, way down.
So that would have been.
It would have been $1,000 a month.
It would have been like
so it would have been around that, and then that combined with a little bit of Facebook, YouTube, wouldn't be Facebook, but then a little bit of YouTube revenue was just enough for you guys to go. Oh, I think this is growing. Can we take the leap?
Do you know what was the big? We could see that. We could see the graph. You could see where it was where it was kind of going. Was the views were picking up, and subscribers were picking up, and we're like, okay, if we dedicated our time to this, surely it's only natural for that to grow faster.
Alan and I both had a little bit of savings, which were like I literally for myself did the maths. I was like, okay, imagine if we made almost no money for the next, how much of my savings will I go through for food and rent? And then I figured out that I had like 3 or 4 months to live.
I made that plan as well, but then I went to Europe and spent it all and came back. I was like, we've got to make this work as quickly as well.
And I was like, it makes a difference to me, guys. I'm still unemployed.
You guys we took a leap of faith. You kind of took like a little step.
You took a stumble of faith.
I mean, Ron, you had a promising acting career though, right? You went to Toi Whakaari, the iconic film school, which is notoriously hard to get into.
And
you had some bits on
I've had I studied a year at the Higley Theatre Company in Christchurch, straight out of home, and then 3 years at Toi Whakaari. So I studied for 4 years, and then just kind of into the industry, and I got an ad here and a little role on Legend of the Seeker and Spartacus. And
did you know that Ron's an Avatar?
I have this is a well-known meme amongst our fan base is that I am a prominent extra in that one scene on Avatar.
It's the scene where he's giving the big briefing room where he's
You're
like,
not in Pandora. And
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's good. That was a good recreation.
Yeah,
And he's just. I said the line wrong.
I think that, something like
I
that.
said
I still can't.
Shani here. If you spot one of the surveyors, try to stun it before you engage. They're said to be full of rare art tech.
Head home into
You might
Central
both
Swamp
come out of this ahead.
Hey! Hey! Howdy! Hello?
Hello. So where is this antenna that needs fixing? Ah, I see. Right. What? Is it bugged?
No, it's not bad. You need 3 times. One this, one Cosmoport, and one.
Yeah, but
not this location,
so I think only one player can upgrade it. That's what I think.
It's my crazy location.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll try the one close. Thanks. Good luck. Mushroom.
Hello? Howdy!
Hello.
Hey, hello! Howdy! Hello there.
Kumra. Welcome to my channel. Sto se radi.
Ideš kuma. Ćemo gledati taj film.
Osmo itomi.
Dobro.
Zamim kodtev.
A?
Hey there. Howdy. Hello.
Hello. Hello, hello. Anybody out here? There we go. That's about it. I know that somebody's in a lab. Hello, hello. Howdy.
Hey, Raider.
Watch out, wasps. Very aggressive wasps. You wanna get in? Get in. Good luck.
I don't usually have time to deal with raiders one-on-one, but you're always welcome to swap. Gotta go. See you later. Kume, to je zalepilo ako nisi primetio. To je zalepilo se metal.
Ovo raširio se?
Da, ne može da se zatvori nikako, šanse nema.
nije ipak strašno. 38 sigurno.
Ja ne znam koliko kod vas ima, kod mene je podnošljivo. Samo da uzmem... Šta da klasim? To radi je.
Bienk1. Welcome to my channel. Alex Ree. Welcome to my channel.
Kansas anymore.
Oh, you're not in Kansas, you know. You're not a backdoor.
And I'm
They're back
literally-
in Kansas.
I'm just an extra with no lines. I just happen to be placed at the front row of this briefing with General Quaritch, and I'm just there looking stoic and cool and stuff, and it just made a big prominent part of the.
But there's also a deleted scene where you had a line, right?
No, that I could. No.
I thought you had a line.
No, God, I never got a line.
Oh.
But there were other deleted scenes that I had more prominent parts. There's
Yeah.
one but that was the one. Yeah,
So
that's
he
the
was
one.
famous. He's an avatar.
Yeah,
So I'm
big
an
deal.
avatar.
Yeah, it was a big deal.
Yeah.
But what did you see yourself doing when you were training?
What was that? Sorry. Oh,
What did you see yourself doing when you were at
what was my
Bacardi?
kind of
Yeah.
plan?
Yeah.
I mean, my best aspirations back when I was studying would have been like, I mean, I remember actually doing a kind of a talk, a research project on what becomes a Toifakari graduates, and first of all, I had to just define what success is for people. So I was like, oh no, the question was, how successful are Toifakari graduates? And then I defined success for myself. I remember doing a talk to the class, and I was like, the success for me would be if I could just like get a roll on Shortland Street, like a core cast roll on Shortland Street. That's it. Like I've peaked. That'd be the best thing that I could ever imagine. That was it back then. That's like if I could get to that.
And so you've never been successful then?
Well, I guess not. I never got. I had 2 tiny rolls on Shortland Street, but I never had a core cast.
Never made core cast.
Still haven't made it.
So you're a failure.
Still haven't made it.
You're a failure then. Okay.
Did that ruin in that room? Haven't made it.
No wonder your mother's so not proud of
So
you.
disappointed.
Yeah, what a
Oh,
letdown.
God.
I suppose that's the benchmark. I've had a couple of Toifakari graduates on the podcast, including Cam Jones. I don't know if he was on Shortland Street for a while, Dallas on Shortland Street.
Yeah.
And for him, like his parents were like, "What are you doing? You're going to be an actor." But when he got a role on Shortland Street, it was like the seal of approval from family and aunties.
My parents wanted to be an actor and filmmaker. They were supportive, but they were like, let's just be realistic. You're probably not going to make it. So I have a backup plan.
Thanks, Mum and
They
Dad.
made me do a law degree.
Although
I keep forgetting that about you.
I remember.
Yeah.
My family was very supportive of me doing acting, but there was a point I remember, and this in the early days of Viva, before we'd anywhere near made it. And I remember my brother kind of having like a bit of a serious chat with me, and just kind of going, have you got a backup? Kind of playing like, and I was like, no, not really. And it was like, okay, just maybe you should, it was just trying, it was genuine with love and everything, like
from a place of love.
Place of absolute love.
Your parents did the same thing with you, didn't they?
They did. It was a very, very similar story. It was, nothing was working. I'd been to film school. I just did 1 year New Zealand film and television school, got out of there, tried to make a couple of my own projects. Nothing happened. Was doing the odd job here and there, did a lot of like corporate gigs, just nothing was clicking. And my parents we had a very serious, not very serious, it was the same sit down of like, you need to start thinking about, especially because I'd moved back home then. And I think they were like, you can't stay here. The subtext was, you can't stay here and keep chasing this crazy film dream.
Yeah.
And luckily, and again, from a place of love, and they were very supportive up until that point, but it just went so far. But then, like, genuinely, like 2 or 3 weeks after that was when I landed the job at NZME, which wasn't exactly this, like, high-profile video job or anything, but at least it was a job with a camera.
Yeah.
Allowed me to pay the bills and come up to Auckland, so I was close to Ryan, and we could start doing Viva properly. So it all kind of worked out, but the timing was...
Was there a moment where... So they were like, oh, thank God he's got a real job. And then there was a moment when you're like, hey, I'm actually quitting all that and committing to...
No, I was expecting that, but surprisingly there wasn't.
Okay.
My parents did to me.
Oh, yeah?
They were like, are you sure?
Yeah.
Like, because there's a good career path here at TVNZ. Like,
yeah.
Are you sure?
You want to go and be a YouTuber?
I remember them surprisingly not being
interesting.
That way. Yeah.
They were loving about it. Like,
of course.
They wanted the best for Viva and for me. But yeah there was...
Of course, but it was just, there was this crazy idea. Like, how is that ever going to work?
So unknown. And I think it's more of a pathway now for people to say, I want to be a YouTuber, but it wasn't even a thing when you guys started.
Yeah, it's more understood now, for sure.
How did you guys all meet?
So the kind of the origin story is like I'll kind of breeze past the first part, which is we were a bunch of actors. There were more of us actually back then. There was a bunch of actors and gamers who all were nerds who played this one game, StarCraft, including Alan and myself. And then we started making StarCraft parody music videos. So
actually, November 24, 2011. That's when you put out the blue All Rise one.
That's the one, yeah.
Baby, I swear the strap's legit.
If you're facing death, prepare for it.
Still rising. No, it was, the first one.
Please tell me that you watched.
I did. It's aged okay, hasn't it?
That one's fine.
That one's okay. There are other ones you should just not watch.
There are other ones.
There was another one to parody of What Does the Fox Say?
That's the one we were talking about.
I believe you guys have ummed and ahed about going back and deleting it.
Yeah,
I'm so pleased you haven't.
Yeah, it's part of our legacy.
Jimmy Donaldson, Mr. Beast, the biggest YouTuber in the world. Like, if you look at his early stuff, it's really awful. It's like a time capsule, and you can see the progression and development.
And that's part of it.
There's something really special about that.
Yeah,
so as well. That's why we've never deleted videos, because totally agree with that.
Yeah.
And so we went through the stage of getting mild success from that, and then there was a point later on where that whole initial group of us kind of disbanded. People got busy with their own lives, and then it was just kind of me and Alan for a bit, just bumming around. We started making this board skit series, and it was not doing that well.
Every time you released a video, you lost subscribers.
We actually we'd go, we just released a video, and
so our audience wants us to not make anything, is what the lost subscribers. That's what the takeaway was, right?
And because people are going,
our subscribers were. Yeah.
When what in retrospect, what was actually happening was that we were losing all the music video people who were there just for the music videos, and we were gaining this cult audience of bored.
Very gradually.
Yeah, very slowly. But the real success happened when we met Adam, when we kind of were all in the same kind of phase of our life or whatever that was, and we started kind of working on. Well, we started working on Wrecked together.
You guys were already working on Wrecked, and it was a web series that they wanted to make and get funded through New Zealand On Air. And I was working with another team on another web series that I wanted to get funded through New Zealand On Air. And through a mutual producer, we got introduced, and we just had a coffee and a chat, and got on like a house on fire, considering we love film and video games, and we're trying to do web series. And then it was suggested that I help these guys write Wrecked, and just through the multiple sessions we had writing the series together, we kind of really got along as friends. And then like, do you want to help us with a couple of funny videos? Do a couple of sketches with us of board and some other things. And I pitched a few ideas that I thought were funny, and then the rest is history.
And that's why selling is so important.
And it kind of just, I almost feel like the little side skits were almost just like a little side project from the real thing, which is the music videos or something like at the time.
Yeah, I wonder. I can't remember. That might have been a mindset.
Even then, like I came on.
We'll be back to music videos.
The first one I came, because we'd been playing StarCraft, the game that brought us all together at that point, and the first thing I came on for was Legacy, the music video.
Still stands out. I don't mind that one. Actually.
That's a good one. It's very good. But that video was like the main focus at that point.
And 2 days of filming.
It was 2 days of filming, and then going to be a long edit, and Ronan put a lot of effort in to make the song. And one of the same days we were filming, we also just decided to do a fun little sketch.
A silly little Hearthstone sketch.
Silly little Hearthstone sketch where I get angry at my phone and then break my phone, and Rowan talks to camera about the life lesson of that. And that took half an hour to film, and got significantly more views than the music video.
And we were like,
wait a second, pump the brakes. What's going on?
We should keep doing skits and less music videos.
Yeah, and the other thing with music videos is you can't monetize them. So
if there are parodies,
it's licensed music.
Yeah.
Well, it gets blurry and it's hard. It gets very kind of grey area with it.
But more often
especially
than not,
these days on YouTube where copyright strike's so strong. It wasn't as much back in the day, but these days it is.
Is there anything you miss about those simpler times? What do you miss? Like, I mean, you've done so much incredible stuff, but I'm guessing it's completely different now. Like the process and the team.
I think we look at it through rose-tinted glasses.
Yes.
Yeah. The short answer is yes. They were magical days, and it was just the idea of like chasing the dream. It was just the three of us. It was like there was a certain like just this excitement about it, this palpable excitement. But then I remember that it was just the three of us on set lugging our costume and art department and everything ourselves.
I remember having to wake up early, go to Rowan's house, get into your garage, which wasn't human height, so we had to get into the garage.
10 crates of random costumes.
Yeah,
put them into the car.
And then I was poorly planned, so we'd arrive on set and we haven't finished the script, so we had to kind of come up with it on the fly, which was the way we tended to do things. So Yes, I look back on it very, very fondly, but at the same time, we've got such an incredible team now.
Our crew is so amazing.
And we can shoot more content at a higher production quality than we ever could. And so, yeah, I miss it, but I'd much choose right now.
Well, I suppose like back then, your dream, actually it was probably too big to even dream, is what you had now.
If you back in even 2018 said you'll own a studio with a massive, Auckland's biggest permanent green screen, a full medieval tavern and a tech store set.
And a full working crew.
And a full crew, and you've got I don't know, at least 10 of constant employment. How many do we have?
15, 16 full time.
50 on constant employment. That we would just be like, oh, sure, yeah.
And that when
no
you shoot,
way.
peak days when you shoot will be 30, 40, sometimes 50, 60 people.
And
And you guys don't have to go to first scene anymore to hire the costumes.
No. I think we get the odd thing from first scene still.
Well, we don't have
we don't have it. But we still do that.
16 staff, did you say?
I live.
So on a quiet day, we've got 16 permanent staff. But as I say, that ramps up when we get into filming, and a normal day will be about 30, maybe 40.
I remember it was a creative outlet. It was one of my few creative outlets. Was probably the most important, and I genuinely enjoyed doing it as well. But there was definitely a point there where we any sane person probably would have stopped.
Well, we often, I do remember this one point out. Yeah, this is years ago where we were. It was actually before Adam, where we'd had the old group had disbanded. The music video was kind of over. Me and Alan were just making the occasional episode of this board Tech Town series.
Every time we released it,
was just not doing well. And I remember out on the balcony having a cigarette, just going. What did I say? I said,
maybe we're not that good.
Do you know, bro? Have you ever considered maybe we're just not that good?
And it was this big bombshell. All the evidence was pointing to that was probably the real truth.
They were right.
And it was all, and then we gave up, and now we're here.
We're not that good, but this guy can.
But no, there was no way to argue it because I thought we were pretty good. I thought we were onto something. But every time we released a video, it would tank. And
I feel like your response to that was something like, but people who aren't that good don't ask that question.
Yeah, that's right.
It was something like that.
I did say that, didn't I?
Early days.
Yeah. Well, that was a smart response.
Yeah.
It's profound.
Because there are a lot of people. Because I know a good friend and actor, Ben Van Leer, who we were with. He's got a really good expression, which I don't know if he made it up, but the expression goes, "Follow your dreams, but don't follow them off a cliff." And that's one of the things when you get the truth is most actors don't make it. Statistically, or most Twitch streamers, or most YouTubers, or most people statistically don't make it.
Most creative,
And so, the truth is, that's a likely scenario. But a lot of people like that don't necessarily ask the question. Maybe I'm just not that good. That they kind of are in a bit of a blind kind of. If I just keep making stuff, I'm sure it will eventually work out.
Yeah.
So in hindsight, were you good enough then, or did you just need to keep tweaking until you found the?
I think there was a spark there.
It was absolutely magic.
Yeah.
I remember watching all of the music videos before I actually kind of got engaged with you guys when we first met. I watched all of everything basically. And I was like, man, the production quality is a bit ropey here and there, but there's an absolute spark.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I look back
and
there's obviously a lot that we've improved a lot since then, but there was still this undeniable, spark is a great word for it. Yeah.
So in the early years, you were getting a bit of YouTube money coming in. I don't know what else. What were you doing? Were you just reinvesting it? You're giving Rowan $200 a week.
$200 a week.
That was literally it. It's just putting it back into the videos, into buying props, costumes.
Oh yeah, and most of those were
rent and food.
Yeah. But before then, we were for the first few years we were just investing in them. It would all come out of our pockets.
Yeah.
But it was almost nothing because I owned all the camera equipment already.
Yeah.
We could film in most locations kind of for free.
Because you just don't tell anyone.
You just don't tell anyone.
You just guerrilla filmmaking style.
Yeah, 100%.
And then the locations we were using, like Playtech, they were lovely enough to let us film there for free, and Howard Historical Village were allowed to let us film there for free for the first few years.
Yeah. I think that might have been free,
for a while. Very expensive.
Yeah.
Oh wait, is Playtech an actual store?
Yes,
Playtech's a real store.
So Tech Town, the store in the show now is fake. That's at our studio. but Playtech, which it used to be, and there's a real store on the North Shore. And the owner was just lovely enough when you guys first asked to say
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
The store is it's a very cool store.
We had a really symbiotic relationship in the early days where he obviously had really good business sense and saw, even though we weren't massive at the time, we were like 20, maybe less than
No, it was 20,000.
About 20,000
plateaued at that for like
subscribers.
a couple of years. Yeah.
And we basically approached him and said, hey, could we film this new little tech store series you want to do in your store? And he was very he was like, okay.
Yep.
And he saw this is free publicity if they do well, and it did very well. But
when we left Playtech, we were on 3 million subscribers.
Yeah.
Oh my God! So you 20,000 when you started.
Yeah.
And did you say you'd plateaued? You'd sort of plateaued on 20,000.
We'd plateaued at 20,000. This is from memory, but after the kind of music video time.
22 is the number I remember.
Yeah, I think around 22. We weren't. The dial wasn't moving from there at all. And that was after we'd done the music videos and we were starting to just do the sketches. But
There was even the plateau at 22 for a while, fair few months when I started as well.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until we really started doubling down into let's try and do two. It was at first 2 videos a week and then 3 videos a week that it really started to pick off.
Yeah, it rewards consistency, doesn't it?
It does. It's really important.
And was there a tipping point moment, or was it just sort of like gradual?
For the most part, it's been quite gradual.
Interesting.
There've been little moments of like acceleration.
But nothing we've never had a video that it's like, this is your 15 minutes of fame and then get off the stage. It's all little viral spikes and then just
there were more kind of like, I feel like the first instance of, okay, I think this is really starting to work and we're seeing the trajectory change and an angle upwards. Might have been Epic NBC Man.
Yeah.
Like we started doing that and we started noticing that started bringing in more views.
Literally from the very first episode of Epic NBC Man, it was quite clear, we've hit on
something good here. And then the next one was when we started doing PUBG Logic. Did this game called PUBG, which was a massive game when it first came out. And it's just like this kind of war game battle style.
It's still big, but it was just this. It became like the most popular game of all time for significantly, like maybe a few years, and it's still the most ever consecutively. Is that the word? It's like any one time it still holds the record. And it came out, and we saw gameplay of it and realized like you can make skits about this for like almost no money, because the vast majority of the game was kind of somebody that kind of looked military, not too military, like quite low budget military, holding often just scraps of gun, like small a pistol or a basic shotgun or something in an open grassy field. And we were like,
we got all those.
We have those things. We literally have them all. And the beautiful thing about how Viva was, and this is something that I missed a little bit, was that we just called up each other and we'd
on the
jump
weekends.
on the weekend.
Let's do it.
You guys free on Saturday?
And we just got out there and did it without any planning required, because there's nobody else to wrangle. And we just got out there and did it, and we literally rode the coattails of PUBG, creating this content called PUBG Logic, which is just leaning into the gags of PUBG. And they went gangbusters, and for the longest time that was our largest draw card. A lot of people would find us through PUBG, and then they'd see this other stuff that we're doing, like Epic NBC Man in Tech Town over there. But those they were very secondary to PUBG, and luckily the PUBG popularity kind of dropped down in Epic NBC.
There was a period there where I was really scared that we would become
the PUBG guys. We didn't want to become the PUBG guys.
I remember saying that to you guys. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
We really need to diversify, because are we going to become the PUBG guys?
Yeah, and then you're beholden to a game of like, if the game isn't popular anymore, then you're just in a lot of trouble. But luckily, Epic NBC Man and Tech Town, which are our 2 main things, are by far and away like our biggest draw card, and continue to be to this day. Yeah.
Jeez, you must have all been single at the time, right?
No.
Well, you had relationships.
No. Yeah.
From what you've explained, it seems like every weekend was like the 48-hour film festival.
Basically,
It was.
I remember getting to a point where we were like, what's the point of doing the 48-hour film festival? Because we're doing it constantly.
We did do it one year and we got second place, actually.
Yeah.
And it was second or third, actually.
I might have been third, but
might have been third, actually. And after that, we did it twice. And it was the second time we kind of went, why are we doing
Did we do it
this?
twice, or did we just do it one time?
I think twice. There was the charity run, and then there was the photographer one.
Oh, the photographer one. Yeah, right.
And then now these days we actually sponsor the 48 hours.
Yeah, full circle.
We do the comedy award.
Yeah, like genuinely, I remember 48 hours before doing Viva. 48 hours was a really important thing for me, because it was like proof that I could make something, and then even just witnessing it, even if you make something kind of shit, just seeing it on the screen in front of an audience, like, cool, this is impossible. Like,
I think it's
really
one of the best things that's ever happened to the New Zealand film
Yeah.
industry. Is
Oh,
48
every,
hours.
It's iconic.
Every
It's iconic.
filmmaker should be entering 48 hours.
Yeah.
So 2022 is when you did that Kickstart campaign.
For Balin.
Yeah.
Oh, the second one.
So
wait, is that the one where you got millions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
When was the first one?
First one was in 2019.
And what did that generate?
Was it 700,000?
700,000 New Zealand.
That was to make a film.
Yeah.
Called Balin's Route, which did really well.
Yeah, it's just a little half-hour short film that we did, set in the world of Epic and DC Man.
Yeah, so it's sort of like proving to our audience and to ourselves that we could create bigger stories within the world of Epic and DC Man. But the second one that you're talking about was, the one that we gangbusters.
Yeah, how much did it make?
4.2 million New Zealand dollars.
In 3 days, 4 days?
Oh, no, it was like
3
a month.
weeks.
3 weeks.
Yeah, almost a month, yeah.
So were there any big donors? What was the average amount?
There were some really big ones.
Well, the average amount was actually only $70, but there were 4 people that gave $30,000. I think 10 people gave $15,000.
Some fans just like.
That's the thing. Like, if you have a large enough fan base, some of them will just be doing quite well.
There's some fans out there who are like
14,000 people gave $100.
Yeah.
This is where you're so lucky that less than 1% of the population are Kiwis, because Kiwis don't like.
Yeah, totally. We're always blown
I feel
away.
weird about giving money to.
Yeah.
So, what were your expectations when you started this? Like, what were you thinking? What were you thinking a good result would be?
Of that Kickstarter or of Viva?
No, the Kickstarter.
I remember kind of thinking, man, if we get $1 million.
Yeah,
maybe.
like I was
Even
thinking,
that, by the way, even that's an outlandish number, right? That's crazy.
I was kind of hoping for like $500,000 would get us something. $1 million would get us something okay. That would probably be great.
And I think we weren't crazy confident, but I remember we were gauging it from the previous Kickstarter we'd done where we'd raised 700,000. So it was like, okay, like we know people are willing to donate. But this one was such an unknown because it wasn't another film or project. It was a very specific thing we were asking for, which was like invest in the future of the company, kind of. Not invest, donate for the future of the company.
In many ways, like it was, you could interpret it as help us get a mortgage.
Yeah. We
Like,
made it, we dressed it up real nice, but at the end of the day, that was what we were asking for. We were like, help us get a studio. And the studio will do all of these things that will allow us to upgrade shows and make new shows. But at the end of the day, like, we got the money and it just all went into it.
It paid for a good chunk of it, but we still got a massive mortgage to pay for the rest of it.
All the sets and renovation.
Yeah, we put a lot of work.
I remember like when we first started, and I was imagining maybe if we're real lucky, I might get $1 million out of this, and then we can invest in a run. And the kind of studio that I was imagining we could get is basically like a room.
Yeah, a room.
A room.
Yeah. And maybe we can hang a green screen.
And we could hang a green screen on it. And so when we got $4.5 million New Zealand dollars, I was just like, oh, and we could now look at like big spaces,
big warehouses and stuff.
That was mind blowing because our studio's massive.
Yeah, I'd love to see it in real life at some point. It looks incredible.
For sure.
I just can't. I can't understand why that wasn't a big part of the mainstream news cycle in New Zealand.
We had an interview on
Seven Sharp,
no,
the project?
Was it the project? I think. No. Or am I going crazy?
No, I think you're going crazy. I don't know if we did any publicity about it.
No, I don't think we did. No.
It seems crazy. It's 3 Kiwi lads doing this thing. With the support internationally. It's an unbelievable amount of money.
Yeah.
Were you guys? Yeah. What was that period like for you guys? Were you constantly refreshing?
And
each other?
100%.
There's this particular clip of the last few seconds of the Kickstarter campaign where we made a lot of money in the last like 2 hours.
We're live streaming it,
and the three of us losing our absolute minds as it kind of closes on $4.5 million.
It was difficult to comprehend it because we couldn't fathom what it actually represented. Like we knew it meant huge support internationally, which was huge. But then what it literally meant, and like we didn't know. We had this idea of what this studio was we could hypothetically get, but it was just this. It felt like it was unlocking something new to us, and it very much has. And so it was a just insane amount of money.
Yeah. When the dust settled on that, did it feel like a huge amount of pressure? Like you owe these people.
We are still fulfilling the obligations from the Kickstarter. We're just about done.
That's true. Yeah, because for the Kickstarter you get a lot of for all the every donation would often have like if you can donate this much, then we might give something in return. But yeah, we're still paying those off.
Yeah, it was like if we can get to $1 million, we'll do the Sims logic show.
Well, we started because we started making so much money. We started just throwing new ideas out there. We'll do this and we'll do that, like because we kind of hit all our goals and we're through our list. Like what are new things we can do?
There was one which is like we did think about this. We did. We knew what we were getting into, but we were like, for every donation over $100, we'll write your name on this mural wall.
Yeah.
And we were like,
we'll get 1,000 of those. Or something.
like even if more than that, but just we'll just commit the time over, and then this became a nightmare trying to
we ended up getting 14,000 people at that tier and above, which meant that we did the maths on it, and it would literally be days.
We'd still be writing to this day.
Yeah, it would be days into weeks of 8-hour days of writing.
And we found a way to digitally do it with our handwriting and stuff and get it on the wall. But yeah, it was.
We genuinely tried a lot of ways to make that work. But it was too much. There was too much support.
It's a wonderful problem to have.
Suffering for our success.
So with that money, you get you go to the bank and you get a mortgage on this property.
Yeah.
And why did you build like the giant green screen and also a medieval tavern, which looks like something out of Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Why a tavern? Was that a big debate?
Epic NPC Man is all fantasy, and it was kind of going to serve two purposes. It was going to serve we've also got a second channel where we play D&D, and we wanted to have a nice cool space, a nice cool backdrop for our D&D games. So it's going to be the tavern for the backdrop for D&D, but then also the tavern for our Epic NPC Man for Honeywood. And we thought those two would be pretty useful, but we've used it with so many other shows, so many other things.
It is actually probably the main out of those three sets. We've got the Tech Town set, the Tavern set, and the green screen. And the Tavern would be the one we use most of all, surprisingly. I can't remember if there were ever any other discussions about other things. Maybe we considered a castle, like a full.
Like permanent.
Like was it down to Tavern or something else? I think.
So I think we would have always gone. In my mind, it was like the most important. Ironically, the most important thing is the Tech Town set.
Yeah.
That's the one that we need to have.
We know we'd use it a lot.
And then the next thing, and then the green screen has come second, because that's like you can do anything with the green screen. And then third, still important but least important, was the tavern, because we'll use that for doing D&D games. But I think that would have always been the way we thought about it. But never thought that the tavern would just gets used so much. But I can see why now, because it's just like this incredible, well-made tavern.
So
just beautifully made.
Now, how does it work with team decisions? Do you get one vote each and it's majority rules?
That's exactly
it. No, it's just whatever I want, I get.
No, that's easy.
We basically, as the
majority rules.
Commander-in-Chief here, it basically works that it's just like, oh, okay, guys, I'm sorry. I want it this way.
Just to remind you, I am Rowan.
I want it this way, and that's the way it's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you, and then we just follow his lead.
Yeah, just follow.
That's the great thing about having three is that any
tiebreaker.
Yeah, any time, and it's very. We have to make a lot of decisions, and it's very much a. I suppose we're all pretty desensitized to now. If you're the one that's outvoted, it's just like, whatever, kind of vibe.
We're all very, and have been for the longest time, all very good at going, okay, I think the opposite to you two, but...
You're both wrong.
Yeah,
so it's funny, you're both wrong.
Often we'll say that, like, you kind of go, I don't like this thumbnail, I think we should do the other thumbnail.
Yeah.
And the other guys go like, no, we both like that thumbnail. It's like, and it's just like a running gag. You go, okay, well, you guys are both wrong, but that's cool.
Yeah, but both.
Oh, yeah, because the thumbnail is so important, hey?
Yeah.
The thumbnail I heard a podcast, I think it was the Lex Friedman podcast with Mr. Beast on, and he was talking about if he's got a great concept but the thumbnail's not great, he just won't do the idea.
Well, that's
Mr. Beast really lives and dies by his thumbnails.
Yeah,
for sure.
and that's so important because in many ways, for a lot of people, the thumbnail is the entire marketing campaign. It's everything. It's the first and only thing that someone might see.
Yeah.
And it's and they're either going to click it or not because of the thumbnail.
I know it hurts our crew's feelings sometimes, but you say the phrase that the thumbnail's more important than the video, because people aren't going to watch the video unless they click on the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Which goes against everything we were raised with. Don't judge a book by its cover.
Yeah.
It's like literally judge it.
Judge
away.
It's all judge away.
Between the thumbnail, any text on the thumbnail, and what the title is on YouTube.
It's so important. And we've struggled with it, but like it's a constantly evolving process of going. Maybe these thumbnails feel a bit too kind of over-saturating, colourful, and this, that. Let's change it a bit. We're constantly trying things with our thumbnails. Like, we're never satisfied.
I feel like we're going through a big change again at the moment because they've got two SameZ and two. Not that we use AI in the thumbnails, but they just look a bit like too
overly edited or something.
They're too photoshopped, and they look.
Well, it's just hard, man, because you're trying to make. We release multiple pieces of content every week, and to try and tell a story and try and find the optimal thumbnail for that particular video is it's such a huge job. I think we've got a pretty good system down to like at the very least do the video justice, but you could have a whole team dedicated
which
to
Mr. Beast does.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, creatively then, how does it work for you guys? Are you guys in the weeds with every aspect of it?
A lot of it.
Okay, I'll give you an example. So I saw a clip yesterday that you guys put up. I don't even know if you guys have seen this, but it's you in the Tech Town store. A guy comes in. He wants to speak to a man.
Oh, yeah.
And there's two really knowledgeable girls that try to serve him, but you end up screwing him over with some.
I always play the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so are you guys over that clip? You guys aren't in the clip, but
yeah,
are you?
I mean,
over.
I did do it. Yeah. So I directed that, and we were all in the room when it got written.
Yep. We gave feedback.
It may have been written by one.
Give you a bit of from start to finish the process. So the way the process works is we start with a writer's room, which is where we're going. Today's writer's room is we're generating ideas for Tech Town, say. Yeah. And so we'll have a big, what about this? What about if a customer comes in and they da-da-da-da? Or for that example, what if a customer comes in and they're a bit of a chauvinist and they only want to speak to a man? Like, okay.
Who's the worst man we could put up against Rowan?
Yeah, and then Rowan comes in, and then so we go, who wants to write that one? And someone gets allocated to write it. And then they'll write that one, and everyone else writes other ones. And then the next writer's room is we're reading the scripts and we're giving notes on the script. So all of us together with other great writers. And then we go, okay, these notes, that one's not quite landing, change this, change that, until we're happy with the draft. And then it goes into the filming, and it goes, and then that script gets picked. And then on the filming day, we got the scripts now, and we'll film it. And in that case, you were directing that one. It's not always. Oh, I'm not sure. It might be one of these guys that's directing it, or it might be an outside director. And then we film it, and then the next part of the process is after filming is the editing stage. So we don't edit anymore. We've got editors, but they'll give us a first draft, and then we'll go through and we'll give notes.
So it's such a huge relief we don't have to edit.
Yeah.
Such a taxing. Oh my god. Yeah.
Because especially when we had jobs during the day, there was a period where Ron was doing the majority of the editing, but also
there was a longer period where each of us did one episode each per
week. So you come home from 8-10 hours of work and then be like, oh,
I got to edit.
I'll have dinner and then I'm going into my office to edit for a bit.
Yeah, that's why I'm amazed. I asked before if you ever came close to giving it up, because it's the tenacity required. Like you do it as a passion project, but as soon as a passion project becomes a drag, it's like. That's when you question what it's all about.
Yeah, man.
I do remember editing sometimes, most of the time was a drag, but I do remember the odd time being really jazzed about what we were making and just being like, I want to be doing this right now. It's late, it's 9 p.m. and I'm technically working still.
It was the closest thing to the dream that we had, really, I guess. Like making our own stuff, even though nobody was watching it yet.
Yeah.
We were making our own stuff, and that's worth something. It's obviously like we would much prefer to have had views come along with that, but it was the closest thing that we had to feeling like we were putting ourselves in our work out there.
Especially in those early days when you haven't inverted commas made it yet, and you're kind of going, okay, this one could be a really good one, and you're kind of excited about editing, and okay, I think it's quite funny.
Yeah,
guys, what do you think?
I remember there was a real because editing's another opportunity to almost retell the entire story. Like not so much with sketches where the duration's much shorter, but you can really get some definitely.
Sometimes.
But I remember being really jazzed when you've really nailed a certain moment and you can share with the guys, and there's a certain beat that works really well, and you've managed to just perfect that moment.
I remember editing the Gold Shirt Saga, and I was so proud of those videos. And I was like, guys,
check this out.
Here they are.
Yeah.
Oh, lots of notes. Oh no.
No.
That's the other thing.
You also had to eat humble pie sometimes.
There's gonna be no notes because I fucking nailed nailed this.
Just nailed
and then it's
this
like, oh wow, there's 20 notes. What is all? What? Fuck you. What is
and you really, I do remember taking it as a real personal insult a lot of the time. Oh, so you hate me, obviously.
Well, you're wrong. Well, you're wrong.
I must say, it's good to have editors. You're right, but our editors are so freaking amazing at what they do. They give us such amazing edits. But I do feel really bad from time to time because the curse of an editor is all the feedback they're getting is this is wrong, change it to this.
Yeah.
We need to keep in our minds to say positive.
Let's message them up.
But here's the thing,
they do a great job.
I sometimes have the impulse to, because we get this software called Frame.io where you can go through and at 1 minute and 3 seconds you can stop it and put a note on the edit. And I sometimes get the impulse to just go, hey, this is great. Yeah. But I'm also aware that's a note.
That's a note they'll receive, and they'll have to filter that. Like, okay, so that was a compliment, and they'll probably start getting quite annoyed by it. Okay, there was another compliment. Gosh, that was like, so we give general whenever we go. We'll say, love it, great work. We've shut down notes now. Like we do that.
Yeah. I try to be specific sometimes. Love it at that moment at the thing. Was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
We use Frame here as well. So how many people have got access to it? How many people are allowed to contribute?
Can I ask? Do you need to log in every time you use it? Do you review it? And if you're giving a note, because every time we haven't figured this out yet. Every time we
Frame.io, if you're in chat.
Frame.io, just stop making us log in every time.
I don't put the team out there. Shana, do you have to log in every time?
Yes, absolutely.
It's annoying!
Frame.io.
Why does it do that?
Just let me stay logged in. It's like one of the
verification code.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Frame.io, I'm sure you're listening. Please
figure that out.
Can you at least just do the 30? Remember me for 30 days.
I'll take 30 days.
Still me on my phone giving notes like it was yesterday.
Like it was yesterday. Nobody stole my phone and is trying to give notes on.
Calm down with your security.
Yeah.
So how many full timers? And what are they? What are the roles?
On the quietest day we've got about 15 or 16 people, and then, as I was saying before, it goes up to like 20, 30, 40 on a busy day.
This is wild, eh? So it's just 3 creative dudes having a bit of fun, and you've created these job opportunities for so many New Zealanders.
That's
fucking cool.
Thanks, man. That comes with a lot of pressure, obviously, because it is cool, but it's like, okay, no, we really can't stuff it up.
I also love that we're importers technically because we're exporters because we're sending stuff out to the world and bringing back American money. We're bringing into the economy.
And the team ranges from, we've got multiple editors, we've got production, we've got a social media manager, design, we've got art department, costume, all inside our space. It's a fully fledged like production company where everybody, they do wear multiple hats. Some people you kind of have to, so it's still like, we are much larger than we used to be obviously, but it's still in terms of an actual production company, relatively niche.
It was one of the things I never sought out was to become like a boss. I was like, I can't wait to be a creative and do videos and stuff, and it kind of snuck up on us. It's like, we have employees now.
We're running a company now.
We have to be like do the business side and do the
performance reviews and stuff.
Performance reviews.
Do you guys do that, or do you have like an HR person?
We do some of them.
We do some of them.
But between the production team and us, between our producer and us, we do them all.
Yeah.
Fun. And if you had to do like a pie graph, where does your income come from? Like how much is like brand deals?
A whole bunch
how much
of
is YouTube? How much is
you really need eggs in every basket because I would say maybe 20% from YouTube, 20% from Facebook.
I'm just going to make it easy. 25% from social media, 25% from our own paid subscription website.
We have our own website called Viva Plus, which people subscribe. It's like our own Patreon.
Yeah, and your merch store, by the way, it's phenomenal.
It's
a really great merch store. Does that go all right?
That goes all right.
It's a trickle.
It's just another constant revenue stream. And then another 25% would come from sponsored jobs, and then another 25% from miscellaneous.
Sponsored jobs are typically like a video game company or someone will come along and say, hey, could you make a skit about our video game and put it on your channel and we'll pay you to do it. And in many ways, it's often a bit like filming an advert, but we try and really give it our own flavour. But that's a big part of our kind of a revenue stream as well.
I've watched a ton of your videos. I couldn't notice like a can of Celsius or a Google T-shirt or anything anywhere.
We don't do like product placement in terms of it's just like sitting over here as a Coke or whatever. Like we generally what we'll do is we'll do a dedicated video for that brand. So if it's a video game comes to us, they'll say what the new things in the video game are, and we'll just make a full skit about their video game.
Yeah.
So it's very obvious when we do sponsored jobs, and we try to make them as entertaining and high quality as and funny as possible.
The best feedback has been someone that gets right to the end of the skit, and then there's our call to action. They go, "Oh, I didn't realise it was sponsored."
Yeah, that's cool. We made it. But we also have like every revenue streams from exciting things outside of our medium, which is we've recently done a card game, which is coming out. So we just did a third Kickstarter, which is just recently wrapped up. So a card game's come out, and we did a video game last year. It's a bit of revenue from that as well. So it's like they've got like different, trying to set up as many little revenue streams as we can.
What's the biggest brand deal you had to turn down because it didn't fit?
Do you know? Oh my god, it wasn't turned down. Yeah. So this is okay. So we got a mess. It's okay. I can talk about it now. It's been a few years. I can talk about this.
You can talk about it, man.
We had through EA Electronic Arts a huge sponsored job lined up for their newest Battlefield game, Battlefield, which was a few years ago now, Battlefield 2042 or something. And it was the most money we'd ever seen in our like Viva lives. We knew more money existed out there, but we'd never been offered this much. And we were like, yeah, 100%. It was all go. And then the funniest thing happened. COVID came along, and so we couldn't film it. And we were just like, and the release date was sneak out really, really fast. And we reached out to them, and we were like, okay, so we can't film and release this. We're going to film a whole series called FPS Logic Season 2, which was going to be this big, bombastic series with action and explosions and military vehicles. And we were location scouting. It was a storyboard and scripted. Then COVID hit. We had to try and reschedule. They said, "Don't worry about it. It's fine. We'll reinitiate this contract once the game is live, and we'll do it for the first kind of seasonal, whatever it is. They release the seasonal updates." And then the game released with overwhelmingly negative reviews. So EA and their infinite wisdom were just like, stop all marketing, cut all so the job that was just like.
We were so excited by it.
So we were so pumped to make it, and it just didn't happen. So that would have been the most heartbreaking part. There wasn't a pass on money. We just didn't. We wanted it.
Yeah. We do turn down a lot of sponsored jobs.
We do.
You get ones from mobile games or gambling companies and things that we just don't really want to be associated with. We had a mobile game once ask us to make a very, not R18, but very, very risque video, and we were just like, absolutely not.
What was that one?
It was that, I don't know if I want to say the brand.
Oh, it does say the brand.
The one where it was like a devil woman walking towards camera, and then she, with hardly any clothes on. And they said they wanted, could you please get Britt to play this character?
I don't remember that one, but
and then she mounts a devil man, and like, it's not simulated sex, but like kind of like they're grinding it against each other.
I'm glad.
I didn't know. I didn't know those details.
Wow, yeah, I'm glad we took that.
I knew the costume.
And they said, yeah, can you please essentially recreate this with Britt and one of you guys, I guess. And
so I remember the cinematic that they referenced.
Yeah, and then lots and lots of money. And we went, nope.
No,
because that's gross as hell.
Is that quite a robust discussion, or you're all pretty much on the same page?
No, we're typically very much on the same page.
Yeah.
On things like that.
Yeah, it's stuff like
it's one of the things that has been to our successes. We're almost always on the same page.
It's not often talking about having disagreements before and having to vote 2-1.
Those disagreements are always quite trivial.
Yeah, it's actually usually about very trivial things. The big things we're always in alignment on.
Yeah. Yeah, the trivial things.
Now you built this thing on YouTube, and I mean, you've grown to such a big stage. Does it worry you that it's their platform and not your platform?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is this something you think about at the stage you're at now?
Well,
looking towards the future.
100%.
There's been so many things over the past 10 years that the platforms change things at a whim and don't obviously tell creators when they're changing something to do with the algorithm. And like one time, I can't remember how many years ago now, but our Facebook account just stopped monetizing. And I mean, talking to Facebook or trying to get
we didn't know how to reach out.
It was like talking to a brick wall.
At the time, Facebook was like a massive part of our revenue as well. It was like over 50% of our overall revenue. And it just suddenly just stopped
zero overnight.
And we were like, what's happened? What's happened? And we started kind of trying to, and we didn't have a contact, so we just like,
there's just a little notification in the top corner where everyone gets their notifications in Facebook saying you have violated our policies.
and then it go, and then you go, what have we done wrong? And it says, look at the policies.
Yeah.
Try and figure it out. Try and figure it out yourself. And we were like, and so we luckily managed to find someone who knew someone. We even
it was
got
difficult.
It was very difficult, and weeks passed, and then we even like heard that you can apparently contact Mark Zuckerberg if you just email like something.
Mark at Facebook.
We
He
tried
didn't
that.
email back.
No, surprisingly, we didn't get a response, but eventually we got through to someone who was able to say. They figured it out, and the reason was the algorithm randomly just thought that we were selling guns.
Yeah, because we make videos about shooting games. Like,
do you want to get into selling guns?
I did try to pivot the channel without telling you.
Is that what happened?
That's what happened.
Yeah, but this is incredibly stressful. Like, suddenly the stakes are a lot higher. There's
luckily we didn't have many, if any, employees.
That's definitely the most high stakes one. But like, it happens not every day, but a lot where you go, oh god, that video didn't go off for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Like on our website on Viva Plus, most like depending on what the content is, most videos are within a small bracket of views. Like most things get watched.
Yeah.
Whereas on YouTube and Facebook, it can be, I mean, especially Facebook, some videos can get almost nothing. Some views can get right up here, and so it's just not possible.
And that's the reason why we made Viva Plus, our own subscription service, is to try and escape the algorithm. That was kind of our slogan when we first started. It was like, we just need a safe place we can gather an audience, and it's going to give us a steady revenue away from this unpredictable algorithm.
How's Viva Plus doing? It always takes a while to build these things.
Yeah, it does.
Get the audience.
It does. We're really happy with it. So it's been out for, I guess, verging on 2 years now. And we're really happy with the numbers, and there's going to be a lot more content on the way there. So it's almost like, I think we've got our hardcore fans that were just like there to support us. They're there now,
and now we need to step it up.
Now we need to step it up and start producing content that draws in like a wider audience.
Do you guys have like a business development manager or a... Where's the three of you?
We don't, and it's actually something that I've often thought about.
It's one of those weird things.
No, we know everything.
I don't think there's anyone. We actually briefly dabbled in getting a marketing / business person in Viva, and it didn't really work out. There's no one in New Zealand, in my opinion, that has enough knowledge in that singular person who's not already smashing it in some other job. We would absolutely have to get someone from the UK or from America who's already working at YouTube or Google or some high-powered company.
But even then, that's such a different beast compared to what we're trying to do. Like in the weird way, it's almost like we are, and I might be naive, but we are the right people for the job because we've been here since day dot.
And if we got someone who was very knowledgeable from like a BBDO or Saatchi & Saatchi or something, they just wouldn't have the right mentality for our fast and loose comedy. They would have this marketing lens on it, which
old school.
I don't think would be right. Even if they were young like us,
it would have to be a
gone through this marketing kind of.
It would have to be this like really disruptive vibe, that like a low budget disruptive vibe, but ironically attached to this big thing that we've built. That I don't even know what we're pitching for, and that was a big part of like when we were trying to find a person for this role. We really did. We were like trying to craft an entirely new role.
But we do have a great team behind us. So like our team is very knowledgeable. Our social media team's great. Our marketing team is great.
Yes,
we also are repped by CAA, Creative Artists Agency in the States, and they are very well connected worldwide.
They know their stuff. They're very good.
So they're not necessarily they're just our agents. They're not our business managers, but they almost act like our business.
They have some really good ideas sometimes. Yeah. So we've catch up with them regularly.
Have they pitched any celebrity collabs or anything, like a cameo from?
We would genuinely, if we were in the States, we'd be doing a bunch of that, I think.
Who are some of your A-list fans?
T-Pain.
Really?
T-Pain's one of them.
T-Pain's a big fan. And we're a fan of you, T-Pain.
And we're a fan of you, T-Pain.
That makes me so happy hearing that.
That's what makes me so happy as well.
You hear about these odd little... T-Pain's probably the most famous one that we know of, but you hear of these odd little celebrities here and there. You go, oh my god, that person.
Joey Beatty, the guy. So he's Joey Beatty who played Dandelion in The Witcher opposite Henry Cavill in the TV series.
He messaged us.
After Witcher wrapped up. He was like, because we did Witcher Logic, and where we played
Pura.
Geralt and I played Dandelion, very much
Welcome to my
inspired by his
channel.
portrayal, and it was just so cool to know
Disc.
that he's seen that.
I would love.
Kako ću ići kod tebe, kume? Pa da. Šta ima? Jendo.
Jen.
Si dobro?
Sad jesi.
Tako se nema.
Da.
Surprise. Not surprise.
Pa možda i bi. Igrat koga?
Moment samo.
A?
Moment.
Ma lagano, ništa, dok ne palim ja ti malo više.
Znači, tako. To. I? Koliko ovaj gospodin radi? 70.000 DPS. Ne znam, što ne vidim da jače od onoga.
Da li te interesuje Steam Machine Teardown?
Šta?
Steam Machine. Znaš da je Steam Machine?
Šta će ti? Znam šta je Steam Machine, šta sa Steam Machine?
Ali da li te interesuje Teardown, da viš kakav je, šta je?
Ne baš, ali ono... Šta je?
A ima nešto pa ja gledam, ne čeri ga.
Gledao sam ga ja negdje, ali ono...
I uglavnom evo sad vidim šter, da nisam ni pogledao s tim kada poslaću Steam Machine, Ko ćeš da pogledamo zajedno što veli? Ne interesuje te, ne?
Pa ja bi da, ako ćeš da igraš...
Dobro, evo, upali se jedan server, se čitavaj. Nemam ja M2 kao neki. Polako te.
Šta kažeš?
Polako te.
Jeste.
Your kings on school.
Zekuta. The Head Crusher. Ne znam baš za Zekutu. Vidjet ćemo.
Znači u Ameriku kreće se $1040. Zamisli koliko bi bilo kod nas ako?
Šta kreće?
Pa Steam Machine. Znači, ako je krenulo sa...
Pa to je jače slabiji hardware od PC hardware.
Jeste, ali
to ti je za, to se neko islavko, to ti je za ljude koji su lame. To nema šta da se može.
A, tačno, da, za joystick, da.
Mislim, neće da instalira drevere, neće da instalira ovo ono, nego ono hoće da upali da igra. Eto ti upali pa igraj, tolika je cena.
To pričaš čovjeku koji stiše
Pričam onima koji ne žele da čuju, a slušaju.
A gledaju, koju posluku porati kome?
Kada, kome, čemu?
Ne. Vi ćete ovo urežiti, da. Čovjek kao, koju posluku porati kome?
Jeste.
Posluku.
Trt.
A to je... Crusher i to treba kupovati non stop.
Crusher? A bombone?
Čak i kad dolazi 42, šutra dolazi. Tako, svaki 7 dana 42.
76, 42, da.
Kako me nervira ovaj robot, brate, meni ovo je strašno, majke mi, ovo je strašno, kako me nervira. A jebote, bo. A jebote, pas mater više.
Luminor.
Idem da odradim jedan
Welcome
clear.
to my channel.
Ajde, samo da završimo ovu mapu. Dolazi.
On ti je lagano. Šta bi trebalo da uradimo? Kume, da ogradimo cijelu lupa, napravimo bazu, lupam, ogradimo je sa lupam ono 3 sloja betona
Ne vredi
ili
toliko.
čelika. Slušaj,
Ne vredi slojevi, zato će oni da grizu kroz to.
Pa ne veze, ali napravimo, razumiješ, slušaj, jer stavimo prednji ulaz onako široko, razumiješ, da pet fajnih čera, razumiješ, a to je dobro bilo, to je bilo dobro, da. I pet fajnih čera, razumiješ, da oni dođu tu i tu stavimo jedno 20 tureta, ono, da ih kasape, znaš, ono. I one, stavimo one propelere da ih kidaju, znaš, ono. Jer da Horda Night dođemo tu i ono, nagrdimo ih, znaš, ono, da ne mogu da se sponoju koliko ih možemo ubiti. A do duše treba municije, da, municije trebamo se. Jel, ali tureti...
Imaš M60 centri ako nisi vidio.
A znam, ali to, znaš koliko to pojede municiju.
Eto, sad se žališ da imaš previše municije, ali ipak nemaš previše.
Ne, nijedan put se nisam žalio da imam previše municije, nijedan put. Ne, nisam, to sti.
I šta što prodaje municiju, ja ne prodajem.
Ne, ja ne prodajem, ja prodajem smeće 9 mm.
9 mm AP nije smeće.
Imaš punu kutiju 9 mm.
Prosti monite, 9 mm AP nije smeće.
Samo malo. Znači, 762 ti je 300 u stek, 9 mm ti je 600. A ti imaš pun 6, 9 mm.
Pa pucao sam bio, ne mogu ja, ne treba meni 200 metaka kad ubijem zombija.
To sam i prodava.
Ali kao što sam rekao, znači imaš viške 762.
Ne, ja samo malo, ne.
Sam te ja zadužio da prodaješ municiju.
Samo malo, Horda Night ja ne ostanem sa 100 metka ostanem.
Sam ti rekao da prodaješ išta? Nisi.
Ne, ja sam rekao da ja to prodajem, da.
O mene samo. Prestani. Zolećeo se klavima. Ti znaš, ti me stare da se pere.
Pa, šta mi majka nije rekla, bijelo, jel treba?
A, evo što vidiš.
A ti nemaš ništa za
Ma imam, vidiš. Kaži.
A dobro, uključiti ti ono.
Ono ključi da ga raširim.
Pa ti ga na čas onda uključi. Raširi, dobro? Sad ću ja upao.
Hvala ti.
Treba neki beškit da se to.
Ne, nemam ja to. Pitaj Čale. Jeste.
Jeste, da.
Jeste, tako je.
Šta smo pričali prije nego što sam se...
No, ajde. Jeste.
Znači, toliko je bilo bitno.
To je bilo vrlo bitno. Stani, ne znaš ko te juri.
Brate, ovi što pljuju, brate, kišelinu, stvarno počujem da mi se penju na... Ajde, ovi obični ne, baš toliko. Ali, brate, ovi, pomozi mi reći kume, ovi zeleni, plavi, brate, to je stvarno...
U suštini igrati... Samo to ispamuje sad, već to si provalio.
Ovo nije baš sad njih, spamuje svašta nešto.
Ja bih rekao dosta njih, samo što ih imaš
više. Gdje je u školu, gdje je ovaj loot? Trepa sasvim sos, hvala ti. Gdje je, opa. Eye candy, hvala ti, sugar butts 2 komada. Može. Evo ga. Zovem smrad. Drone level 6.
To si sad lutao to?
Gdje u školu, da, ovaj... Jel moguće da si me tako nagrdio sveti? Au, šta mi napravi? Ju, čurino, fako. Kako me nagrdio, kume, razvalio me. Ulaziš?
Ne, sam da isfazim inventar.
Lagano. Nego ću da pitam zato što kad ti ulaziš onda mi malo zalaguje naš. A ovdje oko mene svega ima naš.
Nice.
Zeleni, plavi i... Umri, brate mili. Zeleni, plavi i obični. Viđi ovo.
Do 47.000.
Brate mili.